protagonist felt something insane. His stomach burned like a knife was right there, sunk deep in the center of him. He remembered the burglar's blade sinking in, and the last thing that hit his mind was pure terror. He was really about to die like this. This guy never even got a shot at doing anything that mattered, which meant he never finished the marathon he trained for, and just as he was about to earn his degree, his whole future got ripped away. The well he'd found back then was firing on all cylinders, and somehow, it stamped his hunger for reincarnation as the real deal. And they handed him a jack-of-all-trades skill set, master of nothing, but deadly with variety. Once again, it hit him. This time felt like he was being handed something totally useless. The next time he opened his eyes, everything had changed. He was in a brand new place, and his mind couldn't even wrap around what was happening. While he was at a manga reading bookstore, memories of a sweet chat with a friend came roaring back. His buddy was right there shopping for isekai cheap manga, the hot topic they'd been chewing over nonstop. But for Asagi, that kind of thing felt completely wrong, like it didn't belong anywhere in the way things were unfolding right now. But that other guy was fully obsessed, so sure of himself that he actually thought, I could get flattened by a truck and wake up in another world. He flashed back to that instant, when a blade had already slammed into his belly. He hunted for it, found nothing, and his stomach dropped. Maybe he'd been shipped straight to another world. He scanned the area and realized something was terribly wrong. There weren't any buildings like there used to be in his old time. And on top of everything, it felt like he'd stepped into a classic JRPG world, so when he spotted a river, he followed it, hunting his way straight to the city. Still, after that last flashback hit him hard, he couldn't stop thinking. Some power had been planted in him even before they ever sent him here. Right in the middle of his thoughts, he suddenly felt it. Someone was right behind him. And the instant he spun around, he spotted this tiny creature staring back at him, right there, with its axe pointed at him. With the creature's traits burned into his mind, green skin and a body cut short. He spotted the goblin at once, but the guy was already too late. The monster had already lunged and attacked him. He knew he'd need a weapon if he was going to stand any chance in a fair fight on foot. So he started running for a while and suddenly realized. Somehow the goblin couldn't match his pace, and he seized the perfect opening. He picked out the perfect stick, and the moment his hands closed around it. He yanked the cutter from his pocket, shaped it into a sharp point, and realized, shockingly, that it was way easier than he thought. He was somehow way better than he'd ever dared to imagine. And just when he thought he had finally caught a break, the goblin lunged at him again. And this time he barely slipped out of the blast, by an inch. He flinched so hard he nearly dropped to the ground, then scrambled right back on his feet. He stared at the goblins retreating back and wondered if being a warrior was the worst idea ever, especially since, right then, he was nothing. He surged ahead, then spun back and slammed the monster in the back before it could reach him. He finished it in one brutal hit, because this was the very first time he'd ever killed anything. Then he finally understood. Back then, he had no choice, because in another scenario he could have been killed. Even with his heart in knots, he still stepped forward, ready to swallow the guilt himself. But destiny clearly had other plans. At the bank, he suddenly heard multiple girls calling from deep inside the forest. He finally clocked it. This wasn't some harmless goblin, and once he grabbed one of their members, he understood the truth. A whole horde was about to come swarming in to tear him apart. With no other option left, he launched into a full sprint, pushing himself to the limit just to break free and escape. And the second he moved, those monsters couldn't match his speed for a heartbeat. Asagi kept sprinting nonstop until he finally managed to shake them off. He sprinted so hard that it hit him. He'd already smashed the high school record. Then his stomach growled because, right now, he was starving. He whipped around, and there, right by the river, a wolf was lapping up water. And whenever he spotted a monster, he zeroed in on its tells and started recognizing exactly who it was. That wolf hated his stare from the second it landed, so it snapped into action and charged at him right away, like it always does, and he drove that sharp stick forward and ended the monster's life in one brutal strike. He killed the wolf, then hacked its body into bite-ready pieces. Good thing he knew exactly what he was doing. Even while he ate, the food felt dried out, until his survival skill kicked in and he finally managed to feed himself for real. Once his stomach finally filled, he let out a breath of relief. Then he realized this wouldn't get easier anytime soon. Because he'd done it again, snatching a single monster, he shattered the whole horde and left the rest in ruin. He sprinted again at full speed, determined to dodge any trouble. It was totally different from the goblin. These walls were blazing fast. And there he went, sprinting like his life depended on it, until he finally spotted a crack in the chaos and slipped right through. He finally burst out of the forest, and right ahead of him, a whole city sprawled into view. Then he sprinted harder and finally clocked it. Those wolves had been right on his tail all along, until he burst through the gate at last. It felt like the biggest win of his life, right up until the second he reached for the door. A guard slammed into him right away, grilling him for his name. Asagi shot back, John. A soldier grilled him for charging into the city so damn fast, and he snapped back. Turns out wolves were sprinting straight at him. After making sure the guy really meant wolves, Asagi snapped that it wasn't just one. It was a whole horde, stalking right behind him the entire time. The soldier urged him to fight the usual way, but the moment running was involved, everything got brutal, and then the real question hit: where did that bloodstain on his body come from? Asagi couldn't shake the feeling that he'd turned into a full-on murderer after pulling it off. And right when everything was exploding around him, he was still stuck right in the middle of it. Few people gathered to hear Asagi's tale, but they just couldn't wrap their heads around it, how this puny human could outrun the wolves, and in the end, those doubters tossed him a nickname, Black Rabbit. The soldiers swore his strength was so unreal that it felt like nothing on earth could ever bring him down. Even after he tried to explain, "I took down monster," they still kept on mocking him and calling him Black Rabbit. On their faces, it was crystal clear. None of them were buying a word Asagi was throwing their way, and you could almost feel the pity weighing in the air. A soldier surged up to him and slammed a hand on his shoulder, and decided to hunt down a safe place for him to crash, then offered him a shot to join the Adventure Guild and score quick, easy jobs. He smiled, thanked him warmly, and then slipped right into the hotel. The caretaker greeted him with a warm smile, then guided him straight to the corner room on the left. Right as he stepped inside, he threw his body out to stretch, chased away the fatigue, then down he went, collapsing. And he was bursting with gratitude for every single person who'd helped him up to this point. He didn't waste a second. He shot over to the Adventure Guild to see what was going on. The second he stepped in for his visit, the receptionist jumped right in like always and started helping him. One of the guys clocked him instantly as Black Rabbit, and he practically burst with joy that Black Rabbit finally chose to join the guild. Even though he was brand new to this world and it felt like a game in his hands, he went and got his identification right away, so nothing would come back to bite him later. They demanded a pinch of his blood to get his status card, so he pricked his finger and smeared it onto a sharp metal triangle-shaped card. And she grilled the receptionist again, demanding to know if there was any magic about him at all, only for the receptionist to shut it down and say he had none. She told him straight up that he was seriously fast, which Asagi already knew, because the second he started bolting from the monsters in that forest, it screamed exactly what was going on. Right there she let it slip. He had a totally rare, one-of-a-kind talent. And this sent shockwaves through the Adventurer Guild, raising every ear in the place. People were scrambling, trying to figure out what it could possibly mean. Asagi felt a spark of joy because maybe, just maybe, this transfer could fling him into another world. But later, when the lady spilled that her skill made her a jack of all trades, his face didn't light up at all. She dismantled everything, and he just watched it all fall apart. Every guild member refused to swallow it. This totally useless thing was being called a unique skill. And the same adventurer from before rushed in, trying to calm him down, insisting it was for the best. He remembered how he managed to forge a spear out of. He piled up the wood, struck a spark, and lit the fire to cook their food. But he never had the guts to admit it was all because he could do everything, jack of all trades through and through. Scratching his way out of that demotivation, he decided that whatever fate threw at him next was coming straight for him. He'd take it with both hands, then lock in his decision. He'd get stronger from that moment on. Asagi grabbed quest after quest, snagging herbs, hunting down small monsters, and leveling up every single day. He dropped off every quest requirement at the guild, then watched the rewards pour in as his status card got freshly updated. The receptionist couldn't stop smiling at his great work, because this guy was skyrocketing so fast it felt unreal. To him, it felt like he was playing a game in real life, and now he started itching to throw a party, because that sounded like it would be way better. Asagi never imagined he'd land in a mess like this, and yet it felt like his whole life had turned into a wild, impossible hallucination. In the meantime, he was scrambling to figure out what real even meant, so he gave himself a choice. Either he becomes an MMO player, or he plays the part of an RPG NPC. Because he had no clue why he'd been thrown into this world in the first place. He was packed full of burning questions, why this was happening to him, and where this wild story was about to drag him next. John was spiraling in his own thoughts, caught in the middle of them. He totally ignored his surroundings and somehow crashed right into a lady who was walking straight ahead. Then he swallowed his pride and apologized for it. The instant he locked eyes with her, he realized her face was trapped under a mask, one giant, all-seeing eye staring out from the middle, which made my whole body tense. While he was busy begging for her forgiveness, he couldn't stop trying to figure out what that giant eye was trying to mean. And then dead silence until the lid's stomach rumbled like thunder, screaming for food because it was starving. Asagi quickly pitched the idea, let's grab a bite at that stall right now, and told her he was already headed out to buy dinner. The lady swallowed her pride, apologized, and swore it never happened, flat out denying it. Asagi didn't even bother listening, so without a second thought, he grabbed food for two from the stall right away. They headed to the park to grab some peace, and while Asagi searched for the perfect spot, the lady kept fighting reality, trying to deny that a total stranger was the one serving her. Asagi originally planned to hand over the food and head home, but something in him said, nah, let's make this way more fun, and once they spotted a bench, they dropped down and sat together. Asagi read her face. She stared at that bowl of noodles like her whole life was riding on it, and before a second could pass, he thrust the plate into her hands, certain that hunger would swallow her whole. He wasn't the type to abandon a lady behind. Asagi also swore it felt better to eat with people than to dine alone, but one nagging question wouldn't leave his head. Why was that lady's eye covered by a mask? He'd been about to ask her to take it off, then the exact same thing happened again, like it was forced to play out the same way as it did when she got her food. The lady slid off that mask, and the second it came off, everything changed. Her face was prettier than anything around her. Those little red cheeks flared with embarrassment after she took food from a stranger. Asagi's heart got completely swept away by pure beauty. He never saw that kind of NPC coming in an RPG at all, and when he caught a glimpse of her face beneath the mask, it hit him. She was ridiculously beautiful. Not caring anymore, Asagi kept shoveling noodles into his mouth like nothing mattered, staring her down and throwing her a full-on bombastic look, because right then, the lady was totally loving every second of it. Even the way she chewed her food made a virgin like him give it his full approval. And he realized it wasn't just cute, it was way more than that. While he couldn't stop staring at her face over and over, she couldn't help but cringe because they'd never even had a chance to introduce themselves, and Asagi did. Right then they unveiled the mysterious lady and named her Danielle. After that big intro, the lady went completely silent again. Asagi looked like he couldn't even start a real conversation if his life depended on it, because in all his past, he'd never once learned how to talk to a girl. That's why in his old life, he never had a girlfriend, and why it was way more normal back then. He realized he'd blown it, so he turned on his heel and started walking away from. He leaned in and told her, right then and there, that he was heading back to the hotel, because that was the excuse. As he headed out, he couldn't stop smiling, replaying just how insanely delicious her food had tasted. Her plate was bone dry, there wasn't a single bite left. All she could think about was grabbing more food. So she rushed back to the shop again, handing him a few coin pieces while she got it made. She was thrilled to finally dig into 2 bowls, and she'd hardly even been in town for long before, then the smile didn't last. People were closing in from the front, and it screamed nothing good was coming. And there were these kind of freaky adventurers, always stirring up trouble and messing with young ladies like it was their favorite hobby. Danielle had zero interest in getting pulled into something like that. Both of her hands were packed with noodles, and she wanted more than anything else. Turns out those bastards never had any kind of good intentions at all. So they lunged forward, yanked the meal out of that lady's hands, and did it right in front of her eyes. The noodles she bought to make Joyce smile slipped from her hands and crashed onto the floor. From the way she stood there, the adventurers knew she meant to take them all on at once, and they tried to stop her, begging her to quit that miserable life before it swallowed her whole. Daniela snapped at her that it meant absolutely nothing, because she'd already hit her limit. She'd just witnessed someone waste food with her own eyes, and that snapped her into action. She stepped right into the battle. Asagi was heading to his hotel when he suddenly heard a scream rip through the air. And somehow it hit him, her voice, right there in his head, and he couldn't shake the feeling that something with her was seriously going wrong. No matter what was going on, he didn't hesitate. He bolted straight to the location right away, and he finally reached that spot, determined to uncover the real reason behind everything. He caught them trying to seize that Liddy, 3 of them up front, while one man hung back and pointed him out as the Black Rabbit. He couldn't take it anymore, so he made a decision and went for it. Then he spotted another guild adventurer out there, and he pressed them for answers, what happened, and how it all went down. Asagi flat out refused to step into anything that could spiral into full-blown disaster. He could feel it in that man's shoulders. This guy was way more trained and way stronger than him. Even so, deep in his head, as a boy still trying to be brave, he vowed to protect the woman he'd fallen for at first sight. And just like that, he knew he couldn't sit still. He had to act fast, and he was scrambling to find any way to keep her safe. Right as he was about to draw his sword, he slammed on the brakes because he had zero clue what to do next. John decided to dig a little deeper, then leaned in and whispered the details to the nearest adventurer, asking about it. Then it hit him every one of the four were childhood buddies, running wild back in the day, and just when everything was normal, those three flipped the script and shouted, "Let us be adventurers together." Back when the four of them still ran quests together, the guy was about to spill the whole story, until Asagi shoved past the noise and demanded, "What's up with the women?" He leaned in and said nothing was going on, because this was just how those three fools operated. They hooked up with strangers, no matter who they were, and simple as that, this Lee was the next target. But the second they tried to get close, she shoved them back hard. There was zero reason for them to mess with a pretty girl like her, so he barged in to help, and then asked that guy to back him up in dealing with them. As they realized they'd messed up, Asagi snapped with certainty. He was going in right now, tearing Danielle out fast, using pure distraction to make the others miss her, so she could bolt and reach the soldier. Right in the middle of their fight, he barged in and snapped at the guy that it was a total waste, watching those noodles get tossed onto the floor like that. Daniela never saw this guy coming back, then he returned anyway, showing up to help her. As the adventurers leaned in for answers, he threw everything he had into distracting them, trying to wiggle out of the truth. Meanwhile, he spun around and leaned in to whisper to the lady that she needed to bolt right now, keep sprinting nonstop until she hit the city gates, and then scream to the guards about what was going on. Daniela couldn't wrap her head around why that guy was trying to steal her spot in the fight. But this wasn't the time for pauses or feelings, so Asagi barked for her to do exactly what she was told. After those tense few seconds of silence, the air just felt stuck. The lady bolted the second she could, sprinting like her life depended on it, and when the adventurers clocked it, they realized she was trying to escape. They told her she couldn't, because right now she was the hero. Asagi stepped forward and declared, "You'll fight me," and the second those guys heard it, their confidence crumbled right out of their eyes. They never saw that kind of savage courage coming from him, so full of himself. Asagi yanked out his sword and aimed it straight at the throats of those guys. And while he tried to play it cool, those guys had no idea what was about to hit them, straight in the front. Asagi drove his fist into the sword, spotted a gap, saw they weren't really watching, then yanked up a blast of sand with his kick and flung it straight into their eyes. Rage surged because no human could stand sand grinding in their eyes, and as they thrashed on the floor again and again, they fought just to keep their eyes intact. They were tearing into the boy, furious that he dared to pull off that covered technique. Asagi didn't see this as some small pride win, he was just proud he'd managed to save her, so he turned and walked away. And when he declared he was ditching them to their fate, John strutted around like he'd absolutely crushed those guys in a solid fight. He burst into another sprint, throwing himself forward at full speed just to catch that lady. And when he finally reached the main gate, he burst in to find her already right in the thick of it. Of finally getting the full story out, after that crucial information was disclosed to a soldier. Asagi got thanked by her, and both of them figured the city guards would finally handle this mess, plus they didn't head back yet because they were packed with questions they still needed to ask. And when Asagi asked if she really made it or if she'd gotten lost, she smiled and said it was her magic that guided her, totally, insanely useful. Asagi sat there totally baffled, craving even more answers, and for a few stunned seconds he couldn't believe the lady could just throw magic around. A soldier on the other side of the gates overheard their talk and stepped in, demanding both of them come inside so he could get the answers to the questions already lined up earlier. The second they stepped inside, the guys got shoved behind bars, and Asagi's world froze because he genuinely thought he was the real victim, while the rest of them were shouting their heads off. While the soldier stepped in and spilled the whole situation, Asagi realized every one of their waiting rooms was already filled, and the guard couldn't risk letting those guys out because the adventurers might come back for them. So they locked those men in that cell, and after everything made sense, Asagi finally let himself breathe and calm down for a bit. Still, he wasn't exactly thrilled about being locked up in a prison for his own safety. He was trying to figure out what the one real bad thing was when he finally claimed the spot. Asagi trembled at the thought of spending the night alone, on the same bed, with a woman this beautiful. So he just snuggled onto that tiny chair sitting there, thinking he could finally rest, only to realize this night was about to hurt body and soul. Even though Asagi couldn't rest a wink, the mere thought of having a girl this close at night was driving him out of his mind. In the dead of night, it hit him. If that lady could sling magic, then magic had to be real here, and this whole world was basically an RPG game. Meanwhile, he stared at the scene, stunned, because it looked like not a single one of them had gone. Asagi decided she couldn't keep it a secret anymore, and she pushed to tell her how she learned magic in the first place. She said it all came down to magical aptitude, and she couldn't promise he had it, or that he didn't, so she decided to test him, fully knowing this would be quick and easy. Asagi said yes, pulled him closer, and told him to take her hand, then focus hard, like magic was flooding his body from the inside out. Asagi fought to lock in his focus, and once he finally managed to calm down a little, he felt this unstoppable force circling him, like a raging river current that wouldn't let him go. And the color already burned through him in a clear, water-like stream, sliding from his body like a living current, while Danielle fought to figure out what the heck adder meant. He clenched the truth in his hands and made it crystal clear it was fire. She leaned in and told him that right at the heart of his core, a tiny red and blue light was flickering. After a while, Asagi could finally feel a fierce burning heat rising from the very center of his body. His body began to lock up in cold fear, and it looked like his aptitude had flipped. She explained it plain. Since Asagi wasn't focused, he was leaking magic like crazy, and now fire and ice couldn't even agree, which somehow made that night feel even more heartbreaking. He skipped lounging with a lady in the morning, and instead faced the soldier the second he arrived, demanding whether that man had messed up or caused any trouble at midnight, yet she brushed it off and said no. All night they wrestled nonstop, then the soldiers finally caught up and drove those adventurers back, and the whole chase drained everyone. The moment the adventurers realized the soldiers were on their heels, they slipped up, got captured, and to make matters worse, they had to hire guild adventurers too. Among them was one of their friends, and that choice cracked open big, brutal secrets. Asagi slid into the plan's execution, and it hit her. She remembered that boy from last time, the one who'd been standing aside while the fight with Danielle got brutally heated. And in the soldier's office, it was handled completely on their side. And now these guys were itching to break out of that prison before they finally hit the road. Asagi fired off a quick thanks to Russell for whatever help he'd managed to give, then checked one thing: this guy wasn't searching for answers, he was hunting for a hotel. He pitched an escape route to a place that was on a whole different level, far better than anything else. They both checked into the same hotel, and now Daniela is pushing her own wish to stay there too. It was cozy at first, but this turned way stranger than Asagi ever dreamed, because now he was about to live under the same roof, right alongside that lady. A notice was nailed to the board, banning everyone from calling him Black Rabbit, and honestly, that felt like a dream landing right in his lap. Next morning, both of them sat down at the breakfast table and dug into their food. Daniela never fully woke from the last rest. She was totally blind to what condition she was in, then face-planted straight into the food, and it left Asagi regretting his decision in an instant. Out of nowhere, she hit him with a sudden request: form a party with her, and it threw him completely off guard. As far as Asagi's party clarity went, he could see it with crystal precision. He swore it had multiple people packed in, like a mage, a priest, and a knight, and honestly, he loved how the whole setup was laid out. But he couldn't make sense of why she'd ask him out just to form a party, so she finally explained it all, even though he'd already been telling himself he was a weak person. She knew he picked things up fast, and that's exactly why she came to him in the first place. When the rest slipped away, she leaned in and said the real reason was what happened the last day, because the way he handled it was way more than just being reliable. Asagi totally misread the moment. She thought everyone meant she was the one who'd stay by his side, looking after him, for the final reason. She made it crystal clear they were ready to team up, and she was convinced they wouldn't need to do anything else. Asagi practically radiated with this statement. She added, "If I get to pick who I want at a party, it's you first. No one comes before you." At last, they both realized the same thing. If they could trade benefits together, they should team up as a proper party, so they immediately headed for the Adventurers Guild. As they headed off, Asagi clocked it instantly. The lady looked like she didn't belong anywhere else. John finally exhaled, thrilled the Black Rabbit's nonstop teasing was over, yet he couldn't shake the fear this lady would slap him with another cringe, awkward name again. Staring at the quest board, they picked a mission that fit their skill level perfectly. Daniela figured they should pick something heavy so they could put their own strength to the test. On one of their quests, they stumbled into it as a subjugation job and grabbed it instantly. no hesitation, straight back to the forest. Asagi remembered it the instant he blinked, because he'd been there the very first time, watching that guy crawl back from another life. They showed up to take down the wolves. And she made it crystal clear, this kind of monster never hunts alone, it travels in packs, and that's why Asagi got chased on day one by more than one of them. They were about to kick off the wolf subjugation quest, and both of them ripped out their weapons, ready to unleash hell on it. Right then, Asagi couldn't feel a single wolf monster nearby, so he grilled the lady and made her double-check. Could she really scan for them? She shrugged and said there weren't any rules for it, then admitted she was honestly dying to know this boy's stats too. Then she pushed him to copy her movements, so they could hunt for it, using the open status in her word like a secret key to pull out a screen that showed exactly what they were made of. And as Asagi did, he couldn't help it. He felt pure joy, because finally everything was coming together. Magic's ability was popping up on the status screen, and the numbers were climbing steadily, so much so that the lady got both worried and curious, and she just had to ask about Jack of all trades. Asagi leaned in and explained this wasn't magic. It was a skill that let him do anything. Then he laid out how it worked. Once, when he was staring down goblins, he conjured a weapon out of thin air, and later, when hunger hit, he turned something into a stove. To catch, he could pull off the feats, but he never learned how to truly master any of them. Then he froze. He spotted strange veins threading through the lady's body. And then he told her she might be hiding a one-of-a-kind skill too. Danielle spilled the truth right away. That it was a wild, unsettling thing the forest and plain-dwelling races had learned to expect. This skill let her read the wind's moves, and even spot the spirits riding its currents. And now Asagi seethed with jealousy, aching to have that skill for himself. She explained that as a light elf, her people mostly roamed the plains, but right now her village was tucked away, hidden deep in the forest. While he was debating and mapping out the other races in his mind, it looked like the wolves had finally shown up. And as soon as the elf sensed him, she snapped that he'd better get ready and stay on his guard. Now it was time to finish the quest, so she raised her bow, drew back, and unleashed arrows to summon even more enemies. And she tore down one of the monsters in her wake. They were swarmed from all sides at once, no mere group, but a full-on horde with nowhere to run. They both dug in and refused to back down as those monsters lunged to attack. They cut them down one by one with surgical ease, like slicing vegetables. Honestly, it was almost too easy. They both turned to each other and loudly praised how perfectly they were handling their roles. After a while, it was finally over, everything subdued and brought under control. They dropped to the floor like, "Yep, this is where we crash," and took their relief lying down. Bone-tired and staring at the ceiling like, do we have anything left in us, or are we really about to call it and go home? With dusk creeping in and the sky already slipping toward night, they set their sights on heading back. But then, without warning, they sensed a weird, unsettling presence creeping through the screen. Still, he couldn't figure out what it was supposed to be. Asagi looked completely lost, and the lady mirrored his confusion right back. The instant he spun around, he realized something was seriously wrong. But he refused to waste any more time on it and turned back home. They finally hit the city gates, and the receptionist greeted them with a mountain of rewards from their quest, so much that the lady just froze in total shock, because she never in a million years expected that much. She was already picturing herself buying a Whole Foods stall with that money, and Asagi was fired up, ready to pitch a partnership that could explode into something huge. After dinner, they zeroed in on using the leftover money to upgrade their gear, and once it was done, Asagi finally had enough saved to make those upgrades. Danielle suddenly stepped in, insisting she'd tag along with him, and even pushed to grab camping gear so they could team up for quests for the long haul. It totally threw him off. How could a gorgeous girl like her be this into a gloomy guy like him? These guys hadn't even settled on training, yet not even close to doing it by camping. And she was sure it mattered if they were gonna team up for quests, but Asagi couldn't wrap his head around how the day kept crashing in on him, with creepy thoughts piled on top of creepy thoughts. But somehow the lady caught every thought in his head and said she'd come up with it completely at random. And since those guys had crushed the last quest with zero trouble, they started thinking they could smash this one even harder, especially after she said that if they camped in the forest, they'd train nonstop and level up their skills fast. Believing it would take them around 6 days, 3 to push deep into the forest's heart, and 3 more to crawl all the way back. Asagi felt a little uneasy about getting attacked at night while camping in the forest, but she told him, don't worry. They figured they could slap together some magical tools to forge a barrier around the camp, so when she saw it in her reflection, she told him it would hold. And now Asagi was finally set to go, confident they'd be covered by proper security, because the lady had already approved that this kind of request would let him through. Before they headed back home, they still gathered supplies, so the camp wouldn't just be a plan, it would be a stocked, ready-for-anything escape. The next day, they were set to head out on a camping trip, and for a few days straight, it felt like they were being hammered by non-stop, brutal training. On the morning their camping trip was about to kick off. When Asagi jolted awake in his hotel room, he realized the night before had wrecked his sleep completely. It was the perfect day, bright as could be, so he headed out on his trip with pure over-the-top excitement. Yesterday, when he went with Danielle to stock up 6 days of food and camping gear, he couldn't stop hyping himself up, because he just knew this trip could turn into something huge. It was the first time he ever camped with her, just the two of them, for 6 whole days in one tiny tent. Daniela covered every piece of gear, and it left him feeling small, with zero plans to repay her back in the forest. He slipped past the breakfast table without a sound. He sat there stuck on her sudden presence, then dove into his food, yet this nagging feeling wouldn't let go. She'd never, ever skip breakfast, no matter what. Sure, she might have overstepped. He stomped over to her room's gate and started hammering on the door. When the gate still wouldn't open, he shrugged and slipped inside anyway, because her gate wasn't locked for real. John spotted the lady tucked under the blanket, sound asleep. With their big day looming, Asadi never once worried, so he had no idea this could be the thing that set it all off. Back in his college days, he remembered he used to be just like this, right when morning was about to break. His mom would storm in, yank off the blanket, and fling open the curtains too, catch a little sunlight and shatter his rest. Those memories slammed into his brain like a flashback wave, so he made up his mind to do the exact same thing. But he never saw this coming. He'd end up fighting like this for a lady who was resting so calmly. He tore the curtains off the wall in one brutal swing to blast sunlight in, and in the next move, he rang her awake and yanked the blanket off, and the sight that hit him, he never ever saw it coming. The lady lay completely naked on her bed, with nothing on at all. And after a while, when the sun was blasting her with that brutal brightness, she started feeling a little. Asagi felt totally unsettled, his mind going blank. When Lady scrambled to find her blanket, he couldn't even figure out what to do next. When she heard the boy's voice, she shot back, "Good morning." Then somehow she forced her eyes open and hauled herself upright after she got greeted back. But the instant she stood up, she realized, though, her upper body wasn't covered by anything at all. Asagi tried to stand, but everything felt ridiculous. He staggered forward, gripping the blanket like it was the only thing holding him up, trying to figure out his next move again, while she practically ordered him out, "Get out." And he obeyed, forcing himself to stand at the main gate, frozen stiff, shaking with pure terror. And just like that, every memory of his past life got wiped clean, so brutally that he couldn't remember a single thing. Inside that tiny elf, her claws were already out and ready, and her cheeks burned red with a full-on blush. The fear hit her like lightning. She couldn't stop imagining someone catching her in a compromising moment, and the very thought sent chills crawling all over her skin. And when she remembered that last night, she downed a few drinks, then crashed early and called it a night. While she lay unconscious, someone must have stripped her clothes off, because it felt painfully hot. She replayed everything in her head, realizing none of this would have happened if she'd just woken up on time per the schedule, and now it all burned in her eyes. That guy hadn't done a single wrong thing. She was only thinking of one thing, and it was this. Was frantically trying to fix it, while embarrassment burned her over the fact that she'd have to handle the same mess better next time. They stuck to the plan, headed for their camping spot, and after a while they finally pushed up to the entrance of the forest. Knowing once they got past that point, the next 6 days were already locked in for them. Did he finally ask her to let go inside? It looked like she wasn't hearing a single word he said. And then an awkward silence crashed down and just lingered there for a while, which Asagi's thoughts smashed into, cutting the moment down, trying to figure out why she stayed silent this whole time. He braced himself, guessing she'd be furious for whatever mistake he'd just made. And he couldn't shake the feeling that he was being wildly careless. No one should ever step into a lady's room, especially when it's left unlocked. His thoughts spiraled out of control as he pictured how it would look if she rested the same way while they camped deep in the forest. Then he realized he couldn't bring himself to ask. Meanwhile, the girl didn't speak a single word. Staring at the chaos, she wrestled with one question: what on earth should she do next? Since that morning, she couldn't even pretend to act normal around John. She was acting like a little kid, and the poor guy was doing his best to crack jokes and lift the mood. An instant, brutally embarrassing realization hit her out of nowhere. And she couldn't help but wonder, did that guy even realize this was how she always unwound before bed at night? Accepting it was even more humiliating for her, but once it was done, there was nothing she could do anymore. Right when the sky started to dim for the night, Saji pitched camp right there, and he set it up so smoothly it looked almost effortless. Then he set that magical barrier in place, using a special tool outside its edge, and the whole area erupted in light. And everything was locked in tight, because the inside of the barrier was guarded by powerful magic. Saji then leaned in and asked her to teach him even more about the Sen skill, because that was the whole reason they pitched a tent in the first place, and he couldn't stop reliving that day. As they trekked through the forest, he told her the mysterious lady had schooled him in everything, and that it was her kindness that cracked his world wide open, showing him a brand new light. Saji cooked up a new training plan to sharpen even more skills, and right after that, she looked at her. A sudden realization hit him hard. It wasn't anything more than just. Thanks to this lady, he'd pushed through everything, so yeah, he truly felt lucky, like he couldn't believe he made it. The moment he landed in this world, survival was totally beyond him. He was clueless, right down to the bone. He'd already had a way to survive this whole time if he'd chosen to, but as an adventurer, he always needed backup, someone beside him, and it's the Black Rabbit incident that pushed him to reach out, making everything feel way harder than it ever should have. Everything flipped the moment he met Danielle, because their first meeting felt like fate reaching out and grabbing him by the heart. And now he couldn't shake the feeling that it all had been destiny, because this woman had dug into his head in every way, good and bad, leaving nothing untouched. Danielle sat there stone-cold silent, not a single word escaping her lips. And realizing this wasn't just any gap, it had been ages since they'd last been this close. She thanked him back because she knew he was the same guy who'd always been kind to her. After she humiliated herself in front of everyone, he showed up to help, and right after she screamed while the adventurers were tormenting her, he brought her a delicious meal like a lifeline. She was convinced this guy had always been a solid, good-hearted soul, ready to step in, help out, and bring comfort the moment anyone needed it. After that morning, everything scrambled in her head. When he caught her naked on the bed, he started thinking she was some kind of strange, offbeat woman. When night finally fell and everything went quiet, they pushed through dinner, and Asaji whipped out his skills to light the fire and get it going. It looked like both of them were locked in a silent battle of thoughts, each trying to outsmart the other in their own heads. And Asaji started again, heart racing, as he replayed everything the ladies had done for him that day. Even with his special skill exploding his progress, he still swore it was her doing that carried him through everything, so this time, he finally spoke out loud to thank the lady. He told Danielle that every single day now felt brand new, and he couldn't wait for what came next, but Danielle didn't react at all. Her face was blazing red again, and it hit him like a lightning bolt. She was feeling this way because he'd seen her naked that morning. Finally, the lady cracked open the conversation and demanded to know if the guy had been replaying what really happened at the inn. And then his delighted face finally spilled the truth. He was a pervert by his own choice, not someone else's doing. He caught the fear in her eyes, knew she didn't feel safe with him, and stepped away to rest. Then he packed up and moved out from there. The second he slipped past her, the lady just went still, eyes wide, completely stunned. She snapped to the truth. Everything she said was just pure panic, because that guy rolled up right in front of her and thanked her before she even had a chance to breathe. She kept repeating to herself that whatever went down in the morning was an accident, and definitely not on purpose, and throwing every other thought out the window. She couldn't shake the thought that he'd done more for her than she ever did for him, like when he taught her those skills. And then the boy blurted out of nowhere that she was the girl behind all of it, and the embarrassment hit her hard. But what about him? He sized up the chaos, and there it was, Asaji already perched up at the top of the tree, kicking back like he'd been there for ages. So she wouldn't be left standing there with all the embarrassment. She swallowed every shred of guilt herself, like it was the only way to keep things from blowing up. She chose not to call him back and slipped into the tent again, collapsing into rest. This morning it was. He just strapped himself to the tree so he couldn't tumble off while he finally caught his breath. When he finally woke up, he stared at the fire, and there she was, still curled up and sleeping. He was terrified the same nightmare from yesterday would strike again, so he chose not to wake her up this time. He trekked out bright and early just to boil a pot of stew. He clung to what was left from last night, convinced it was a blessing even from his past life, and even now. But after all that time, the lady still didn't wake up. Saji looked at the door and decided it was time to go in and shake her awake. Even though fear screamed at him that the last day disaster could strike again, he refused to step inside. He bolted out and got ready for himself. She jolted awake and burst out of the tent, like something inside her couldn't wait anymore. The first thing her eyes hunted for was the boy, yet he wasn't anywhere in sight. She spun around and froze, because there it was, that. The man dished out stew for her from the leftovers, then handed her the bowl and spoon himself, which felt unbelievably generous, and she couldn't stop smiling about it. And he felt genuinely pleased, like, wow, this guy went through all that effort to scrub the utensils clean and lay them on a towel so not a speck of dust could settle, showing he was seriously thoughtful. She was sipping that warm soup, and it hit her again. John was the reason it felt so familiar. But then she felt it coming straight for her. It hit like a punch to the chest. Then Asagi charged in from the front, and in the blazing light, he had a deer strapped across his shoulder. They both flashed bright smiles and greeted each other like it was the best morning ever. And when Asagi saw she'd already finished breakfast, he dropped the deer straight onto the ground. He made it crystal clear. He'd already drained every drop of blood, so all they had to do was pull out the gut and dig into the feast. Slipping into something he needed help with, and once he was there, he went ahead and dealt with it too. Danielle slipped in from behind, cheeks burning, stumbling over her words before she finally found the courage to speak. And then they blurted out the last day out of nowhere. Asagi didn't see any of this coming, and it hit him like a total surprise. But the lady bowed deep in front of him, swallowed her pride, apologized for being wrong, and cleared up the whole misunderstanding she'd been dragged through, because these two were basically playing a nonstop sorry showdown. It felt routine for them, and he blurted that it was his fault. He'd barged into the room without permission, because he never even thought that could be a problem. So he quietly apologized for everything that went down, making it clear none of it was meant to happen. She snapped her gaze on him, realizing he wasn't reading the moment right. Then she thrust her finger toward his face and cut him off with a sharp CL. She made it crystal clear. Every bit of this fallout traced back to the alcohol she chugged right before she passed out. Danielle clutched every ounce of courage, pushed through the moment, and admitted it was the alcohol messing with her head, making her feel overheated. So she ended up stripping down, because in that rare window she decided to rest naked. Now it all clicked for Asagi, and that weight finally slipped off his shoulders. From that moment on, he didn't have to rest on the tree anymore, and it was all the lady's fault. So she rushed to apologize for how she'd pushed him, swearing it wasn't necessary. She made it clear she just wanted to clear it the night before, but the second she tried, it was already too late. He'd rested. Asagi couldn't help but feel a rush of relief. Everything finally clicked, and they broke free from the misunderstanding for good. They both decided to ditch the past for good and snap back to normal. At last, everything was settled between them, and they jumped straight into the food plans, because noon was creeping up fast. Asagi skewered some meatballs and grilled them over the fire, 2 sticks clutched tight in hand. And that mouth-watering sight made the lady's eyes light up. The second she took that first bite, joy lit up her face. The flavor absolutely blew her away. And he was mulling over what it could have meant. Then the truth hit him, and it turned out to be exactly that. She didn't know if Asagi himself had even gone out and hunted those deer, but one thing hit her like a lightning strike. Nothing like this had ever happened to her in her entire life. She was completely wrecked by the texture and that sharp bite, and now it was pumping out pure, luxurious juices. That tender deer meat didn't stand a chance against the wolf's hunger. While she replayed it in her head, she scrambled to figure out the ending, because deep down, she was sure that that woman had beaten the monster alone. One bite and it was like the lady got knocked clean out. Then she blurted that this flavor crushed wolf meat by miles. Right then, both of them figured, smoke the rest and take it back, as a gift for the hotel caretaker. Then right as she finally got to the point, she snapped, "Wait, how did you really bring down that deer?" Asagi thrust a brand new whittled wooden bow into her hands and told her he wanted something just like it. Then, out of nowhere, he had it ready. With the sensing skills she taught him, he swept the forest with his senses and pinpointed one deer like a bullseye. Then bam, he whipped that bow out of nowhere like it was there the whole time. With one brutal strike, he took it down instantly, and she couldn't help but be impressed by how he could do everything, a true jack of all trades, and that skill proved insanely useful. And even a Saudi never would have guessed it would actually turn out like this. Everything finally got settled, so they jumped into gear, cleaned up, went wolf hunting, and squeezed in even more training. That day they plunged deeper into the forest, pushing past the safe edge and going straight into the unknown. And just like the plan, they pitched their camp first, then wasted no time, went out hunting. When they were done with all of them, they pulled out the fangs so the guild could buy them for cash, and now those monsters were dropping in the forest even faster, which made him feel way better. Danielle had told him that monsters breed like crazy wherever the magic is thick, and that explanation finally clicked. It felt like a raging wolf-slaying festival. Every time they hunted one down, they leveled up on the spot. Even at night, they once again butchered a deer and cooked up a feast. They dug into the meat first, then devoured the meals, and Daniela couldn't hide her amazement. With skills in cooking that could have wiped the floor with anyone else. As Asagi sank into the experience, he suddenly realized that this was one of the most lasting, pulse-pounding camps he'd ever lived through. On their third night deep in the forest, Asagi yanked up his status screen. He realized he'd unlocked the detection skill, and honestly, that was a huge win. And now that lady looked at him with pure pride, because he had busted his butt to earn it. John was thrilled he pushed harder for this win, because ever since he met Daniela in this world, and it had been pure chaos in the best way, no comparison to his old life, and somehow this time, he was flooded with unstoppable, overwhelming happiness. It felt like joy was about to vanish any second, because the little elf sensed something lurking the moment it showed up. And just as he was about to go hunting for his dinner knife, Asadi watched in disbelief as the lady burst to her feet and sent every dish crashing to the floor, shocking him even harder. Right as she was about to bolt, she snapped the same command at him. And just as the guy demanded clarification, everything suddenly looked like he could sense something looming right behind him. She told them it was a Beowulf, and they had to bolt out of there right now, because there was no way they could ever catch that thing. When Asagi caught Daniela's expression, his face tightened with shock. He realized they were in a nightmare situation, and if that thing was closing in on them, it was about to tear them down. A colossal beast loomed there, its pressure crushing everything in its path, like the Grim Reaper was staring them down, ready to hunt and close in. And the instant it hit him, his world snapped into focus. He understood. Even with all those years of experience, the sight of it still sent icy chills crawling up and down her entire body. And the only thing left to do was bolt, escape as fast as they could, right now. Those monsters were tearing through everything, racing like they had somewhere to be. They were scrambling to block those guys from slipping out, all while small packs of monsters closed in from every direction. And somehow the party managed to hack through a chunk of them. They fully thought escaping would be a nightmare, but Daniela snapped at him that the big monster's whole plan was to split them up. And Asagi made a ruthless choice, survive at any price, no matter what it drained from them. They both decided to dig into what was happening, because there was no way they could have survived that many and still kept up with a high-level monsters hunt, so they hunkered down in hiding, praying this nightmare would finally end. At the far edge of the forest, they finally spotted a shelter waiting for them, so both of them bolted toward it while the other monsters slammed in from behind, trying to tear them apart. After a long grind, they finally hit the point of total exhaustion. Then, out of nowhere, they reached a gate. It was out in the thick of the forest, and somehow they felt like they'd slammed the wolves off their tail. Now all they could wonder about was the building ahead and the elf staring at it. They made it crystal clear. This wasn't some random spot. It was an ancient ruin, and it definitely wasn't supposed to be there. She explained that her ancestors once lived in cities like this, with a whole different architecture, back when the races hadn't been wiped out, because everyone used to share one roof. Now the elves have been split into groups by how they look and what they have, down to skin and color and every other trait. Honestly, she wasn't sure the building was even real, like it might have swallowed every one of those categories under one roof back then, and with it all happening so long ago, she figured nobody could have been left there. Daniela knew that since they went extinct, all that remained were branches, and people still carved out their own tribes, only to realize every one of them carried the same blood in their veins. Right there, they made the choice to visit their ancestors, and with both of them smiling bright. It was obvious they were completely hooked on it. When they stepped into the room, the elf froze in disbelief at how perfectly untouched everything was, and then she blurted out what she'd just realized. Even though the ancient elves were wiped out 1,000 years ago, their old sub-civilization still clung to this place, and she realized with a jolt that something magical must be keeping it spotless. Because the old elves, like the saying goes, bent the world with advanced magic, and Asagi realized this place ran on its own, like a living machine. So yeah, he got it. Even if the place looked empty and dull on the outside, it could be packed inside with magical tech just waiting to blow his mind. Just then, the lady felt that awkward presence creep back in again, and Asagi realized, too late, that the monster chasing them all along had finally caught their trail. And he stood right at the ruin's main gate, staring it down. Asadi spotted one of the holes, and he lunged through it, because it meant both of them could escape. The monster stalled, then it finally hit, and they started mapping the next move. He praised their smart thinking and Then he told her they'd use magic to carve a hole underneath, strike it from above while it fought to stay upright, and as Asagi raced through the plan, he figured he'd blast his water magic to fill that gap the moment it was nearly submerged, then freeze the whole thing solid. The plan felt bulletproof, until one question wrecked everyone's confidence. Could Asagi actually pull off ice magic? Even with his nerves rattling, he felt this was the perfect moment to seize the chance. In the end, he didn't beat around the bush. He told the lady to flee the moment anything went wrong. He was convinced she had to be the one to keep living. That girl wasn't prepared for the boy to say stuff like that, especially when he acted so calm while throwing his own life on the line for her cause. And she told him, "We're surviving this together, staying alive and moving forward, with more quests waiting for them down the road." Flustered by those words, she still mustered the nerve to tell him, "Don't just act cool." It felt like he was playing the fool on purpose, because there was no way only one of them was walking out alive. John then pitched a new plan: act as bait out in the open to lure the monster in. She could hit from far away, and his whole plan was simple: land the surprise strike, shove that monster into a corner, and finish it off. Even though the lady wouldn't have a word of it, and refused to let him do it. He bolted right off, refusing to hear a single word. And now he stepped forward, ready to face that monster head-on. Marking the instant, the clash erupted into full battle. He threw on the act of a hero and roared at that monster, daring it to come fight. He had no clue what fate had in store for him. Then that monster tore straight through the wall and busted open a path. He came in swinging, just chucking a fistful of pebbles at him, until it shoved the guy hard back into the wall. And now blood spilled from his mouth, staining everything red. Asagi was badly hurt, and blood was pouring down his back in thick, terrifying streaks. And he was left completely baffled by why that monster showed up. He snapped awake to the nightmare. Breathing was brutal when sand and blood choked the air, pain burning all the way down his throat. Then he decided he had to use wind, blast the dust away, and finally steal some oxygen back. By the time he finally spotted an option, the monster had already carved out a way inside and slipped straight into the ruins. Seeing Asagi on his knees hit like a punch to the gut, like the monster was turning him into nothing but words. Mr. now stormed ahead of him, raising a loud uproar as magical mana swirled all over his body. A hidden current surged through its body the second it started to move forward. It dropped straight into the pit they'd dug, and before anyone could stop it, the trap snapped to life out of nowhere. Now it was about to plunge in. Seeing how badly that guy screwed up his choice, both of them snapped into action and went straight for the plan they'd already set. Asagi snapped back into full focus and zeroed in like it was his only lifeline, still. He started whipping ice at that monster, like a dam breaking loose and flooding everything in sight. The harder he yanked, the more he managed to free himself. He grinned as the water he poured over the monster turned crimson red. And now he truly believed they could win this battle, but he couldn't shake the fear of one thing: how long he could keep taking them down. He snapped to the truth that waiting would only wreck him more, then immediately called Danielle. She raised her bow and arrow, scanning for the perfect opening. Then he slammed in with a rapid flurry of strikes and tore into it. A storm of non-stop arrows slammed into that monster, tearing into it from every angle. It tore into the wolf's very eyes and body, and the pain it had to endure was worse than anything it could have ever caused. Which still wasn't the same. While it burned through, it looked like they finally dug out a strategy that was actually working. After some time, when it wouldn't budge, they started to whisper to each other, was it really dead? Once the chaos finally died down and the fight was over, Asagi was wiped out, completely, totally, utterly drained. He got smashed the moment that monster hit him, and the pain was unreal. Then he couldn't even wrap his head around how it all happened so fast. He couldn't catch his breath, his whole body felt dizzy and heavy, and his ears went totally numb. All you could hear was Danielle shouting his name from the crowd. The next second he snapped his eyes open, and there was the wolf talking to him, shocked and impressed that this human could pull off such a move. Asagi caught every single word that came flying through. He drove straight into the monster's heart, and it felt like a piercing blow. And the wolf wasn't having any of it. He started messing around, and the wolf knew right away he was playing with its life. And now he was ready to send him straight to his own final resting place, no waiting for even a second. Rage burned in the wolf's eyes as it launched again, raking its claw straight into his gut. Danielle hated that, so she fired her arrow and commanded the wolf to drop it. The wolf growled that it felt downright disrespectful, then warned the lady, if she used her attack, he'd bring this man down for sure. The whole situation was pure nightmare fuel. She had to pick between the one friend she trusted and a monster that wouldn't let her go. And the wolf told her, "Whatever you thought this was, I didn't even know." Still, the monster count they'd smashed was no small win. Asagi was left humiliated, begging him to end his own life if he had to. And it totally blindsided a woman like her, like the universe had flipped the script right after they'd just sealed their pact. Saudi flashback hits his mind as everything races back into focus. He was convinced Daniela was the reason he'd climbed to where he stood now, and in his mind, repaying her meant one thing: saving her life for everything she'd done. The wolf stared straight at the guy's face and decoded every word he said, because it meant exactly what it sounded like. His resolve was sky-high. He kept insisting the wolf could do anything it wanted to him, as long as it spared the lady. That wolf was blown away by how unshakable that guide's resolve was, because he couldn't feel a shred of life in that human's eyes, even as they spoke with unshakable resolve, while on the other hand, Daniela couldn't handle the weight of knowing someone was trading their life for her. Asagi shut his eyes tight, resigned to the fact that death was about to claim him in this world. Then he dug through every last flashback, this time in the one from his earlier life too, reliving everything that led up to it all, and just before he got here, he'd been stuck working nights, alone and lonely through the shift. Now, spending his time talking with that lady made it all feel way more special than he ever expected. Even back in his old life, he'd never gotten a real relationship. His shifts always wrecked it, but this was still thrilling, waking up, spending one whole day with her, and finishing it all with a delicious dinner at night. He figured if death was coming like this, then at least he'd cling to one sad, bitter thought, that he couldn't meet her sooner, but he'd still thank the lady for every bit of help she'd given him, because deep down he was just waiting, with a crushing heart, for the killing blow. But when he finally opened his eyes, Daniela was in the corner, wrecked with tears streaming down her face. Even the wolf stepped back, basically telling him, "I changed my mind," like it had seen the whole thing turn. Totally out of nowhere, this guy repeated the whole thing and warned him not to do a single thing that would shake his decision. The wolf snapped that he'd already gotten his second chance, and he wasn't about to die now, because that would be a total waste. Asagi stood there, completely baffled by that statement. He hadn't seen this coming at all from the start. When Asagi finally clocked that the guy wasn't just talking, he was right, something inside him snapped, and his heart truly flipped. He cursed himself for pushing through all that humiliating determination, only to end right back where he'd started, empty-handed. Pissed beyond reason, he blasted off and started screaming for a resolve, and then, out of nowhere, a punch landed that he never saw coming. She stepped in all alone and wrapped him in those arms, then the tears spilled down her cheeks as she held on tight. For the wolf, this was pure bliss to witness. Asagi felt the tight hug crush his chest, and in that panic he couldn't even breathe or manage a single word. He was wrecked by the lady's resolve, and once he slipped into her arms, he couldn't think straight. Those arms felt soft and unreal to him. Daniela was still sobbing, convinced that the guy was moments away from dying. Finally, he clenched his resolve to run away from her, just to steal a breath and get his head back. When things finally quieted down, Asagi cornered the wolf and demanded to know why he hadn't gone through with the killing. And the wolf snapped that even if this guy wasn't stronger than him, it was the worst pain he'd ever taken in his whole life. He figured it'd be a crime to end him before he ever got the chance to reach his real potential. The wolf was born deep in the forest, then, somehow, his body swallowed magic and he transformed into a far bigger monster. But because he had no memory of it, every other creature in the wild started hunting for him, craving him like a prize. As far back as he could remember, when he fought that wyvern, it couldn't even get close, couldn't touch his life. But somehow, a tiny human was enough to put him in real danger. Asagi thought it was such a simple idea anyone could have come up with, and he knew, deep down, there were tons of people out there way stronger than him. The wolf then barged in with a sharp request, begging you to keep the story going. They trekked side by side on this journey, training hard, because he prayed this could finally be the clue the guy needed, something far stronger than him out there, waiting to be found. Asagi kept pushing for a death wish, and the wolf was right on the edge of giving it to him. This time, Daniela went stone-cold serious and told him exactly that, because if that wolf even tried it, she was determined to end his life right then and there. The wolf reeled back, stunned and terrified all at once, and since he didn't want trouble chasing him today, he went straight up to scare that lady off. The lady stood in her own aura, wind whipping around her, and pure resolve burned in her eyes. She could end this monster's life in an instant. Right as she pushed forward, Asagi snapped to a stop and cut her off, telling her he'd accepted the wolf's choice to spare his life, so there was nothing to argue about. Then he practically invited a friend to step in as the enemy. This was the last moment they finally ran into that monstrous beast. And just like that, the battle finally slammed shut right as it was happening. His gut kept screaming that it was that monster's messed up moves that saved them, and yeah, he was grateful, but relief barely covered the exhaustion crushing him. Right then, as he stared up at the roof's edge, he spotted something that snapped his attention. Then he begged the lady to take a look, and the two of them locked in their decision. Pulling up to the place, he couldn't help but stare into the dark, wondering if any light was hiding there. As soon as they moved, they realized the wolf from before was right there, turning itself into a perfect distraction, carving out an opening so they could slip around it. And it looked like the monster was putting on a show for them, all while his real motives stayed buried out of sight. The moment this opening got created, they slipped into a room they couldn't possibly have found solo, utterly clueless they'd even be led to it. The room roared with weapons stacked side by side, every blade and gun pressed up against the next like it was ready for a fight. And the second Danielle locked eyes with them, she immediately realized their ancient elven weapons, forged so long ago they still feel dangerous. They could have been crafted 1,000 years ago, yet he couldn't stop staring. How did they survive all this time? Because these weren't just objects, they were protected by advanced magic that sealed them in perfect condition. She knew that the environment wasn't just a setting, it was a whole other league, far beyond today's version, and it kept things from falling apart the moment they started to break down. According to her, this magic was stamped onto the weapons to keep them locked in perfect condition for more than 1,000 years. And when Asagi finally stared at them, he realized these old items were still absolutely gorgeous. Daniela said these weapons came with their own built-in specialty. In the middle of a fight, they'd never crack or chip, and the materials were prized relics too. Nobles hunted them down to use as stunning decorations. With that price, Asagi knew only a few people could ever get their hands on it, so if they wanted enough for their backs, he had no choice but to start selling these things. Daniela nodded along, but her stomach twisted, because if the estate's owner was still angry about the stolen years ago, they might not take adventure reward as an excuse once they casually stumbled into it. Asagi knew one thing for sure: if those nobles came knocking, they'd be lining up to buy it. Weapons piled up on the side, and Asagi snapped his gaze toward them, believing it was the Letty who could finally shoulder the weight of all of them. The second she grabbed one of the bows, she felt it, way heavier than the usual ones. And there was no way she could carry all of it. They fretted about the right move, and Asagi told her to tag along with her old weapon, careful not to push her, because Asagi already planned to swap his weapon. He already had a plan to fight using a different set of those artifacts, so he snatched one, until the wolf behind him made it crystal clear that move wasn't happening. Wolf didn't want any part in fighting his own kind. After all, they'd already wiped out so many of his friends, and when he said the forest was split into two sides, you could feel the danger lurking. One of their problems got handled by the goblins, while the other squad stayed with the wolves, and now there's a real chance the goblins will swing around and hit their north side. Once Sagi realized how deadly this was, he knew that if they cut down most of the wolves, the goblins might not have a shot at taking over the forest too. And when Wolf said it like that, it hit him. This huge monster wasn't just roaming, it was weighing a full-on clash with those guys, and Wolf nodded right back, confirming the magic he'd unleashed would surge over to the southern side. So the goblins would backslide into the northern forest, and once the blood starts flying between them, you can bet they'll be switching domains for the next clash. Right then, Asagi clutched the bulk of the weapons, sword in hand, spear at the ready, while the Letty charged in with nothing but a single dagger. Even though the forest had thrown a ton at them all month, this was it, their final day, their last night of camping together. From there, they slammed the brakes on the chaos and headed straight back home. But Wolf halted mid-step and blurted that he'd just remembered something, because he wanted to hand him something out of nowhere, totally blindsiding him. The wolf yanked him back and told him, "You pulled it off. You really managed to grab every useful tool and treasure the forest had to offer." He went for it, trying to hand him a skill called Enchanting Lift, and it left Asagi totally baffled. Wolf made it crystal clear he should thank him for the chance to fight again, because once he hit that power level, the battle was coming. And then he snapped his teeth and growled into the dark forest without a pause. And somehow that sparkle gifted Asagi a strange power he could feel bursting from it. Right there, it hit him like a lightning strike. He'd finally learned the truth. A brand new skill shows up out of nowhere, like the universe just snapped its fingers. They called it the legs of the forest wolf. Then the wolf bolted away, vanishing into the distance like a threat, swearing he'd meet him later in life. As they marched back out of the forest, they suddenly spotted a miracle so pure it felt like fate itself snatched their lives back. But Danielle didn't look happy at all. She admitted she was pretty upset. She refused to stop. She pushed herself harder, training even more the way she'd been insisting. It looked like her mind was about to explode with thoughts, like something was definitely asterisk happening in there, but no, there was. They didn't debate a thing. She was already starving, so they turned around and sprinted back to camp. While the food was still cooking, Daniela reached back and slipped into the story of her past, spilling it all. A mysterious history just got unlocked, straight up tied to Asagi. She spilled the whole story and then, like time rewinding, jumped us back to around 70 years ago. The way she said it made it feel like she'd lived through that whole moment herself, like she'd been there, so Asagi was left totally baffled about her real age. Asking her that was wildly rude, and like clockwork she hated it. Her curiosity made sense, so she finally admitted she was about 200 years old, and it completely knocked the wind out of him. She begged him to drop it, and nobody expected a girl her age to be sitting across from a guy who had only just turned 21. She then spilled the truth. Those monsters slaughtered her entire tribe, and they called it the Dragon Stampede. Monster stampedes weren't something that happened often. Dragon stampedes were even rarer, but the worst possible moment was when it finally struck them, and killing a single adult dragon demanded an entire army. With the whole stampede of dragons bearing down on them, they never had a chance, and that's when everyone in her tribe, even her parents, died. Asagi couldn't believe it. This kind of lady had just watched a slaughter unfold right before her eyes. All she could recall was those brutal flashbacks of her parents, begging and shielding her while they begged for help, including the complete home, and before she could even blink, she couldn't find a way out. With one brutal swipe of a dragon's claw, her father and mother were erased, right down to the last trace. Blood erupted across her face. Blood soaked her from her own parents, and she crawled into a basement to hide. And after that, the blood of her parents masked her scent, so the dragons never caught a trace of her. She stayed hidden from them for good. Pure fear chained her to the basement for about a month. Then, even though it was a living nightmare, she finally realized she could have left sooner and tried to salvage whatever she could. The instant she stepped out, the village's destruction hit her, burned bodies, shattered buildings, and a wave of horror that her stomach couldn't hold back. Totally overwhelmed by everything, she couldn't stop herself. One whiff of that smell and she burst into vomiting. Somehow she clawed her way out of the family home and survived, but the ruin and grief wouldn't let go. After putting on the gear her parents gave her, she stumbled away into the wreckage, right there among the corpses of her tribe and in the middle of saying those words. A heavy heart dragged behind her, and hot tears rolled down her face. And just like that, Asagi felt every single bit of it from the very start, feeling like it was downright unfair for her to have to deal with it. To figure out why she reacted the way she did when he offered to let her switch through the equipment, he couldn't shake the feeling it was his fault for even bringing the whole topic up. He carefully set the dinner in front of her, feeding her with quiet care. The instant she caught that scent, her body went calm, like all the tension melted away. She was convinced that the more time she stayed close to him, the nightmares would vanish for good, and life would finally start getting better. To this day, she still wakes up with tears blazing in her eyes, because that memory never slips away, and she never, ever forgets it. The second she met Asagi, everything flipped, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't pin down why. Yet after that, his presence swallowed every other thought in her head. That hit him like a lightning bolt, right as the leady clung to him with desperate strength in the ruins, and everything suddenly made sense. And convinced himself he must have sparked that same nightmare in her, the day she lost everything, because from that moment on, Asagi decided he'd go all in, doing everything in his power to protect her. The next morning, both of them jumped at the chance to take a walk, because the weather was just too beautiful to ignore. And as they pushed deeper into it, the was grinning so hard they could barely breathe, giggling like something amazing had just happened. Everything felt perfect, and now they were totally in love with the forest's morning. I'm honestly glad they came, because they scored a ton of answers about the ancient elf ruins, and they even got to meet the wolf too. Then the conversation turned to the weapons they dug up, and Asagi straight up made sure. Was she really not going to use them? And when she stretched and flashed him that carefree look, it was clear she wasn't worried about a single thing. Staring up at the pitch-black sky, she said that she'd been training with the bow and arrow her parents left behind for as long as she could remember, and she refused to abandon them, because she truly believed that if she walked away, she'd fall into a grave illness just from one simple refusal. Asadi didn't have a clue what the lead was going through with that statement. He just blurted it out. Still, Asadi usually apologized right away, just in case it hurt her feelings, but then on the other hand, Daniela finally breathed easier when the guy stopped hiding and just asked her about it, because that was pure reverse psychology from the lady, and even though he meant to lift her mood, she somehow ended up cheering him up instead. Then he leaned in and asked her straight up, could a human like him ever wield weapons forged by elves? He got an eager yes back, plus a bombshell. He had a rare gift that set him leagues above every other human, and they swore they'd harness it for real, even better than any elf or other race could. The way she phrased it made it sound like a savvy had a secret cheat skill, but the truth was way uglier. He had nothing like that at all. So he pushed himself to learn the basics for his own sake, and right there they knocked out for a solid nap before they packed up and headed back to the city. He tore back to the city. They rushed straight to the Adventurers Guild to file every single one right away. The stuff they'd hauled in during your camping trip. At first, they let the guild inspect those ancient weapons and test their power. Then the receptionist pulled a bit of Daniel's blood right there to register the magic weapons and lock them away for safekeeping. And that was the secret code that made it all work. He figured out today's guild boss was a Sagi, and once he saw her vibe, he clocked that she was genuinely kind-hearted. When she finally spotted him standing there with Daniel for the first time, her reaction hit like pure boldness. She couldn't wrap her head around the fact that he had such a smoking hot girlfriend. While he was still replaying that whole mess in his head, Daniela finally cut in and explained how the clause let them rake in 4 gold coins. And they also gave the material a full stamp of approval, declaring it the best of the best. It was about time, so they headed out to soak up the rest of the day and let loose at the pub, until she planned to go alone, and Yella stepped in and stopped her. And now the two of them teamed up and went to soak it all in together. They dubbed it a small welcome home bash, plus a proper thank you party for everything. The second she got drunk, total control slipped right out of her hands. And even when she looked even cuter, she somehow still got everything done. So they dug into that feast for a solid hour, savoring every bite. Once they'd grabbed everything, they snapped into action and headed back to the very end. But just as a Sag was about to step out, the receptionist from before swooped in and cut him off on the spot. She reminded him how stupid he'd been, then ripped every last detail about the weapons out of the records. He just told us they stumbled on them during their trip, and right when she started firing off all those questions. She was practically glued to him, so close it felt like a hug was about to happen. The receptionist kept closing the distance, fast and unstoppable. They crowned him a gemstone and made it crystal clear he'd be judging even more stuff down the road. And the way she was acting, Asadi instantly realized this. That lady was downright terrifying, yet somehow it had her totally stunned. So she grilled him, did he really clear out every last weapon and even the fangs in just 3 days, because that wasn't just talent anymore. Asadi was trapped with that lady, so he started hunting for help, while she kept showering him with compliments the whole time. In his mind, he begged her to stop, because all he wanted was to get back home and finally crash. All he could hope for was his friend showing up and throwing him a lifeline. But the second he turned around, he realized she'd already fallen for him, fully, completely, with zero hesitation. Drunk out of her mind, Daniela mumbled that she could already feel he was headed for an epic adventure someday. But once that compliment hit, he shrugged it off and insisted it was nothing, just him being nice. She kept talking, swearing this was true, at least that's what she believed. This dude was dead set on becoming the strongest adventurer of them all. And right when that praise came flying at him, he just couldn't catch it, too much of a harem bomb to handle. Another solid day, Asagi decided to hit the bait, remembering it had been 6 whole days since his last visit. The second he stepped inside, every drop of fatigue vanished, and he finally sank into the comfort of the place and enjoyed every moment. Once he got out, he just stared ahead, asking himself what he'd do with the whole day off. Other people were there too, wiped out from the night before, swapping rumors about how wolves had finally started creeping into the southern part of the forest, until it was the guard who spotted it first. They got the sinking feeling wolves were pushing south from the north right now, so they'd have to deal with him too. Asagi suddenly recalled his last run-in with the big monster, when it promised they were going to pack up and migrate south. He had no idea this would go down so fast. They were the whole reason the migration happened, and he took the blame like it was a weight crushing his chest. He stormed into the blacksmith shop as he showed up to grab the items he'd asked for, and right away they handed him a steel sword. Things were looking pretty damn good, at least for now. The blacksmith snapped into focus and checked again. Did he really stumble on weapons hidden in the ancient elf ruins while he was exploring? And it wasn't only him. Rumors ripped through the whole city like wildfire. He told them that because they were camping in the forest, on the very last day, the weapons were stashed in a tiny room inside the ruins, the exact place they'd uncover. And right then, he shoved them into the guild house, because this valuable stuff wasn't happening to his pockets for the whole trip. Then he headed out from the blacksmith. He stared up at the sky, growling with hunger, already plotting to grab something to eat before the day was over. Right then, he spotted Danielle again. This time, she was gripping a whole stack of noodle bowls in her hands. Humming like she couldn't wait, she practically bounced with excitement, totally clutching that heavy dumbbell of material like it was the best thing ever. It was a real battle of will. Could she finish it all alone? And she nodded, ready to prove she could. Now Asagi finally had the real picture of Daniela, and the truth hit hard. She wasn't who she pretended to be. He finally swung back toward his home, already heading there, faster than ever. He couldn't shake that nagging worry anymore, so he pushed himself to test it, then dove straight into investigating his brand new skill. He called it the legs of the forest wolf. Those were gifts the monster handed over. He snapped open his status screen right away and grinned. Everything looked great, Jack of all trades was solid, and he'd even unlocked the legs of the forest wolf. It was a huge gamble, and right when that skill finally showed. He stared at everything, trying to lock every single skill into a specific body part, hunting for the perfect match, like grabbing fire as his magic, just like Daniela, then slotting the rest in right after. He couldn't decide if that skill was just average or truly one of a kind, but then he landed on the only answer that made sense, because no ordinary adventurer ever crosses paths with a monster this high level. The skill didn't make sense at all, nothing about it felt clear. Because there was no real catalog or blueprint for how it would work, nothing like the jack-of-all-trades style, where he already had a clear picture of every skill inside it, from gliding through the air to blasting at insane speed, and even vaulting in totally different ways mid-flight. While he wrestled with exactly what to do, and how to turn this skill into a weapon in combat. Sword swinging as he hung in midair, he used it to swerve through attacks that would suddenly whip in from nowhere. He finally understood the bigger plan, and that realization hit him hard. This was a dodge, and it turned out to be exactly the kind of advantage he needed. Then the big question hit. What enchantment had that monster slammed into him while he wrestled with his thoughts, trying to figure out exactly what it was? His brain was buzzing with rage, and he started cursing up a storm, because why in the world didn't this place have the internet? He figured he needed answers, so he headed straight to the library to dig deeper. Then he shot straight in to ask about it right away. He pressed the owner for answers, and the owner snapped that books are crazy expensive now, then told him to haul himself to the capital if he wanted that kind of info. On top of that, he spread some cloths everywhere. She straight up said there was this one old man who was obsessed with books. She labeled him an oddball and then, without hesitation, got ready to write him a letter of recommendation. He snatched it from them, grabbed the map, and pushed forward until he finally slammed into the exact place where it was supposed to be. The old man lived there, and after he's a wandering book collector, wrapped up like an old sack, stumbled out and got introduced as Will. He laid out the whole story, handed over the recommendation letter, and that's how he got invited right inside. And he hauled him straight to the library, begging him to treat every single one with care, and Asagi. He couldn't stop grinning, because this was exactly the chance he'd been waiting for to get what he wanted. The instant he glanced over, he realized those books weren't meant for just him alone. They were way too much to tackle on his own. Like a total shock, because the surprise hit him hard. That old sack couldn't hold it in. He burst into loud laughter right in front of him. But honestly, Saji couldn't even find words. He never, ever expected a book collector to be this intense. They both settled at the table, and Asagi leaned in, grilling the room about enchantments, which turned out to be an awesome topic, so the old man finally went. He heads out solo to grab the books, and then he gathered a few of them and grouped them by the same subject. The first book broke down the basics of enchanting, then once he finished it, while the book collector was busy showing off his knowledge and prized collection, he just smiled, said thanks, and told him, if you want anything else, go ahead and ask. He sucked in a deep breath, then dove straight into the stack of books. Meanwhile, they brought him tea to wipe the fatigue right off his shoulders. The caretaker was this sweet Letty, and she kept nudging him to take his health seriously while she made sure he stayed focused on the books. At that exact moment, every book she'd touched failed to reveal the one piece of info he was dying to find. Nobody penned a story about a beast handing out skills, and seeing Asaji's face sure didn't bring a smile. Even after crushing so many books, he still pressed on. Then he demanded answers, because nothing else explained why he'd go that far. Realizing this silence wasn't going to lead him anywhere, he blurted out that he'd fought a giant wolf the other day, but before he could finish, the old man went rigid with shock and exploded into a scream. The caretaker soothed him, and he admitted that this freakout was basically exactly what they'd expected. Because the monster he was talking about had been stalking that forest for ages. Asagi already knew the truth, and he also knew Asagi's barely learned anything about that monster's real threat. The old man leaned in and whispered that it was a monster, like nothing else on the map. Now Asagi was itching to find out what he meant by a whole different level. So he admitted something wild. Regular monsters almost never evolve, and it's basically unheard of because they don't level up just by aging. A long time ago, this scientist tried to raise a tiny monster with his own hands, but it never evolved because the truth was brutal. The man was the one who finished it. His research dug into the secret thoughts scribbled in forbidden books inside the royal palace, and one passage claimed that he crammed super concentrated magic into the weaker monsters. Most of them died on the spot, until only one monster managed to survive. When they asked what kind of monster it was, the man went quiet for a long beat. Then it blew up in size at a rate that made no sense at all, and after it smashed through an entire town, it slipped away in just seconds. Back then, those fools got ordered to drag the royal army in and wipe out the beast, and it went horribly wrong. The death toll was so brutal the researcher panicked, bolted on the spot to save his own skin, and got caught right after. And when they hauled him in, he was executed on the spot, fully aware his research had unleashed all that carnage. So yeah, what he meant by on a whole other level was this. This monster could wipe out everyone in the blink of an eye, and the second Asagi started fighting that giant, he realized the serious part wasn't even the half of it. The old man quickly apologized for yanking the conversation off track in the middle of it, and then demanded to know what really happened, but the boy just clammed up and wouldn't say a word. So the old man had to snap him back to reality, and Asagi finally admitted it. Those monsters had hit him with an enchantment. Years of it, and now this hit harder than ever for the old man to swallow, so he broke the tension and sipped his tea again, and told him he'd never once heard of a beast handing out a skill to a human like that. And he swore this was the only reason he'd come back, to hunt down a library in that place. The old man leaned in and told the human one truth. When monsters showed up, they weren't just scary, they were a direct threat to humanity. And he begged him to keep it locked away for his whole life, because if even one soul found out, the interrogations would come for him, and he'd get caught. In plain terms, the guy shot him a warning. Don't you dare use that brand new skill in front of anyone. Later that day, even as he never cracked the mystery behind the enchantment, but he did track down the monster's real identity. With what he knew right now, there was nothing normal about it, because Beowulf wasn't just a monster, it was an evolved beast packed with an insane amount of power. So basically, if that monster wolf handed him a one-of-a-kind skill, then he couldn't stop wondering if he could keep it together from here on out. He pushed the worries off for tomorrow, because right now his heart was soaring. Tomorrow he'd finally meet Danielle. The very next day, they were back at the breakfast table again, right where the chaos always started. Asagi couldn't hold himself back. He was drooling hard as soon as breakfast hit the table. He knew every restaurant in town gouged you, but the Guild Tavern was the one food stall that served real flavor for next to nothing. So yeah, it was the best. He knew the food in that town was the best there was, but then another thought hit him hard. Was he really going to stay there forever? The moment he took that first bite, the question vanished instantly. As the bacon wrapped around him, thick and unstoppable, and that sizzling juice sank through his body like nothing he'd ever felt, then came the next part. The scrambled eggs hiding inside that bacon were so fluffy they felt like they floated on butterfly wings. And it had it all, the sharp crunch, the crazy mix of flavors, so every bite felt like opened a whole different kind of packet. This is the first time the manga ever dares to show a boy completely naked just to eat something. He was crushed under the weight of expectations when Danielle suddenly burst out of nowhere, and made sure there was no doubt about what he was doing right then, because the second he got caught, shame hit him like a truck for pulling something so ugly. But right as she greeted him, he changed his mind and shut the conversation down, only for her to look him dead in the eye and demand he act like a real human. She slid into the seat across from him and demanded breakfast again, like it was her daily power move. And Asagi could tell this lady wouldn't be able to handle that taste either. When Danielle took that first bite, she couldn't help but. Asagi dragged the same old feeling back over him once again. That flavor was so addictive, she was doing everything in her power not to lose control. That dreamy utopia from the food started to turn her head, because the lady's expression shifted right in front of her. Asaji checked in again, making sure she was doing okay. Then he told her to dip the bread right into the soup and taste the magic, because that extra step hits a whole new level of flavor. When Letty slapped it on and gave it a real try, she felt every inch of her body moving, but she couldn't steer a single choice. Her control was gone. And then, boom, he found himself picturing the exact same situation Asaji had. Once the meal was done, both of them burst into pure joy as well as. Grinning, he thanked them for the food, feeling fully satisfied. They jumped right back into the argument about what they were going to do. So from that point on, that's what they were going to do. Asaj straight up asked them if they were. Will they stay put or rip up their life and move to a whole new town? Then he demanded to know why that woman was traveling all alone, and when the old tale came back to hit him, she explained it plainly. She'd lost her homeland, so all she wanted was to keep moving and hunt for the world she was missing. She was stacked with good wealth, perfect health, and the kind of lifespan that lasted for millions of years, so she was soaking it all in, even flipping every attempt back in her favor, and it looked like Asadi was the one trying to stop her. Danielle had never looked at it like this. After bouncing through so many towns, this one hit different, like it was about to change everything. And she called Asaji in a roundabout way, saying she could stake her entire life on him, no doubt, no fear, just him. That sounded like music to his ears, but he knew in his bones he wasn't staying there forever. And now he'd decided, the second she said the word, he'd leave with her, because right now, both of them were stuck at that party. With that terrifying monster's words still ringing in his head, you remember it, the monster plans to slip to the other side the moment the goblins start packing up for the southernmost part. Right there, he steeled himself and decided to spill the whole truth to her, every last detail. Whatever he picked up at the old man's place about the monster. When the full story finally spilled out, she clung to that info like it was a lifeline, because she finally realized the enemy wasn't something you could just brute force. This was beyond normal. And then, miracle of miracles, they managed to crawl out without getting crushed, barely taking any damage, and the talk they had with the wolf made it clear exactly what kind of intelligence it was running on right then. Now he was sure they could march up to the wolf, ask him to stop going after villages so brutally, and that choice beat standing around doing absolutely nothing. Even Daniela nodded like, yeah, try it, because if they didn't, this whole thing could crash and burn into nothing. They're sure he'll have his ears locked on them the second they start talking. And if they tried to deny it, he'd just nod along, because that's the cleanest way to get them to trust it. They figured if they could make it happen, if they could force him to stand by that promise, then he'd finally take off on his journey, and they'd get to go too. They pushed to get out the second the moment hit, sprinting back toward the forest. But the downpour outside pinned them in place, and they just couldn't make it. Because the plan to head out got crushed, Asaji stormed back to his room and decided he'd practice his magic instead. He didn't want any praise, not even a bit, but he knew one thing. If they were going to travel together, he had to be strong enough to protect her. He poured every last bit of power into his palm, forged it into a glowing sphere, and then locked onto that shape, holding it tight as long as he could. After a bit, when you finally really looked, it hit you, yeah, it looked awesome. To dodge any disaster, he cradled it with absolute care. He kept repeating the process, comparing his work to the ice bubble he'd been holding in the other hand, and the harder he focused the water, the thicker and denser it turned. He couldn't figure out what was messing with his mood, so he turned right back to Daniela and demanded to know what was going on. He stood right at the door and shouted for the almighty master. She yanked it open in her nightwear, then demanded he let go of the master thing. He held both bubbles he'd made up in front of her, turning them in his hands so she could see exactly how he was using them. The master ripped into him for using magic inside the buildings. She knew he might snap at any moment, and when he did, the whole building would go up in flames. Asaji didn't think twice at first, then he started calling himself an idiot. But she was basically begging him to keep the magic under control, so he steadied himself, took a deep breath, and locked it down. After what felt like forever, everything finally clicked into place, and the magic locked in his hands, forming the exact, perfect shape. And now the lady was convinced magic couldn't be his first lesson, because this kid still needed basic common sense, and that felt like a total disgrace, so Asaji got dragged inside and summoned to the room while she sat there on her chair. And he gripped both magics in his pawns like they were lifelines. He circled back to the question and demanded to know what the first magic ball was born from his imagination, but the other one he pulled together straight from water. Then he straight up demanded to know what separated them. She explained that in one of the balls where they pushed harder, it could pack a much higher concentration of magic than the rest. The lady shot him a warning and begged him to skip every last step to keep that vivid magic image from forming. It had to be flawless, and the only thing messing him up right then was that he hadn't had enough practice yet. He could feel it in his bones. If he kept grinding the way he was right now, he was going to become a terrifyingly powerful adventurer. He just couldn't make sense of it. But somehow those words hit his heart like sweet music. He couldn't hide his joy, and before he knew it, he shattered the magic ball, which sent a burst of water splattering right onto the lady's face. Asagi immediately threw himself into an apology for what he'd done. And since the lady was soaked clear through, you could see parts of her clothes clinging and showing through her body. Once again, it was humiliating and wrong, so the lady snapped that he turn around, while the rain kept pounding for 2 whole days. On the 3rd day, when the world finally felt calm, they bolted out the door together. Deep into the forest, then, right when they started trekking through it. Even though the storm had just blown over, the ground wasn't stable enough for them to step on. Danielle didn't even flinch, none of it shook her one bit. Which meant she was the only one he found attractive and experienced, and she was at that perfect, admirable age. Once again, they treated him like a kid, even though he was still barely old enough to understand what was happening. They cut the conversation short because that lady suddenly sensed something lurking just ahead of them. And Asagi backed off too, because if this turned into one nasty, heady mess, they knew there was only one smart move: pull back before they got in over their heads. And right now, he's about to slam straight into a fight like this. When they finally arrived, they hit a shock. There were only 2 of them there. The hostility burning in their eyes was way higher than it had ever been before. The wolf shot his gaze upward when he caught the sound of someone calling out. Then right from the other side of the trees. Asagi's glare hit, and he instantly backed off, recoiling against the wall. So yeah, these 2 weren't chasing a hint at all. They were being dragged to follow him all the way in, deep inside. After pushing deeper into the forest, Asagi finally came face to face with that monster wolf, his old enemy, or maybe his old friend, who was waiting like he'd known Asagi would show up sooner or later. Once it was time to leave, he knew the truth. He wasn't ready to stay there one more second. But he had no idea the day he'd finally show up would be so perfectly flawless. Asagi shoved the wolf aside like it was nothing, like it couldn't touch him. He admitted he'd come all this way just to request a favor that would make his life, and everyone else's, miserable. He knew this request was one-sided, but he still trusted the other guy would get it, so he pleaded for him to stop attacking villagers while he was out on his expedition. Wolf jutted his memory at him, and Asagi leaned in to make it crystal clear that the agreement said. That's why he kept doing it. He'd strike villages and people, baiting a bounty on his head, and then monsters and adventurers would swarm in a pack just to hunt him down. Wolf sent a chill through him, like he was back as a demon, but Asagi kept pestering him for that favor nonstop. He came ready to clash right beside him, like he'd sworn to fight alongside his side. Asagi already knew he was a demon, and even as the truth loomed over him, the idea of slipping into demon worship flashed through his head, and even as he knew it was all nonsense, he figured it was the least he could do. Wolf instantly clocked that the guy talked like a tiny warrior, and when he asked, it was clear he meant business, so Wolf was already ready to say yes. Asagi couldn't believe it. He actually managed to reach that monster, and the realization hit him like a punch of triumph. While the monster already saw Asagi as a brother-in-arms, the other side felt totally different. Now they'd cut their bonds down to a clean warrior promise: fight side by side, no drama and no mess. And with the agreement locked in, they both tore off in different directions, training harder, sharpening their skills, and getting ready for the day they'd clash face to face. The moment was up, the wolf had to leave, and he was already plotting his escape. And because the migration was already done, and the whole flock had moved to the other side of the forest, he had no reason left to linger there. Before he set off, he told everyone he couldn't wait to see the open world and hear how it would treat him. Asagi, once again playing the hero, stepped in to offer his help and swore he'd stay right there before the final battle, even if he was needed for a single second. That moment made it painfully clear. He was so full of himself it was unreal. As he stepped in to help a monster that could wipe out a whole town in the blink of an eye. Then they both threw up matching fist pumps at each other like, yeah. No one saw that coming. Then, from that moment on, the agreement was finally sealed. Both of them burst into laughter, giggling like the best news just hit. And Danielle even had a blast here too. They clocked it for what it was, male bonding, then understood this much. If that monster ever swung its paw at her, she'd be certain it was about to strike, and with that, everything was settled. Then the wolf snapped around and bolted, snatching the pack with it as they all left. Both of them stood there grinning ear to ear, because they finally hit the target they'd been chasing. They kept asking where they'd move next, then called it a day and rested up, because the wolf problem was already dealt with, so they finally set out for what came next. Now all that was left was to slam through their final goodbyes and grab every piece of gear. They were packing up to hit the road. On their first stop, they went straight to the hotel caretaker, and he was fuming about them leaving, but whatever his feelings were, he couldn't hold them back for his own reasons. They thanked her for every bit of warmth they'd been shown, and she told them to chase their future with confidence, while Asaji braced himself, knowing he'd soon return to the back in his hometown again, because after being thrown into this world, it wasn't like he was saying goodbye for good. Then he stormed into the blacksmith's shop, where a sword was already forged and waiting for him, and after all that time in town, they finally got the news they were packing up and moving out, and he couldn't help realizing this wasn't just a change of address, it was the start of something huge. And that hit him hard because he'd be missing them. His real mission today was to pay back the money he'd borrowed on the very first day he stepped into the city. The blacksmith told him to ignore it completely, calling it nothing but a gift, and just like that, it was all settled. So he packed up and moved out fast, because before he left for good, his schedule demanded he stop and grab a few things on the way for tomorrow's departure. Right when Asaji tried to leave, the blacksmith grabbed him and stopped him on the spot, as he was ready to hand him exactly what he'd been wanting to give. After grabbing it, he bolted out. Then he had one more mission burning in his head: rush back to the forest and retrieve those ancient elven weapons they'd uncovered. Luckily, he crossed paths with a bunch of other adventurers, friendly, like real allies, and told them the exact same thing. And after they heard the news, their joy vanished fast, because they desperately wanted him to stay right there. He prayed he'd get to meet them again one day, convinced this wasn't the last time he'd ever see them. Right when he was moments away from leaving the guild, a sudden smack slammed into his back out of nowhere, and the instant he felt it, he realized it was none other than the guild receptionist. She was yelling her lungs out, furious that the guy was walking away without even telling her about the departure. She just prayed he'd come back and swear a promise, so with no other choice left, John had to do it. Then, as he whipped his eyes to the other side of the reception, the other receptionist sized him up and shoved him out. And after that, he never once looked back at the guild house again, not after stepping inside, because as he walked out, he couldn't stop hoping he'd get another shot to return. Next, go pay the old man's house a visit. Will immediately yanked him back to his library room once more. He blindsided him with one brutal truth. He'd already warned that monster buddy of his to stay away from every villager and city. Last time he hurried to the blacksmith, everyone knew this day would finally arrive, but the blacksmith still couldn't shake the fear that the city would feel empty once he was gone. Before he left, Asaji stayed behind to chase his dream. He had to get his hands on that sword and finally see it. And when he held out that elven weapon, Asaji couldn't stop smiling, just thrilled to have it. He was absolutely terrified, but the second it landed that one strike, the damage blasted through with terrifying force. Not a single one of them saw it coming, until the weapons testing finally wrapped up, and everything exploded into the outcome they never expected. Asaji leaned in and told him, "I'm gone by tomorrow." The blacksmith watched him go, already planning to drag him back for a visit next time, and then finally let him slip out without another word. They locked eyes and shook hands, both feeling that spark and loving every second of it. With that, he tore through a final round of goodbyes to everyone he cared about. And just like that, he wrapped up every single thing he had to do. Then he was finally ready to leave. John and Danielle finally tore themselves away and headed out. And just as Danielle started to think the boy had dropped the weapons from his mind, because he wasn't hauling anything bulky, he explained that Mr. Russell had handed him something like a bag. It was filthy, sure, but he leaned in and insisted it had a one-of-a-kind enchantment. It looked like a tiny pouch, yet it would stretch out inside like a real magic bag. Right now, this bag was crammed with everything they needed, weapons and gear alike, and it even looked like some kind of four-dimensional pouch, like it was bigger on the inside. This thing was a lifesaver for them right then, powering them forward on the journey they were about to take. As he stepped out for the last time, he felt it. Coming back to this town had taught him everything he needed to know. And then the goodbyes hit hard, but deep down we both knew this moment had to come. While they were still on the move, both of them made up their minds to chase the new world together. Asaji realized they'd be stuck on the road for 6 whole days before they finally hit the next town. And this dragged on way longer than they expected. Asagi shrugged it off like it wasn't a big deal. Sure, they didn't need to cross an ocean, they just had to push through those brutal mountains. On the third day, the journey stayed surprisingly calm, like nothing was ready to explode, yet. But then everything flipped, rain crashed down, soaking the whole scene. They huddled in their raincoats, desperately trying to figure out what was going on. That was a brutal hurdle for both of them, but it was Asadi who seemed to feel every hit. Even though he was freezing on the outside, he'd never been stuck in rain like this before, and as his vision started to blur, Danielle on the other side, pure experience took over, and he felt nothing, while ahead of them, not a single tree stood anywhere. As they pushed through the windy breeze, they finally hit the forest edge, and Daniela snapped, careful, because the next stretch was grassland, nothing like what they'd faced before, and they had to stay razor-sharp and on the lookout the whole time. Asagi realized the wolves weren't just changing because of their own traits, everything around them was driving their evolution up to this point. They'd only ever spotted forest wolves before, but after they ran into that advanced monster, they started stumbling on every kind of wolf imaginable, again and again. Danielle's gift let them feel every presence around them, and she's been honing it since childhood, which turned out to be insanely useful. The only thing pounding in his head was this: could they actually rest there, safe and sound? But as he started cooking, the moment got yanked away. He couldn't help thinking he'd finally settled down after the rain, with that long grass all around. He whipped up a hearty soup packed with dried meat and a heap of fresh vegetables. While he worked on it, he couldn't stop waiting, watching the door for Daniella's return. When she returned, her place looked like a Saudi had swapped into the role of a full-on house husband. And he even put on a show for her, creating a whole scene just to play the part. She told him that a couple of grass wolves had been prowling around, but she had already wiped them out. And Asagi praised her for her hard work. Then the question hit hard: was she starving? Saad used to plop down that stewed meat for her every day, and he'd pair it with a steaming soup too. The instant she took a bite, it looked like everything was over in the blink of an eye. And now she was demanding a second one. During the training camp, he figured out one thing fast: she could eat nonstop, but she swore she never gained a pound because her resting quality kept her steady. Even with the lousy weather all around, everything felt better the moment he saw her digging into her meal, like that bite somehow made the whole world taste sweeter. After a while, the entire pot was completely wiped clean, nothing left but silence. Daniela didn't waste a second. She bolted inside for a quick rest and told him to stay on guard. The rain finally quit, and while he sat there, the realization hit him like a punch. His hair had grown way past what it used to be. While she caught her breath, Asagi fired up the stove and cooked a meal using that dry meat. And he was grilling it like a maniac, drooling and craving his first bite. He dubbed it the secret thrill of the night shift, while he prepped a special creation, packing it with salt and spices that set his heart on fire. Right when it was almost ready, someone slipped in from behind. He grilled him about what he'd cooked up, and the guy finally slipped, blurting out the truth of what he'd prepared. Right when he was seconds from sinking his teeth into the very first bite. Daniela looked like she'd already caught the scent, then she circled back and grilled him about it. The second she stepped out, she snapped for her own portion, right away, yet her bold arrival startled the Asagi. When morning finally broke, and the sky was already blazing with light, Asagi finally admitted it. Both of them wound up tossing away the food they'd been saving this whole time. While the morning soup simmered, Asagi slipped inside to rouse her from sleep, realizing that even if that woman turned out to be nothing, even with exhaustion crushing him in the moment, he refused to move an inch. The instant the lady snapped back into her senses, Asagi was already completely worn down. Before she could even blink, he barked instructions to wash her face, eat breakfast, and clean up, then dropped onto the bed like all his energy just snapped. Around the afternoon, Asagi got hauled away on the lady's back, and you could tell it wasn't going to end gently. Then it hit him. He snapped back to reality, but the truth of what was happening still didn't make a lick of sense. She made it clear because the guy truly couldn't stand or walk on his own. Daniela had no plans to wake him after he kept watch all night, so she slung him onto her back and carried him away. She was basically taking the punishment for overresting the whole time. Once he slid off her shoulder, he stared straight at her. She stared at her situation and realized she wasn't just hauling him, she was dragging all the gear too, and it was downright exhausting. For Daniela, it was effortless, like taking candy from a kid, and the way she acted, you could tell she was genuinely loving every second. For a while, she ripped off all that wound-tied charm and forced a more masculine edge, but he had no choice, so he blurted out an apology for pushing her into it, even though that was never what he meant, and they were still crossing the rough terrain when one of the monsters lunged at them. Asagi and the leady warned him, and the warning hit like a warning bell. Spotting his moment, he didn't draw his sword, he instead. That monster right in its own space. The instant it froze in shock, Asagi slammed in one deadly strike and split it clean in two. Danielle wiped them out without even breaking a sweat, and he stood no chance against her. They finished both jobs, clapped fists in a quick tag, then decided to push even further. He suddenly clocked it. When Wolf and John smacked their heads together, it was her way of signaling friendship. They grabbed the animal's pelt and hauled it along anyway, despite the damage. Night fell again, and this time the camp finally settled in. And he looked worn out, doing the overnight grind, until he finally got off shift and got handed the materials he'd gathered on today's adventure. He knew every monster hiding in this world, and now his curiosity went through the roof. He couldn't wait to see what the forest was keeping secret right now. By the next morning, Asagi slipped back in after he'd whipped up the soup. He shook her awake and immediately headed back to rest. Without even budging an inch, this kept happening over and over again. Just when he nearly finished it this time, the whole situation flipped, because after a while, everything changed. The lady screamed like she'd just spotted monsters lurking nearby, and told him to step out of the tent. Realized the leader was already decked out with everything fully equipped. Asagi's senses snapped to the wolves circling nearby. But what he felt wasn't human at all. It was wolfra, wild, and like the sting of grass on the wind. Danielle snapped her magic into her palm the moment it lit up. Then he hurled it across the grass, like he was daring whatever monster lurked just out of sight. A whole pack of grass wolves came charging at them without a second to spare. And without wasting a second, they snapped into their stances like the fight was about to explode. Daniela planted her first step forward, and everything changed the second it touched down. And just like that, Asagi backed it up with a brutal slice right into the head of one of the monsters. And they kept the assault rolling, standing shoulder to shoulder, so one of them never had to face it alone. Their resolve burned hot, and not a single one of them even thought about backing down. No matter what, he fought to protect everyone, then slammed those monsters down one by one. Asagi stopped and listened, letting the wind sounds hit his ears like a warning. He realized Daniela was blasting those wolves with magic. And somehow, one of them was about to bolt the second it happened. Asagi shot up his sword like a warning flare. He jabbed at the monster, then ripped the magic out of it like a weapon. And as the icy bullet glittered in midair, he drove the strike right into it. He lunged straight for the neck, grinning because he finally nailed it. Daniela beamed so hard you could practically see the relief, like they'd finally hit the goal they were chasing. Suddenly, Daniela snapped her mouth shut and kept staring straight at Asagi. And after what felt like forever, the awkward silence finally got shattered. The next day, she saw it for herself. This guy had switched her hair again, this time with a sharp slice cut. Asagi slipped inside, then dragged the lady awake after taking over her night duties. The second she rubbed her hair and pulled it up, Asagi couldn't stop smiling. He was completely swept up in that sight. This time, everything felt wildly different, like the usual rules had vanished. He didn't sink into bed for a breather. He snapped orders at her to get ready for breakfast. Turns out he finally snapped awake and realized he'd been fully transformed into a bona fide house husband. After he double-checked the soup, his eyes lit up. It's packed with flavor like it's overflowing off the spoon, and once he tossed in the vegetables, it was finally ready to serve. Daniela practically lit up after tasting that soul-warming soup, and Asagi figured it was the least he could do after he'd finished tidying the lawn. Once he got the word, he realized they'd reach their travel village by tomorrow. And the village was called Spirits, like the name itself breathed magic into the air. Asagi couldn't stop grinning about it, and even though he was already dying of curiosity, he still pushed to get there early. And yeah, he was dying to keep wandering through the forest for the rest of the time, counting down the monsters he'd run into between each step, every single time. It could have been a wolf, some wild animals, or even a goblin. Either way, something nasty was out there. He wiped out a goblin and carved it clean open, splitting it in two. And as he shoved the sword back into his magic pocket, Asagi couldn't help but wonder why he kept hauling those goblin monsters back over and over again. He explained that because the monster was forged from iron, he had no choice. He had to snag every piece, then sell it to a blacksmith. That could turn into some sweet extra pocket cash for them. Even with that win in hand, crossing out a low-level monster right after hitting level 30 left him a little restless, like the fight didn't quite satisfy him. And now he couldn't believe it. He saw himself as a totally different person than the one who once returned a lost wallet to the policeman. This was their fifth and final night, camp already set, and like always, Asagi kept watch while the two of them decided to celebrate with deer meat. They found it fast, hauled it back to the campsite, and got ready to cook it. Asagi sat there, already bracing for how Lee would react, because the moment she found out dinner had deer meat, things were about to explode. Once again, he caught himself at that sweet spot where people wouldn't just call him hardworking, they'd call him the kind of desired house husband everybody wants. Asagi got so lost in the joy of cooking, but the scary part was this: they were already deep in the forest, and that wasn't exactly the safest place to start. He threw his pride on the line, then vowed to cook up a feast for every house husband out there. Danielle burst in from behind, drawn by a mouth-watering scent rising from the fire. Then she got there, took one look at the dish, and went, "Not bad at all," and checked if they could actually dig in. Seeing her smile return, joy hit Asagi like a wave. He couldn't wait to see that extraordinary face of hers, right before she tasted it. Then he finally let his curiosity out and checked if it was safe to cook out in the middle of the forest. Then Letty explained the spot they were in wasn't exactly dangerous. Because they hadn't gone on patrol, Asagi couldn't shake the unease crawling under his skin. So every time they pitched camp, he made up his mind. He'd sweep the whole area and check every corner before they even got settled. With the food finally ready, they both dug in, each grabbing their own piece to eat. Then Letty took that first bite and kept staring at her, desperate to catch every change on her face. She was hit with pure joy from how insanely delicious that meat tasted. And Asagi handed himself a flawless, house husband grade, like he was the final boss of chores. Every second of making that dinner sparkled with joy, the spices simmering slow and sweet, because nothing could beat the pure bliss that hit him once it was finally done. Even though it wasn't supposed to be a vacation, everything changed when they headed to the next village, and suddenly it turned into a trip he couldn't stop smiling about. It was my chance to catch my first real glimpse of it at night. He bolted inside right away to catch his breath. Then he heard it again, an outside voice warning that a monster was on the way. Still half asleep, he yawned once more and stepped out. Asagi's eyes popped wide, because this time, they weren't up against ordinary monsters at all. It was an orc. After the other adventurers told Asagi what they'd seen, he realized the area had only a handful of people. Most were supposed to be holed up at the southern mountain base, and it freaked him out that they were showing up where he was looking. Danielle then dropped the bombshell. She talked about how the orcs were wiped out not long ago. Then she jabbed her finger toward the mountain where it all went down, right at the very top. She figured they had to be a crew of travelers who slipped out of the raid, and right then, that was the only reason that actually made sense. Asagi knew that if they ran into them right then, it'd be a total disaster, so he sized up their power and made it crystal clear. They had something that could erase an entire log with one brutal strike. With worry clawing at him, he rushed back to ask the lady straight up if she even had a shot at winning. And she shot him a dazzling smile, brimming with confidence, saying, "You'll only understand it once you actually try." That smug look on her face right then was pure proof of her cold, collected attitude. And now the fire in his chest burned straight to the bone. He was ready to smash those monsters alone, because right then they could feel the sheer strength he was bringing. But right beside them, they still had their own good things waiting, like a secret blessing. Their speed surged past everything, smashing strength out of the way. With the sky still pitch black, Asagi finally rose up from the shadows. With a twisted plan to ambush them and swallow them in the dark, the lady nodded, and he chose to vanish, then strike back with fire magic. The moment they dropped their guard, Asagi snapped into action and unleashed his detection skill to pinpoint 3 presences in an instant. The gap stretched to about 700 meters, right through an open stretch, and another 200 meters of their bushes before it all came close. Asagi thought the area was tiny for them to set up camp, so he planned to wipe them out while they were still in range, and he'd find a way to repay her for all the gear she'd bought, because this felt like the perfect chance. Right before they march out to the subjugation, both of them slam their hands together again, like a promise. Promising they'd reach the town by tomorrow, Asagi took his own side. And then it tore forward at insane speed, totally fired up. Thinking nothing in this world could touch him because they finally got their shot to wrap up everything they'd started together. They were already there at the spot, waiting. Asagi hurled water magic onto the leaves below, soaking them with power, right before whatever came next. I'm burning through them, and then I created it. A jelly suit so he could slip underneath that pile of leaves and vanish. Then he spotted the perfect hiding place and slipped into it like it was made just for him. After that, it took them 10 whole minutes to reach their spot because everyone was already there, waiting. It looked like the bait was about to get snapped up any second. And right in front of Asagi, he actually tied the meat to a tree, straight up using it like a lure to grab their attention. The moment one of the orcs spotted it, they tore off toward it like prey, hands out, ready to snatch it. After biting on the bait, Asagi finally realized it. These orcs weren't just hungry, they were starving to the bone. He threw out a quick apology for everything they went through because he was about to end it right there. As those monsters were about to burst out from the leaves, Asagi locked onto his opening and knew the moment had finally arrived. He instantly summoned jagged upward icicles and razor spikes shooting up from the ground, pinning the monster's feet in a single brutal strike. He drove the follow-up arrow straight into the center of their head. And because that bottom part completely pinned them down, they couldn't move an inch. That was a clean strike, and now Asagi bursts out of the ambush, drawing his sword to finish it. Then he lunged and sliced at the monster with one brutal strike, trying to end it fast. And with that one strike, the monster's neck buckled like it got smashed straight out of existence. He couldn't hack its head off with a single swing, so he realized the wound was a death sentence, and he ended it right there. He lined up yet another strike, nailing the swing so perfectly it felt unreal. But the monster snapped out of the way at the last second, dodging every hit. That wasn't all. He got another hit aimed straight at his neck, and somehow he snapped into a dodge at the last second. This wasn't the threat he had to deal with right now, because the other one was throwing himself in front of him to shield him. But right then, Asagi realized the final slash he unleashed finally hit, because that monster's head was capitated with that one brutal strike, and suddenly two monsters dropped to the ground, then you. He finally realized his magic wasn't helping at all, so he shoved it aside and promised himself he'd fix it later. Right now, he couldn't afford to waste time. A monster was lurking there, and they had to deal with it, right now. Danielle slipped up from behind and snapped, "Don't you ever drop your guard, no matter what." And it was clear the orc wanted the fight to keep going, because after two of his comrades got taken down right in front of him, he didn't back off. Even the monster's roar couldn't shake Asagi. He'd heard it firsthand, and it was on a whole other level. And the monster lunged in with a brutal attack. Asagi slammed into another slice, driving it straight into his belly. And that monster didn't just stop there, it snapped back with a killer counterattack right after, who lunged to swing his weapon toward Asagi. Suddenly, arrows tore out of nowhere and slammed into his weapon, yanking it clean out of his hands. And just as Asagi spotted his opening, he drove a strike into the monster's leg, then the thing crumpled to the ground. Realizing it was his only shot, Asagi stood tall and started needling that monster like it was nothing. Realizing he wasn't getting out, he raised his ice blade and went for the final strike on that monster. The strike landed clean and smashed straight into its throat. Then Asagi and his friend wiped it out without breaking a sweat. Then they slapped their hands together again, like a final claim to victory. But the lady snapped into action and taught him the hard truth. With monsters like these, he better stay razor-sharp and on his guard. They could take his head off in one brutal strike. Asagi couldn't stop laughing at the fact he was going up against some of the strongest monsters, but the fight wrapped up in just a few minutes, so fast it felt seriously weird. They went hunting for fangs as proof they'd conquered him, and when he finally reached for answers again, exhaustion crushed him once more. With the tent finally set, he dropped down and told himself he'd get a proper rest. John was absolutely stunned to realize how that lady was still alive out there, somehow managing to travel alone all this time. So Danielle told him she'd only done it a few times, always striking out solo to take on monsters way beyond her leg. And the wildest part, no matter where she went, she never rested and never lit a single flame to announce herself, so when morning finally broke, all that tension just evaporated. At first it honestly sounded like hell, because Asagi would never, ever stand alone with that thing. He grinned at it, then turned toward the morning, wiped out from the brutal fatigue of the night. The very next day, they kicked off their journey and raced toward the town. Asagi spun around, feeling a shadow creeping up behind him out of the sudden. As he yelled it was a monster, Danielle shot back that it was a real person. So yeah, Asagi snapped into guard mode, because they had no idea what waited on the other side, and with two signals blinking, a storm was coming, or at least something close enough to scare them. Asagi couldn't make sense of what they were, while the lady instantly knew horse and rider, plain as day. After a while, Asagi's instincts finally kicked in, and he realized the lady's words weren't just talk, she was dead on. Asagi hated that the lady hadn't spilled this earlier. She was clearly betting he'd figure it out on his own, because his detection skills were lighting up the whole situation, big time. As his senses barely caught a faint presence, Daniela had no clue at all. The rider closing in on horseback could be a bandit, or something worse, and with no way to confirm anything, he had to brace for whatever came next. They snapped into guard mode right away, and Asadi couldn't help but grin at how sharp that girl was. Then, with that lone rider in sight, he wondered who in the world was really coming for them. Asagi felt absolutely nothing but bad vibes, so he snapped to action and demanded she get out of there right away. So he refused to step into any kind of trouble. As soon as he saw the look on his face, he recognized that voice, and he knew the rider too. Fear flashed across his face, and he blurted, "Stop," to the lady right away. Turns out, surprise, it's the same receptionist girl again, and she's back on a horse. She shadowed him into this town, and right as the receptionist stopped directly in front of him, Asaj slammed his head, realizing this was gonna be a full-on nightmare. That woman kept hunting for him everywhere, and the way she spoke made it clear she'd fallen for him already. To figure out what the girl was really doing, she admitted she slipped in behind him and insisted her presence had nothing to do with her own personal or official visit. Asagi knew one more second in that place would only make things worse, so he snapped forward and pushed ahead right away. She finally cracked the truth, lined in, and told him the guild was shaking things up, swapping staff around and moving everyone to a new location. And after 3 days, she saw the gut give them away the moment those guys started moving, so she ditched time and took a half-unicorn to get it done. She revealed the secret. This special breed was born by crossing the strongest horse with a unicorn. That's why this horse was glowing the brightest. Asagi realized this horse was packing terrifying power. It had crammed a full 5-day journey into just 2. And then he couldn't stop asking when his party would finally get 2 of them, so they could wipe away their fate from. The guild receptionist froze when she realized they were already way too close to the village, expecting more time together, until he grinned and told her they'd just battled real orcs on the road. She stared at their power and instantly knew it. Most of them must have fought their way through that whole subjugation request. Right as these guys were about to burst out at the edge of the forest, everything about to change, which would send them straight into the village town, both. They stared each other down, and relief hit them both like a wave. That breeze hit him just right, and it was more than enough to keep him going. Asagi dove in head first and loved every single second of it. From those plains, they finally got a clear view of the city below. And to them, this city looked way more polished than the place they were stuck in before. Daniela felt painfully awkward, because deep down she believed that. The last time she went there, it was all dull and lifeless, until she revealed what was hidden. She shot back that it had been over 60 years, right after those ladies gave her that pouty look, because she knew this guy was at it again, roasting her age like it was a joke. That idea hit a nerve, and she shut it down immediately. The second he tried to help her, it looked like nothing was working. But he just knew that after this point, the next step was going to be another wild, unforgettable adventure. As they marched straight into that blinding light, and it felt so good. With a soft breeze in the air, the 3 of them braced themselves. They were moments away from crossing the grassland. And it felt like everything was finally going their way. One of those bunny monsters slipped right past them, and somehow it yanked their attention in an instant. While the receptionist swore up and down that this was downright delicious to the elf. As she walked by the comment, both humans shot each other a look, laughing like they'd just heard the funniest thing ever. They couldn't even begin to measure how ferocious that lady's hunger was, especially in a moment like this, when everyone else was finally breathing easy. Asagi didn't jump to conclusions. She read the room, even as she stepped in to protect them with every careful little move. He just realized every cloud was sliding in overhead now, even though moments ago the sky was still all bright sunlight. The second he glanced up at the sky above, he stared up and realized this wasn't just any cloud. It was something slicing through the sky at insane speed. The second they spotted it, a dripping, soggy point shot straight toward the monster. A wyvern tore across the night sky, rolling through the clouds like a living storm. It flashed itself into view and blasted a warning so loud they couldn't hesitate. They had to bolt right then, no second thoughts. When Asagi snapped at Anjala to wake up and honor their accord, he realized she couldn't move a single inch. It looked like the floor had glued her right in place, tears spilling down her face, and she couldn't move a single inch, yet deep down, she was clawing back with everything she had. He even couldn't get a word out because he finally saw it. This was her past, the kind that locks someone solid, and now the whole situation was spiraling out of control. He kept trying again and again to shake her back to her senses. He was determined to save the lady's life, no matter what it cost him. He wasn't here to argue the situation at all. He grabbed the moment the second it happened. He grabbed her by the waist, then cut the moment short and decided to use. He mastered it all plus that monster's skill, and then used it on the spot without hesitation. He exploded into motion at full speed, racing straight from where he was to make it directly to. The city was their only shot at escape from the monster. He tore forward at full speed, never once easing up. And she was blushing hard, struggling to keep pace with every single move. She chased that soggy spot like it was a lifeline, so she wouldn't get separated and disappear. Right then, Asagi sprinted even quicker than the unicorn, which zipped across the distance in just 2 days. And the guild receptionist clocked the truth. There was no mistaking him for a unicorn. Even though Asagi couldn't control his speed, he refused to slow down. He was sprinting straight to the destination. And just like that, both of them kept sprinting forward, feet pounding the ground. The receptionist yanked the unicorn around and shouted her name like it was hers to command. Asagi's eyes somehow snapped to him, but he ignored it and kept sprinting, throwing caution to the wind. Meanwhile, Danielle was already teetering on the edge of losing it all, crushed by the relentless nonstop movement. Still, even as he kept his mind locked on his one mission, to save her, he felt her shaking violently in his arms, and he refused to worry about what would happen if that same terror spilled into the city. He figured the city's defenses were locked down tight for something this routine, and this wasn't even a real fight. And he was sure, somewhere inside the city, there had to be someone who could take down that monster with one clean strike. As they closed in on the walls, he glanced back once more and confirmed it. This wasn't some normal thing, and right then, the monster growled from nowhere, like it was finally giving its approval. That scream hit the guild receptionist like a shockwave, and Asagi was just as stunned. But they kept sprinting, because there wasn't any other way out. They could already tell this deal was an absolute steal, but like always, the boy couldn't stop worrying about what disaster might be waiting around the corner. While the lady wrestled with the idea of stepping out of the moment, she tried to make the whole problem run itself off. They slammed on the gas again in a blinding burst and realized that the monster was zeroing in on them, so they had to sprint with everything they had. Asagi was scrambling for a way to warn the city that the monster was coming, and he was on the elf's doorstep begging for arrows. Who looked at the situation, said flash arrows might just do the trick, and decided to risk it. She dug in her heels and spun a perfect trap where he could grab the arrow and march straight against the city. As she tore her way open through the bow, she snapped the spell straight toward the city, broadcasting proof that it had arrived. The moment the arrow flashed open, a blinding burst of light erupted. Asagi was convinced the city folk would spot it the second it hit their eyes, and he said it was impressive right to her face. While Danielle took it as a sign that she was doing all this just to impress her student and hide her shortcomings. Asagi finally let out a breath of relief when the girl snapped back to herself and was pulled out of that past, but he couldn't slow down. He was terrified that if they stopped, their air would vanish on the spot. Right when they were about to crash through the city's main gate, they spotted a bunch of soldiers marching out with their guard on, staking their claim, and that news hit them like a knockout. So they thought there had to be someone out there who could finally handle it. He fretted about someone bringing up his legs, because that could blow up into a huge problem. He needed to make sure he could still. He didn't want to flex his skills on anyone else, but it was already too late, so he stopped holding back. They turned back and sprinted downhill, planning to scramble onto the half-unicorn later to vanish, and the chase followed right behind them. The receptionist practically shoved them both to climb onto the unicorn, swearing it was their smartest move. From up there, it just didn't look like that at all. With the monster's distance shrinking fast, Asagi didn't waste a second. He just took off and left Lady Denia behind. He held steady on that monster's back, urging her, no hesitation, telling her to go first. But when Danielle didn't walk away, she tightened her grip and refused to let go, and now all three of them crammed onto the back of that half-unicorn, hanging on tight. They shouted her name over and over, urging her to surge forward at full speed. Danielle yanked her hand around his waist right away, locking him in place so he wouldn't get left behind. But he was absolutely certain he'd never be able to slip into an attack position from this place. Asagi still carried a few burning grudges against that monster. He also wanted to blow the master of his training away, so he decided to put on a show just for her. And with that, he shot his hand up, and aimed to land his blow on that beast. A flash of the spell he'd been training for years finally hit. The moment he hurled his magic into the air. Out of nowhere, he somehow forged an icy sword from pure cold. And just as they were about to hit the mark, the city held its breath, civilians watched, and every soldier on the walls strained to land arrows the moment that monster finally stepped into range. Meanwhile, Asagi had already taken command and sent things flying. He launched the sword straight at the monster's eyes. He tore out one of its eyes, and the thing started growling in pure, ripping agony. To slam down to the ground with that one devastating strike, the wyvern looked like it was drowning in agony because it never saw that move coming. That message shot across the wall, telling the other soldiers exactly when to move. And just like that, even they were showing serious drive. As these guys finally stormed into the city's safe zone through the main gate, the other soldiers tightened their grips and braced for the final, fatal strike. And the commander's single command tore everything into motion. Every arrow flew straight into that monster as it lay on the ground. They thought that would be the end of it, and from beyond the walls, the monster's screams and agonizing suffering blared loud enough to make their skin crawl. Soon they finally managed to push through one more time inside the city, and then won. A bunch of soldiers came charging in, and the moment they did, he couldn't help but get blown away. He gripped the boy's hand and shook it hard. He was praising his own skill, because that first hit on the monster was pure magic, and he'd never, ever seen an attack like that land on something flying before. And what he pulled off wasn't just magic, it was something totally unheard of. Asadi found it hilarious that they still didn't know how strong his legs really were, so he just grinned and told them, "All I do is cast ice straight in the air to hit it." The soldier couldn't stop praising the feat, how he pulled off something like this in such a short span. Then he pointed to the real culprit, the same guy who'd swept away the mess over the whole city, a disaster that would have turned into a full-on tragedy. The guy only asked the soldier one thing: don't hype it up, because the way he was buzzing was off the charts. The soldier kept bragging about his upbeat mindset and the thrill of being an adventurer, while Asagi tried to shake it off, insisting it was just a coincidence that he happened to be there when all of this went down. That was the whole reason he fought to bury his magic in the first place, because the last thing he ever wanted was to reveal it in front of them. After what felt like forever, the soldier finally snapped into the truth, and once he got back into his old ways, he made sure to honor his acquaintance. Then the travelers pulled him into the conversation, and John, of all people, made sure he got the full intro. The guild receptionist stepped up, introduced herself, and then quickly realized that both of you, those ladies, had to be wiped out, so they rallied together and tagged along to the best hotel in the city. They straight up admitted they didn't have enough money to survive living in the West. But the soldier didn't hesitate for a second. He was ready to foot every cost just to get his mind back in order. Right in the middle of the city, right by the fountain, where everything was alive. The soldiers escorted them to the hotel they'd be staying in and called him a hero, while Asagi wasn't ready to swallow that praise just yet. Everything was finally settled, so after one last hard handshake, the soldier turned to go, ready to rush back the moment these guys hit trouble, standing off to the side like backup on standby. Asagi and the others huddled fast, plotting their next move, because they'd just snagged a free hotel in the city. The story kicks off at the Sky Silver Pavilion Hotel, right there on the page, introduced like a spark about to ignite. They stared at the place and went, "Wow, this is top tier," and Harold's hospitality blew them away. Someone brought them there like money didn't matter at all, while the receptionist stayed buried in her own work, not lifting a finger. So she bolted straight back to the guild and told them, "Don't worry, your organization already handled my lodging." Both of them waved each other off, grinning, until the next time they'd meet. But Asagi wasn't speaking nicely, so she decided to show him, step by step, exactly how it's supposed to be done. Right before she left, she wrapped her arms around him from behind in a tight, lingering hug. They kept calling each other companions, but Asagi felt nothing. He just wanted out anywhere, any way possible to escape her presence. After a while, Danielle kept flat out refusing the lady's attempt at friendship. She looked worried and asked again, was he really going to pull that off in front of everyone? The lady receptionist looked at Daniela and instantly sensed she was backing him in that exact moment. Since nobody replied, Asagi, stuck right in the middle, had no clue what to do. He just wanted to slip out of that conversation any way he could. Everything finally got settled, and they wrapped it up with a proper farewell to the guild receptionist. She chose to head out from there and never look back. Asagi sensed that the lady was packed with all kinds of bright, childlike thrills inside her. Daniela even admitted Asagi was stubborn as hell, but she still stepped up to fix his attitude and get him to behave. They weren't trying to replace men or hijack feminism from the start. They were gearing up to head straight to the guild, ready to handle the quests waiting for them there. When the lady finally vanished, they could at last. He was so worn out that he dove into the inn, way past the main gate. The caretaker loudly called the guests over and double-checked exactly how long they planned to stay. Asagi told them it would last a week, but said it could drag on a little longer, depending on what jobs they got pulled into across the city. They handed them the keys and sent them off for the week with warm wishes for the stay. They realized this place was absolutely massive, packed with dedicated rooms, spotless floors, and once they pushed far enough. Their rooms were split between two corners, so they had no choice but to break apart and go their separate ways. He felt over the moon that they each had their own room, because if they hadn't, it could have sparked another disaster. Asagi pushed into his own room, and man, it was downright delightful, like it had been made just for him with it. He leans to the window and takes in the whole city spread out before him. He realized this town was way bigger than he'd expected, especially compared to. And it matched what happened in the last town too, because the area around there had plenty of space to grow, no questions asked. Hunger hit him right then, so he shot straight to the cafeteria without wasting a second. But the second he hit the main gate, he realized this spot was dressed to the nines, all flashy and over the top. And it almost felt like a restaurant built just for them. The outfit he had on just didn't match where he was standing. It felt totally out of place. Danielle was already right behind him, eyes on the prize, grinning as she begged him to come along because she was starving. They both decided to hit the clothes stores and start shopping from there. Danielle just stood there, completely baffled. So once they all sat around the table to chow down, and after he finished most of his meal, he folded it all up and handed everything to the lady. The lady made it clear that from that point on, they'd finally hit the stores, shopping for new clothes, and score something great, all while grabbing fresh gear for the next upgrade. After crushing a bunch of monsters solo, Asagi leveled himself up. Then, right when the dust settled, he checked his status again too. They revealed his magic stats had shot up, just a little, but enough to make things feel dangerous. Of course it happened. He'd been training non-stop, pouring everything into his mana focus. Later, Daniela herself announced that she'd already blasted past level 70. Asagi beamed and congratulated her, and Daniela cut in, saying it wasn't really about age at all, that it was something else entirely and she'd always dodged every monster she met on her old journeys, so compared to Asagi, her fighting power was pretty low. That's why she'd been catching up for all this time, but no matter what, Asagi still felt he had to congratulate her, because this lady had been pouring in more effort than anything just to make it happen right now. Next day, while they were shopping and circling around with the map in hand, they hunted down the clawless shop. Daniela looked around and thought, this place is amazing, because it had sprouted from a simple farming village long ago. Asagi just couldn't resist. He teased her again about her age by reminding her that he wasn't even there the last time she claimed she'd noticed it. And because she hated the proclamation, he got hit back with a smug, grinning face. Right when they were about to reach the place, he completely lost the thread and couldn't find his way at all. In the map where he couldn't even lift his eyes and look up, and then he collided with a giant of a man right in front of him. The second he lifted his eyes, he knew this was bad news, the kind that hits like a punch. It was an adventurer, and the bad mood practically radiated off him. It looked like he'd just insulted some local guy and kicked off instant trouble. And then it hit him he'd use his legendary skill, the art of apologizing. The moment he began, he wouldn't stop for a second and kept begging for forgiveness for his carelessness. Even the man choked up, so he patted his shoulder. Told him, don't sweat it, you can tell he's new in town just by looking. As they passed each other, that guy introduced himself as Zoro, an adventurer with his own dreams, then flashed a confident smile and swore they'd meet again soon. They both step up, point their names at each other, and lock in a firm handshake like it means business. Asagi kept talking, already dreaming about meeting again someday, and honestly, his tone was so formal it barely sounded like an adventurer at all. So he just told him to cut it out, and boom, the problem evaporated like it was never a problem at all. The adventurer turned and headed out, and Asagi stood there waving him off. At first he freaked out for no reason, and now that everything's finally settled, he can breathe easy. He caught the weirdness in the air, spun around, and pressed Daniela for confirmation. And every time they were about to meet new people, she somehow always hit them with this eerie silence, so Daniela did not see that statement coming from the start. It was crystal clear to him, because the exact same thing hit him again when he met her for the first time. She just couldn't find the right words to say it clearly. But she told him straight up that she wasn't any good at conversation, and the moment the words left her mouth, that poor lady was blushing like crazy. Danielle told him the truth. The only reason she could speak to him at all was because they had a topic. And now she was dragging him along, not for trust or friendship, just because she felt it was necessary to get the job done. The little elf then leaned in and admitted that, until she met him, no one had ever been part of her life, so once he said it out loud, it didn't feel hard at all for her to open up in front of him. Asagi just sat there, thinking about it, ever since that lady had been traveling nonstop. She could chat with anyone with zero stress, like it wasn't even a big deal, so they pushed on and kept their expedition going. She just trusted they'd figure out a way out later, because Daniela decided to prove herself, sticking to him day and night so she wouldn't fall behind in front of him. She said she was going to do better from that point on, and when she adjusted her answer to match the moment, he couldn't stop giggling like her shift was downright fun. They burst into a shop called Goblin Boutique, ***. Even though they hated the shop's name, the second they stepped inside, they couldn't stop laughing at those outfits, which only looked worse than anything else. Everything around them felt like it was exploding, like the whole world was blooming straight into the hormones of teenagers. And he was convinced those kinds of clothes just weren't his style at all. But somehow it looks like Daniela had already picked out one of the dresses. While she was flaunting her own collection, Asadi pointed at another one, this time, a dress even cuter than the rest. Shocking her even harder, she had no clue how, or when she'd even end up wearing it. The shopkeeper lunged out from behind the counter. "Tell those guys to keep it down in the store and not make a single bit of noise." Asagi swallowed his pride and apologized for stirring up that whole mess. He told her friend he'd finally found that cloth, the kind she'd probably love. And then the shopkeeper swooped in and slashed the price right off the purchase. Daniela fought the urge to admit it, but it was clear, no matter what she did, it wasn't going to change a thing. The second she stepped out of the shop, the man got grabbed by the neck. He got blasted into the air, with the pocket swinging right after him. And somehow it slipped past his guard, and he just couldn't let it go. That was raw athletic skill. He didn't even snap. He just told her, "Hey, don't be rude," and then pushed the real fix. They had to buy something so the shopkeeper wouldn't get treated badly. He made it clear they had zero choice, but to buy something before they could even walk out of the shop. And then he shoved the thing he'd just bought into their hands, like, "Here, yours now." She snatched it the second it was in her hand. As her cheeks burned and her face went crimson, she puffed her lips, then admitted that the whole purchase request was totally unnecessary. Later again, Asagi twisted his face and told her to put it on. "Otherwise, it'll go to waste." He kept pushing the same point, begging her again and again to put it on. Otherwise, she'd call it a total waste, because in the middle of daydreaming, she kept picturing exactly how it would look on her. She decided to do it just this once, carving out a one-and-only exception, while Asagi couldn't wait to see her in it. They decided to hit the shopping area one more time, scouring the racks until they found something he could actually wear. Or in short, some men's clothing shops. Then it swung by yet another shop called Paw Armor. The second they stepped inside, a request popped up on the spot, asked to take a look at the shop. The shopkeeper snapped them a warm welcome and immediately started asking questions. "Tell me about the person who's about to put on that armor." Asagi stepped up pretending to be the customer, then leaned in and asked if he had any suggestions. The shopkeeper grabbed the chance and hauled him around the store, pointing out every piece of gear he had on display. As he slipped past, he realized every scrap of material there was about as exciting as cardboard. Even though that shop was packed with value beyond anything, there was one wild case where a plain old shirt sat there with the biggest price tag of all. Turns out, after they cleared everything up, the thing was no regular shirt, it was an enchanted t-shirt. That ripped the current ability in half, then doubled it again. And he was basically boasting that this was the only shirt in the entire world that could do what it was meant to do. He couldn't believe it. Then the shopkeeper leaned in and told him the item was heading to the auction because the price was so brutal that nobody could realistically afford it. Asagi glanced at it, and his eyes widened because the place was packed with every kind of mind-blowing artifact imaginable, and he was seriously weighing whether to do it all by himself, thinking it could be one of the best moves he'd ever make. Caught the boy's interest, and the shot just keeps rolling. Decided to give him a real shot to wear it. So the Saudi started to doubt whether it was even real, yet the shopkeeper didn't sweat a thing, because the shirt was packed with spells that let them track it and control it from way out at a distance. He made it crystal clear, even if he tried to flee, wearing that thing would get him killed before long, and everyone understood. This item was seriously, terrifyingly dangerous. The shopkeeper flat out refused to hand it to anyone else, but for him, because of who he was, he finally made an exception. Before he left, Asagi tracked Danielle down for confirmation. He figured it might turn into a crucial piece of his armor, and he made himself believe he had to take it. Once he got it, Asagi snapped into confidence and decided to try it. No hesitation, no second thoughts, just go for it. Then he signed on the dotted line right there in front of the shopkeeper and accepted the offer. He barged into the trial room and threw himself into the trial, right as the shirt was 100% cotton, same fabric they used in Japan, and the shopkeeper immediately marched him to the designated area. As he moved through the crowd, everyone there kept yapping and chatting like nothing was happening. And it looked like they were locked in an intense conversation about something. The shopkeeper demanded he pour in a little magical energy to wake its agility power, and Asagi instantly worried, thinking something might go wrong. He checked back with Danielle and told her to stay on guard in case anything went sideways. He snapped into a defensive stance, ready for whatever came next. And as ordered, he figured the next move needed sharp agility and a pinch of magic. He craved the kind of blistering speed that comes from jack of all trades. But this time it came even faster. And somehow, a few people couldn't even feel the move coming. This guy tore through the heart of the city at breakneck speed. He pulled off something so wild it shocked everyone and even left him stunned. While the guys just stood there, their brains couldn't process what hit them in the blink of an eye. He grinned at the insane power he was packing right then, about double his agility strength. Everyone there was already cheering the boy for how fast he moved, so quick it felt like a blink, and Assad, you were just stunned at how incredible that item was. He leaned forward and apologized for how insanely faster it went than he ever expected, while the shopkeeper just stood there, utterly dumbfounded. Thinking that if he ran, he wouldn't have been able to stop him anyway, the shopkeeper's eyes went wide. He couldn't believe his own words had stumbled, especially since he'd never expected a single shirt to hit this hard. He made it crystal clear, it wasn't just his agility, his jack-of-all-trades skill was the real reason he could do it all. Now he sank into deep thought, eyes locked on nothing, wondering if it was worth keeping, because right now he was stuck on the same one. Danielle hit that same level, and he realized the whole miracle was thanks to the jack-of-all-trades she'd been mastering at lightning speed. He couldn't even tell if grabbing that item was a good move or a terrible mistake. But later he shoved it back on the shelf, and then he snapped back into his usual clothes. He couldn't stop staring at the armor, demon skin stitched tight, all of it humming with enchantment. Then the shopkeeper swung by to make sure the guy really found something he wanted, or not. Just as another set of armor caught his eye, the shopkeeper leaned in and revealed the truth. This one was crafted from dragon leather. And to make it worse, it sparked a full-on stampede in the north. Every young dragon lost their minds and charged. He told them chances where a man would show up, wipe them out fast, and get praised as a hero. The moment the lady heard the dragon stampede news again, her heart dropped. She was trembling like crazy, and as soon as it hit, she dropped onto the floor. Asagi had zero clue who the hero was, so he pushed for answers, and that's how he finally learned the truth. They finally revealed the hero's name was Yasushi Matsumoto. The second Asagi heard that word, his brain froze, stunned into silence for a long beat. He suddenly realized the words coming out of his mouth were definitely some Japanese name, when he'd only heard a single time in his whole life. The name hit him like a memory. He froze in place, double-checked it, and then nodded like, yeah, I'm sure he's the right guy. He tried to play it cool, like none of it made sense. Asaj had never heard a single word from the other world about his home before, so when it finally hit, he just stood there, completely frozen. Now it hit him, so that armor was so cheap for a reason. The shopkeeper straightened up and said, because it's made from young dragon skin, it shields you from fire and magic, stronger with every step, and then he hit you with the price, about 40 gold coins. Every stitch of that outfit was forged from dragon skin and hair, down to the last detail of the perfect set, and the shopkeeper was already itching to sell it for 60 gold pieces. He figured leather was everywhere in insane quantities, so it had to be cheap. But for Asagi, even that price felt like a jackpot. He hesitated because if he couldn't pay right now, he'd miss it entirely, so the shopkeeper warned him that the normal market price was a whopping 80 gold coins. The price dropped for a split second, then snapped right back to normal like nothing happened. This totally rubbed him the wrong way, because now he was stuck wishing he could flirt with the market even harder. And the shopkeeper practically shoved him forward, like, buy it now, so you could tell he was begging for an instant yes. Asaji wanted nothing to do with the lady's request for money, because he could already feel the disaster it would unleash. He wanted it so badly, but he still forced himself to back off, because it was out of his current range. Then he reminded himself that a real merchant never bullies a customer, and the shopkeeper finally stopped pushing. Even though the last record said this outfit would cost over 100 gold, he was slashing it down to 80 gold for the sight that guy swore he had given him. Asaj suddenly clocked that this salesman was. He was trying to squeeze every last bit of value out of him, but the second he was Japanese, the bargaining had only just kicked off. Asaji was convinced the next auction would pay off big time, because that demonstration he just pulled off proved everything. Even the shopkeeper nodded like, yeah, that's the real deal, because he couldn't deny it. He knew that everything he'd done out there was about to light a fire under their sails. Asaji nodded and promised he'd do whatever it took to get the deal sold, if only he could slash the price down to 60. The shopkeeper wrestled the lock, refusing to stop until this thing was finally done. Asaj wouldn't budge. Before the bargain sealed the deal, she just stayed frozen. It was like a warning flare. What if Asaji didn't stay glued to his side and sell the cloth he needed? He begged to believe the merchant was solid in every way, so he slashed the price down to 75. Then it all finally landed. He decided to dump the price for the material, down to 65 gold pieces at the very best. Asaji knew grabbing armor for 60 was straight-up robbery, so that he could finally snag another chance to hype the stuff he bought from that shop worldwide whenever he traveled. It looked like the merchant was about to throw in the towel. He even begged them to consider the ad for the very purchase he was already planning to make. And with no other option left, the merchant threw in the only offer he had and made the sale with just one thing. Asaj left the shop with no room for questions. He double-checked could he really scoop up every last gold coin. Asaji was so certain it almost felt inevitable. Asaji had already decided, no matter what, he'd grab those coins. Right now, he had about 20 gold coins and around 60 silvers, and his numbers were lining up perfectly. He ended up with only 10, because every last silver coin belonged to the whole party, and Danielle couldn't figure out why that guy even bothered accepting it when he clearly didn't have the money for it. John told her to stay calm, then pushed her to head straight to the guild. They had to figure out if there was anything out there that could arm them for whatever they were about to buy. Danielle clung to hope and refused to let it go. Asaji swore he'd turn this dream into reality. There, Letty cracked and let his emotions drive the moment all over again. He called himself lucky because she was right there beside him. Asaji played dumb, acting like he couldn't understand a single thing. She made it crystal clear. Both of them were in this together, fully tied to the same cause and moving as one. After teaming up, they could double their income with zero trouble. And out of nowhere, she started acting exactly like his wife. Asaji tried to double-check if she'd really go along with his impulsive push, and just as the lady bumped into his back again, she reassured them they were together, so he wouldn't have to second-guess it. That's the exact rush Asaji felt after landing an amazing partner beside him. And Asaji thanked her for blowing everyone away with how amazing she was. Right out of the blue, he blurted the 3 magic words and proposed to her on the spot, and left the poor lady blushing so hard she turned fully red, who then burst into a sprint, trying to shut it all down, and a tiny blast of feelings hit him like a spark in the dark. After hours of hauling themselves through the streets, they finally reached the city's guild and hunted down the place they needed in Mormon. Danielle fully believed that no matter what job they landed, they were about to get paid a fortune. Every person there brought a one-of-a-kind talent, each one carrying their own special tire of skill. And the receptionist clocked both of them as fresh faces, brand new in the city. Asaji nodded along and snapped that it was their destination, laying out exactly where they were headed next. And the lady instantly clocked who he was, the great John, because the stories she was telling matched him perfectly. The man who'd roamed everywhere and saved the city from a monster so terrifying it shook the whole place. Asaji never saw the rover coming out like that. He only managed to scrape its face with his attack. And he still hadn't done a single thing beyond that. Meanwhile, the receptionist kept hearing his name over and over, and then she dropped the real bombshell. The captain of the district guard had even put in a request to reward him for his great work. He just asked her to pay him the biggest bounty for that monster, and he couldn't wrap his head around why it turned into a problem. It was always those soldiers who ended up blasting it down, soaking up most of the damage themselves. Daniella's face went completely blank, and the receptionist kept going, listing every single thing they'd stripped off that monster: top-tier loot, wings, scales, and even the heart, ending with the shocking truth: it all now belonged to him. When he read that paper, and when he got that material, it was handed to him like it had been written just for him. And Asagi refused to swallow it. This guild guard had actually approved it, and he couldn't stand the idea that someone random like him was about to take all the... The receptionist cut in fast, clarifying that this wasn't even all the monster's materials, they still had more. But those body scales hit the market like crazy, flooding the highest demand. Those items never got listed at all, so they got handed straight to the guards who'd hauled it away, and the captain's people were already paid for the whole job. And it looks like he's right, now living it up in that bar. Asagi leaned in, checking if he could really handle all the material, and when she nodded with a grin, she pointed him to the magical storage location. Then he demanded the receipt at the reward counter so he could get back whatever it cost him. Meanwhile, those guys were absolutely raging in the bar, drowning themselves in alcohol to celebrate. As the reward finally hits his doorstep, Asagi didn't just mention it, he boldly offered to prove that orcs were the ones he killed. And there wasn't a single receptionist around, so the whole place was basically on a day off. The other receptionist demanded a status card too, right along with the entire party's. After she checked every last piece from the subjugation, she dove straight into the interrogation, and he even laid out the list of extra materials he planned to grab from the dragon he'd killed. And after he finally got that confirmation somehow Danielle slammed on the brakes and caught him mid-stride. She told him to cash the material, and Asagi instantly decided it was the perfect move. That if the stash got cashed out, he could finally get within reach of his goal. He immediately asked what he'd get paid for all those items, but the receptionist told him to give her a moment to sort it out. They both sank onto the chair and decided to wait. Asagi was thrilled. Now they could finally cash in every last bit of material, and since it was top-notch quality, they were sure it would come back to them with a massive payday. Because society had no idea, he could flip the material into profit. He figured he'd keep it tucked in his pocket forever, never letting it slip out for the rest of his life. Asagi had this hilariously silly little habit, and Daniela looked straight up amazed by it. She already knew he was hiding other weird stuff too, like he'd rake his fingers through his hair nonstop, especially when his brain locked onto a problem and refused to let go. And the lady's favorite thing of all, Asagi's gorgeous eyes, which were always hilarious, and he was so lost in his own thoughts that he barely noticed the girl beside him was staring at him like she'd memorized every detail. And now he couldn't ignore it anymore. This was the clearest sign of love. He started flirting with her on the spot, straight up telling her eyes were way more beautiful than his, and he pointed out their color and how stunning they looked. She explained that once she grabbed the skill, the ice color shifted, totally expected, but still wild if you'd seen it before. A weird, tense silence hung in the air as the lady stared up at something above her. And Asagi suddenly realized she might be missing home right now. As the lady who watched her entire family get wiped out, now that grief sits heavy in her chest. Right then, something sharp and warm stirred in his chest. She couldn't tell if what she felt was sympathy or something even darker. Then the receptionist rushed over, told them what was happening, and apologized profusely for making them wait. He broke it down piece by piece, explaining that nobody had ever made an active request for that material. So they'd sell it at market price, and those guys were already geared up, ready to go. The reward turned out to be 3 gold pieces and 16 silver ones, way more than they'd ever hauled in from the last town. Then she shifted to the wyvern dragon stuff and called out the market price like it was burning hot. He was expecting Asagi's value to be pretty high. The receptionist checked every single item, making sure each one would pay him a cool 50 silver pieces. The membrane goes for 3 gold pieces each, and the scales cost 10 gold coins apiece. They stuffed 20 gold coins into the monster's heart. In the way she talked, Asagi couldn't shake the feeling he'd misheard her. She kept going, saying that monster's material was ridiculously high in volume, until she finally slammed the number down. The final price he'd get would be around the total came to 57 gold coins. An awkward silence stretched on as both adventurers stared each other down, searching for answers. But the receptionist had zero part in their little chat. Once she got the green light to turn it into cash, she slammed 57 gold coins into their hands for the wyvern materials. Those adventurers refused to believe they pulled off something this legendary without lifting a finger. Daniela shot them down fast. There was no dream here, not for a second. Asagi shoved everything into his bag, then. He burst into motion across the street. That he'd been feeling alive and downright lucky this whole time. Once he got every last coin, he flipped the switch in his mind and knew it was time to check the pool over end. When it was all sold off and the deals were finally set right, he walked away with 60 gold coins and 60 silver coins in his hands. Danielle gave the green light to use that money for the equipment. Then he couldn't even explain what he was feeling in that exact moment. He was about to score top-tier gear, right down to the dragon set, complete with the undercloths and a hood, and every single piece was enchanted, so the price dropped to just 60 gold coins. He had the coins, but the shopkeeper refused to drop it to 65, so now he had to claw his way to 40 more silver coins just to settle the whole bill. He figured it was barely a challenge and decided he'd hunt down a few wolves to get it. So he chose the safer path, held back from going full violent, and made room to move out of the way. Then they both rushed to the quest board and picked out the mission for the day. And they hunted down the one paying the biggest coin. Sure, the cobalt monster was on their radar, but above that, a new demand hit: subjugate that dragon right now, no delay. Those guys went wide-eyed when another dragon swooped in right after the soldiers had just dropped one of the. Scanning the area and realizing this dragon might have built its own nest there. Danielle said it could have come from the very forest they had just clawed their way out of. From the scene shown on the board, they figured it was from the moment they wiped out the orcs, yet right now, they chose to turn down the request and move on. They picked the mission to wipe out the grass wolf and the goblin request. After he finally hit level 36, the moment he earned it, they boosted his rank straight up to Olivine. Asagi practically beamed because he'd finally managed to pull it off. And the receptionist snapped, once again, that he'd have to wait a little longer. He stayed crouched in the corner. Then, when he finally got there, Danielle was nowhere to be found. After a bit, she finally reappeared and told him she'd slipped off to a food stall to quiet her hunger. And right there, he leaned in and told her he'd finally climbed up to a new rank. Realizing rank D was the gateway to the gemstone rank, she couldn't help but be blown away by how far his growth had already come. Turns out the Olivine rank could take you all the way up to level 50, then right after that, the next step was Garnet, which pushed right up to level 70, also called rank B, Asaj Real. He finally clocked it. This route was a long shot, and it was going to take him forever to reach his destination. There and right then, his party member was standing way higher than him. Asad grinned, thrilled that he could finally close the distance right away. And right there, they finally finished their ranking rituals. Asagi begged to camp out in the forest and earn money, so that's why the two of them agreed to split up for a bit. Danielle was convinced he truly loved lounging in the trees. That's exactly why he agreed to take the job. But when Asagi turned him down, he still slipped in one last request: send me away for 5 days, while she stays parked at the hotel the whole time. Both of them swear they'll be back. But the instant he made that promise, Asagi had no clue whether he could keep it going, so he snapped into action and grabbed everything he'd need for the next 5 days. Then he raced to the blacksmith first, demanding everything he needed. Just like they planned, he stormed from shop to shop and sold it all. The stuff packed inside his bag, which somehow turned that trip into more value than he'd ever imagined he could get. The very next day, right at the city gate, he held up his request to leave, and the soldiers flat out wouldn't let him. They instantly clocked him as the guy who took down a dragon. Asagi didn't flinch, not once, and then he stormed right out of the city. It felt wild for him to walk through the very spot where, just a few days ago, a monster tried to wipe him out. Asagi had no clue that the moment he stepped into the forest, something inside him was already shifting, quietly at first, but definitely. And he had zero clue that falling in love hits harder than anything else. While Asagi sat alone by the tree, memories hit him like a wave, flashing back to the times he was with Danielle. This was about to hurt him worse than he ever imagined. Even when he finally collapsed on the tree, it still didn't give him a shred of relief. The very next morning, he snapped awake under a flood of sunlight. And welcome back to another gorgeous morning, just like always. He slipped out from the tree and then took off, while he left his camp right where it was, because he still had to go back. The bag he hauled along wasn't just special, it was fully enchanted, like it mattered more than his life. Then he swept the whole camping area clean, pulling everything out so not a single uninvited guest would dare to show up. On day 1, he launched straight into the forest alone, grabbing a handful of goblin quests to kick off the expedition. And just like that, later that same day, he pulled together more than 50 weapons. He stared in awe at the forest because it was packed with crazy amounts of stuff everywhere. And he was convinced that if he farmed just 50 more, he'd squeeze out another level and feel the power tick up. By the second day, he was already gone. If he kept on with his subjugation, he'd end up with weapons stacked higher than he'd ever need. To make it worse, the only monsters he ran into yesterday were goblins. Nothing else showed up. He tried to lean on his detection ability, but it just didn't pick up a thing. Something behind that rock snapped his attention like a bolt out of nowhere. But the instant he made up his mind to slip in quietly, he stumbled on a whole monster pack, sprawled out and resting after their afternoon feast. In the first strike, he smashed one of the monsters with a single move, because the jack of all trades finally turned into the real deal. Without a heartbeat to spare, he grabbed his chance and went straight after the rest. Before they even figured out how to answer that sudden assault, Asagi swung his blade and cut the heads off the monsters one by one. In a later showdown, he swung one ruthless strike and decapitated them all at once. He didn't need anything fancy, just a few brutal strikes, and the threat was wiped clean. And the lives of those beautiful souls. Later, he hunted down every single clause and stacked them up like airtight evidence. He chugged water to shake off the fatigue. He realized the enchanted bottle was doing all the work, keeping it cool and refilling it nonstop, and that made it unbelievably useful. From there, he just kept tightening his grip, more and more subjugation, no stopping. Then Yellow was feeling absolutely awful, soaked up to the brim in a bath. Feeling it amazing while kicking back and relaxing. She couldn't wait to run to him the second he returned from the expedition, because she had to tell him her happiest news. And lately she'd realized that every time life handed her something good to eat, or a real break, Danielle was the first person who shot straight into her thoughts. Back then, she couldn't stop imagining that he was lurking in a tree, grinning like he was about to explode with excitement. And it looked like the whole thing was finally going to kick off. While Saji was deep in the forest, he suddenly felt a presence closing in. And somehow it felt like the universe was warning him this was nowhere near good. He slipped in on a shaky monster, right when it looked like it might fall apart. Sitting there in the middle of the forest, totally calm as if it owned the silence. But deep down, he had absolutely no good feeling about any of it. Because it looked exactly the same as before, and he was there to wipe out a few packs of little monsters. This wasn't the kind of thing he could force himself to write right then, not while he was trying to take it down. He realized that even though this place used to be crawling with those wolves, they probably bolted the second this monster showed up. Then he felt another presence lurking deep in the forest, and his mind raced, wondering if they were adventurers too. Realizing they might be getting shoved behind the very reward for the subjugation. Asad, you finally tracked everyone down. He finally decided to let them in on the truth about his own presence. The moment those adventurers laid eyes on him, he blurted out his plan. He was running, not hanging back. They'd probably label him an idiot, but he refused to gamble his life over this. And he chewed on his options, hunting for the smartest move. Either to bolt or to stay here and keep your eyes on everything. He picked the second option, thinking, these guys just battled that monster on their own asterisk, so maybe he'd learn a thing or two that could save his skin in the next fight. One of the adventurers charged straight at that monster, and then he was about to. Rushing to get ready to strike, while the others, staying back to serve as the backup and keep everyone covered. Everyone else was still holding back, waiting for the monster's guard to slip, then they'd burst in and hit it with a surprise attack. And just like that, the expedition kicked off. Every single one of them decided to strike together and bring it down. The moment the arrows flew at the dragon, it sensed them instantly and didn't even bother. You can try to dodge, but those arrows don't even make it flinch. Pure rage took over, and it growled like it had a secret to destroy, and Asagi spilled the whole truth, laying out every last piece of what really happened. They didn't just stumble along, they wore it down on purpose, one calculated step at a time. Even with that brutal start, they clawed their way into the fight, and then the battle finally started swinging their way because they hit from every single angle. And the whole diversion paid off. While the tank kept it busy, they rushed in to smash its wings. The tank always kept a tiny shield up, soaking up most of the hits no matter what came his way. The rest of the party zeroed in on the target, letting them unload wave after wave of devastating damage. It was only a countdown before those dragon wings got turned to useless scrap, and it looked like every last one of them was locking in on that exact moment at the same time. The dragon now braced itself for what was coming, while the whole adventure hung on the edge of impact. He finally dug in behind the tank's shield, locking himself into position. And then it finally converged every ounce of its power into one unstoppable force. The monster roared and blasted them with a wave of dragon fire. While the tank kept that shield up the whole time, he refused to back down, not even once. Even Asagi could feel this power. He was crouched behind a tree, terrified and locked in. And then it hit him, this was it. The monster had finally wrestled back control. One single breath attack tore straight through the shield like it wasn't even there. And that brutal strike tore the tank down for good. The whole adventurer party tried to control everything, but the moment they admitted they couldn't pull it off, they lost the fight for the situation. The other two adventurers and the whole group seized the opening and chose to be the tanks. Asagi immediately realized this was about as bad as it gets, and whatever they were doing would shove them straight into terrifying, life-or-death danger. And it was crystal clear on their faces. Right as some adventurers were rushing in to help the injured, the other one grabbed the reins and started taking command to be the dragon couldn't care less about throwing down with the others. Like it came for a life right now, no hesitation. Asagi clocked what was happening and his stomach dropped. This was seriously bad news. He grabbed the forest wolf's legs and threw them out there, using the distraction to buy himself some time. Even though he wanted to scream, something yanked him to a stop the second it started. But he chose to unleash that skill and save their lives and shut down his overthinking. Now he's got no choice left but to act. Asagi snapped it into place the second he could, then launched himself forward like a bullet through midair. He chose to fuse with his sword, plunging it straight into that monster's body, and from the outside it looked like nothing at all until the hit landed and his blade shattered along with it. Still, he couldn't help grinning, because he'd managed to pull that monster's attention away. Turns out it was all for nothing. Now the monster was ripping madder at him than it ever did at the party. The leader couldn't figure out where this guy really came from. Asagi demanded he bolt right now, while he gripped onto them and refused to let go. And he snapped at them, "Don't be stupid. Once we get out of here, I've got a plan to vanish." At first, the adventurer flat out refused to accept it, because he was convinced everything he was saying sounded like pure nonsense. Then he made him swear a promise, using his name, and he bolted off, sprinting as fast as his legs could carry him. At last, it was only the two of them in the clash. No one nearby to interfere, no one to watch, just a raw fight to the finish. And Asagi finally started firing off those monster-granted legs, tearing across the ground at breakneck speed just to land a flurry of punches. Every single strike he threw just got swallowed up by the monster, like it had zero effort to spare. And right there, it was about to unleash its breath of fire again. Sniffing out the perfect moment, Asagi lunged in with the forest wolf's legs and slammed his attack straight into the monster's face, cutting it off before it could keep moving any further. He was dead set on grabbing them as much time as he could. So he pulled out his ice sword, perfect for a moment like this. He was sure he'd never end up using that forest-wolf combination. He used his sword and sheer speed to carve out a perfect opening. And he was convinced this was the only path where he could trust himself. This was the moment to unleash every lesson he'd trained for, because he had to. Hold up, these guys were about to run straight to the guards for help, and they knew exactly what the adventurer was dealing with. He knew one of them was hurt, and he could feel it. Getting back would take forever. And that's exactly why he decided to hang on until that moment. The final showdown between them was seconds from igniting in Asagi. The moment he sensed the monster about to lunge, he shot forward in a blur, using his ability to move at insane speed. And then he was swapping positions midair with those legs, right when he started lining up his attack on that monster. He could feel it all falling flat, so he grabbed the jack-of-all-trades and went for it, trying to turn the tide with it. Predict every move before it even happens, and watch how it triggers the next domino effect. He realized he could weaponize those images to hit harder and turn the battle in his favor. And discovering this as the real cheat code, he couldn't stop smiling, soaking up every bit of knowledge he'd just unlocked. Out of nowhere, he launched a brutal, thunderous kick straight into that monster. With a snap, a razor-edged blade shot out and slashed across the enemy in one deadly arc. This strike slammed into the dragon, and you could feel it. He'd been hoarding all that pain, all that Senate bleed. It hit hard, but it still wasn't enough to kill him. Snapping out of its paws, the dragon hunted for another opening and decided to use its breath as a counterattack while a Saudi. He snapped out of the way in midair as he dropped down. He swung in a fresh slice, driving it into his body and then bolted away. with the crushing realization that his sword wasn't landing a single bit of damage. The only thing that truly saved the day was his magic attacks, switching types and unleashing them back to back. And that's exactly why the whole party tanked. They didn't use it at all. Right when realization hit him in full force, he dropped his guard completely. And now he stood face to face with the monster's dragon breath, completely clueless about what was about to hit him. So he yanked his sword and tried a cross-creation to block it, but this wasn't the kind of blade that could actually save him. When the smoke finally cleared, the dragon's breath had left the world in stunned silence. Asagi looked completely wrecked, like that one strike drained the life straight out of him. Then it hit him, somehow the Pregue's monster's enchantment let him blunt the damage. He finally clocked the truth. There was no way he could take this monster down alone. He decided to launch it on the spot, smashing together and opening right away. As he battled through his thoughts, he couldn't stop searching for a way out. The dragon locked onto him and chased him relentlessly the whole way. And he'd already racked up more than enough problems for it to deal with. Even on a whim, he swung, only to find his sword was shattered in pieces. Now it was clear, the blade's half-piece had been hammered into his leg from that brutal attack moments ago. His legs screamed with pain, and now he could barely move, like they were done for. He berated himself for one careless move, then he froze in place and somehow managed to pull the sword free between the chaos. Racked by absolute, soul-crushing pain, then he unleashed his ice magic and froze that wound shut. It kept carving into him, yet somehow he forced it through. Then, knowing he had to escape the dragon, he slipped in a quick healing moment between the blows. Right in the thick of it, he suddenly spotted a little girl, standing alone in the middle of the forest. As soon as it noticed, the dragon snapped its aim to a new target, instantly. He swung toward that lady, ready to end her life, and it instantly shattered her world. This dragon was vicious, and the smartest part, it would switch targets depending on what the moment demanded. And Asagi knew he would never let that pain touch the lady. So yeah, he called it good enough, the second it started to unleash the dragon breath. Then he hurled it again, and the ice sword came crashing back once more. With pure intent, he surged forward, aiming a deadly strike straight at its head. As always, the dragon's scales sliced him clean in two, but not one single scratch ever landed on the monster's real body. That ice did nothing, so he chose to blast his next move as an ice arrow, betting it just might work. But like always, once it came flying in from midair, it hit with zero impact. Only the smaller skills were nicking away a little damage, but none of it was wasted. But without waiting even a second, he snapped an order at the little girl and told her to run right now. Before he could step out, that lady decided to go hunting for herbs, and honestly, it was the kind of plan that felt laughable. Asagi had every right to worry. Her whole life was hanging by a thread, yet even when he begged to run, he couldn't. And he started grinning, wondering if the guards even had a clue something was waiting for them deep in that forest. For the first time, Asagi vowed to take on that monster all by himself, but his mind went blank, and he couldn't think of a single plan. He was determined to prove his worth to Danielle, and now was determined to awaken and evolve his power on the spot, right then and there. Asagi and that monster were face to face again, staring each other down like it was the only thing that mattered. And as he did, he couldn't stop thinking about just how insanely strong Danielle was. And since she couldn't look her past in the eye, he'd have to shield her, so he'd keep that promise no matter what. Asagi stood his ground, determined to smash the wyvern and prove his point. His value only grew until the lady finally dared to confront her past. He was convinced she was just as strong as the very first person who mattered to him as mine. He decided to go all in, take every risk, and smash that dragon to pieces. Fully convinced, he had no doubt he was going to run. He felt that his urge to keep adventuring together was crushing, like there was nothing else in the world that could compete. And then it hit him, Danielle wasn't just someone he knew, she was who he wanted by his side. And that cracked the door for him to finally understand how it all really worked. Plus, his love for her only grew deeper. This wasn't some cheap fake, this was the real deal, and it lit a fire in him to go straight at the monster. No matter what, right then, some mysterious power started surging through him like it was alive. And he was convinced nothing on earth could stop him from cutting down that dragon, no matter what it took. He cooked up a simple plan, one that was way easier than it looked. Balancing an ice sword in hand with the forest wolf's legs, he made every step a precise, no-mistake move. He burst into motion at lightning speed between the trees, carving out an opening in the monster's path. while the dragon tried to unleash every ounce of its breath power all at once, aiming to blast him into nothing. At last, he snagged the opening he'd been hunting for from the very start of the attack. And right there, it looked like that dragon wasn't even ready for the attack that was coming. He zeroed in on that monster's tail in an instant, then hacked it clean in half with one brutal swing. The monster couldn't hold back its screams as agony tore through it. Right then, it was nothing but pain and suffering. Asagi felt the same spark of agreement and decided to use it right then. Found an opening and he didn't hesitate. He struck the moment the chance appeared. His next target was the leg, and right as he was about to swing down with the strike, the dragon tapped its smarts and decided to fake its breath attacks, just to crack open the perfect moment and slip through. Somehow the fake got launched out of nowhere and slammed into a real one. Asagi got hit with a brutal strike, dragon breath wrapped around him, then the blast hurled him flying far across the distance. Right now Asagi was sprawled on the floor, his back pinned to the ground. Pain raged so hard he nearly lost himself, until he clawed his way back to his senses. He kept grinding through the problem in his head, find a way out or bolt and run. He started scrambling for anything at all, that could bring it down. Had zero clue about rivers or any tools that could help him. Right then, he realized he was already close to his camping ground. So that meant he'd get to use the hair paste he'd made. Somehow he gritted his teeth and sprinted to the camp, where he was barely holding himself together, holding on for dear life. To race to the top of the tree, and then right there he snagged the bag at last, and it felt like pure treasure made just for him. He snatched the bag in his hands, right as another dragon barreled toward him at full speed, slamming in with a brutal strike. Asagi dug in behind the tree and still managed to weather that brutal strike. But this thing still managed to pierce through it, and now the heat was hitting like trash, crappy, suffocating, and relentless. He knew that if the tree had shrunk by even a couple of millimeters, that blade of flame would have kissed his shoulder and burned it clean off. The dragon was hunting for the spot where that damp, soggy hiding place was, because he knew that's where he'd been hiding. Asagi burst out of his hideout without wasting a second. He gripped his tool bag, knowing it might be the only thing standing between him and that monster. He tore into it right away and pulled out the legendary elven blade from ancient times. As he sprinted into the open sky, that monster was already closing in, right on his tail, like it had been waiting. Closing in at breakneck speed to smother him and wrap him up in a blast of dragon breath. While he was at it, the thought hit him so hard he realized he did. Yeah, he thought he could just bolt, so he flipped the plan and took the long way around instead. And right then he's left with just one brutal option: live or die, because the monster is seconds away from unleashing that dragon breath. Asagi clamped the sword between his teeth and made up his mind to keep it there. Then the slice hit the deck, and somehow it wrecked the dragon way worse than he ever dreamed. This attack hit like a truck, and Asagi's face was drenched in blood. When the dust finally settled, it turned out he'd earned victory. He sliced the monster's head clean off in one brutal strike. Somehow he managed to steady himself and stand on his own. And somehow he managed to march all the way to the city's main gate, still in shock, because he couldn't even wrap his head around the fact that he'd really won. He barreled up to the gate, and the soldier who caught sight of him froze, covered in blood, totally unable to recognize who he was. He asked the guide to summon the captain of the soldier squad, and just moments later, it happened. When the captain finally showed up, he couldn't even process what he was seeing. This guy was left in that state after that brutal decision. Assad just confirmed it, he'd won the battle. But the guy was terrified for his life. He could have pushed himself too far and ended up killing himself. Then the adventurer he saved was rushed into the medical room, fighting for his life in critical condition. Still, there was a real shot he could pull it off. So when he heard that, joy hit him hard, and then the captain decided to bring him along to the... He dashed to the hospital on the double, already plotting to order the soldiers to fall back and haul the dragon's body away before he even got there. Asaj fired off a request, urging the soldier to tell Danielle he was back. And he couldn't wait, whatever it was, he had to tell her right now. The soldier nodded and agreed to take on the job. And then they rushed Asagi to the hospital so they could finally help him rest and recover. It was the first time he'd ever been hurt bad enough to really leave a mark. So he had to use magic just to seal those wounds, and it was honestly freaky. In Japan, injuries like that always scar, but here they healed him clean, like not even a scratch remained. He caught his breath and stared off, already planning to lay the whole story on Danielle the very next day. And when he finally came to, the blazing daylight poured over him. He felt his body was falling apart, and it was freaking him out, as every joint and muscle screamed in pain when he finally opened his eyes. Daniela burst into the house with a radiant smile, and it instantly announced her first arrival. Isadu's heart lit up when she saw her bright, delighted smile. And there she told him that the soldier had shown up last night, bringing the news about him, and revealing exactly what condition he was in. She kept hurling insults at him, calling him a reckless fool to his face. And the second Asagi caught that familiar feeling again, he started staring at her like everything had changed. He tried to explain that he never wanted it to turn out like this, but Danielle wasn't hearing a word he said. And she pressed on, sliding a bright smile right into his eyes. Clutching her to his chest, Asagi couldn't even wrap his head around what had just happened. She told him that when she heard he'd beaten a dragon all by himself, her lungs just couldn't catch up to the shock-fueled breath in her chest. And there, the lady couldn't rein in her fear for even a second. She'd already watched everything she loved slip away, and now this simple monster was the reason, so she'd refused to lose anyone else. Only when she heard his heart thumping softly did she finally exhale in relief. That was sweeping all the fear away, and she told him, from this day on, Danielle planned to stay right by his side every single time, no matter what, and never slip away. In the simplest way, she laid her heart on the line and told him exactly how she felt. She leaned in and swore, "I'm never letting you go," then promised she'd stick right with him every single time he stepped out. Meanwhile, Asagi practically exhaled with relief, because that lady said every single thing he'd been about to blurt out. On her very last day, she stumbled back from her adventure and reached the hotel way later than she ever had. She hurried toward her room, then the caretaker stepped in and stopped her in her tracks, to tell her about a message that was waiting nearby. Then he told her with panic in his voice that Mr. John was injured while battling a dragon. He told her he was laid up in the medical center and they wanted her to come right away. The second the lady heard about it, she couldn't even focus. Nothing about the situation could get through to her mind. Then he bolted away, totally ignoring everything else. As she sprinted, her heart thrashed nonstop, crushed under wave after wave of pain. And the second she swung open the medical room doors, spotted the boy sprawled out on the ground, completely out cold. Still couldn't even get there in time to greet her arrival. Her tears wouldn't stop, no matter how hard she tried. Even so, joy surged through her, and gratitude filled her heart. She was trying to figure out why this feeling slid right into her life and wouldn't let go. Believing there was finally a real shot, maybe Daniela had fallen for Asagi now. All she wanted was to stay right by his side. She cursed herself for letting him march off alone when he asked, but that didn't stop the ache in her chest, because she still hadn't told him the whole, honest truth about how she felt. Right now, Daniela finally spilled her real feelings to him, then clung to him in a tight hug, and pure relief washed over her like she could breathe again. She swore she'd never stray, she'd always stick right by his side. And when she finally caught sight of his face, she realized he looked even more drop-dead handsome than he ever had before. John also added, then clarified, that the moment he was fighting, right there was the key. The only thing screaming through his head was to bolt, but the second her image flashed in his mind, he changed course, because he needed to prove he was worth something in her eyes. He refused to back down and kept fighting, because something inside him wouldn't let him flee, not for a second. And while both of them were burning with embarrassment, he finally blurted it out. The real reason hit him hard. He'd always wanted to protect her, and it came out of nowhere. He kept insisting he wasn't some hero, but whatever happened, he'd always choose her. Then one jolt of memory hit him about her past, and he swore to make it better so she could stop hurting, step back into his arms, and stay there. Asagi had already made up his mind. If he won the battle, he'd finally tell her how he really felt, and once the fight started, he poured his heart into every strike, even more than before. And even when it felt like he was doomed to never pull it off. Her belief drove him forward the whole way, and right as he was about to confess, she already made her move. Without even a second to breathe, he yanked her into his arms and squeezed her tight against his chest. And then they clung to each other, spilling the truth of what was burning in their hearts. They both flashed a powerful love sign, and right there, on that day, they finally shared it for the very first time. They slipped a bit ahead to trade bright quiche grins with each other. It was their first, and their hearts finally clicked into sync. After a stretch of time, the soldier's captain finally showed up in the morning to visit him. He made it clear it's already noon. Yeah, this totally matched him, because he was in such rough shape, and once he finally came back. Asagi finally clocked it. Every second he spent with that lady vanished in a blink, like time itself had just vanished. Right there, the captain snapped back to a memory, instantly. And he straight up asked her to tag along any time he could manage a walk to the guild. And everywhere he went, the word was the same. Those guys were on the hunt for him right then. Something felt wildly wrong to him, because deep down he'd already guessed the guild master was going to call him in. Asadiu was itching to dive into the task right away. Then he froze when he stood. He suddenly realized he didn't have the strength to walk at all. And the soldier was so shaken by what he saw, how that brave fighter stood firm, ready to take on not one but two dragons at once, and didn't even flinch enough to run. As always, he went for the handshake, but this time the grip was stiff and awkward, not even close to firm. And right there he was, curled up with a sting that wouldn't let go. As they marched side by side toward the guild, Asagi spilled every last detail to Danielle. Tell me what really went down in the dragon fight, because right after he burst out of that forest, he was clinging to his suit with everything he had, trying to reach the main gate before it was too late. Danielle only realized it when she came back, and the caretaker filled her in on exactly what was going on with his condition. The second he stepped into the guild, all those people were totally hooked on him, like they couldn't look away. The adventurer from earlier hurried up to Asagi right after lunch, straight up asking if he was okay, and the second Asagi was alive, the poor guy practically burst with relief and joy. Otherwise, he'd never forgive himself, Danielle. After he's done with his introduction, he thanks them for bailing him out back then during that expedition. Rex made it crystal clear, every single one of them had each other's backs, and that teamwork was the reason they managed to pull off their success. That tank of a human kept everyone's party on its feet, and yeah, he'd be fine, but fixing those medical bills was gonna drain them a little too hard. Right now, they were drowning in debt, so they cracked down on brutal training to rebuild team coordination from the ground up. Asagi was dead set on carving up the expedition's reward for himself before the haul even hit his hands. Rex was absolutely shattered. He couldn't believe that after slaying the dragon all by himself, they still expected him to split the rewards. He wasn't ready to swallow that truth. But in Asagi's eyes, it was them who sparked the whole battle in the first place. And he was the only one who managed to finish it off, just like that, the way he went after it. He figured these guys had helped too. Then after a while, everything finally came down to a full-on proclamation. Danielle jumped in right then, until the other adventurer, So this guy would never, ever accept defeat. He'd rather bolt than get dragged into any debate, because to him, it's all kindness mixed with stubborn grit. While all that unfolded, Rex snatched the text and read it right away. This didn't sound like a compliment at all, and somehow, Asagi didn't feel the least bit pleased. Right when the conversation was still in full swing, someone burst in and cut them off, saying the guild master was waiting, alone for him to come meet. They hauled him in alone to the guild master's office, and right after he knocked. He showed up at his place and found the gloomy man slumped in a chair, clearly not in the mood for anything. He didn't make a big deal. He ushered him straight into the Adventurers Guild, then introduced himself like, "I'm Master Ordo." Asagi felt something was way off about him, and panic started crawling up her spine. And this time Danielle was tidying up too. So the two of them tore into their introductions, and then started writing. Offered them a seat while they sat down. On the other side of the table, it felt like they were getting grilled in a full-on interview. And somehow the person sitting there in front of them felt eerily familiar, like they shared the same thread of presence. And they double-checked, locking in once again that he was the red elf because, to the color of his skin and the wild aura pouring off him. Ordo nodded and told them, "I've handed down every power from my ancestors, but right now I look more human. My lifespan isn't thousands of years." After all that talking finally wrapped up, the man stopped dead in his tracks. Once the light finally hit, he sat right in front of Asagi and grilled him, "So you really did defeat that dragon?" Asagi's attitude flipped out of nowhere, and he answered with a ready yes, but deep down, a nervous buzz still wouldn't quit. The guild master snapped at him to drop the stiff formalities at once, saying everything he'd pulled off wasn't normal at all, and that no one like him could ever be treated like he didn't deserve respect. The guildmaster refused to brush it off as normal, because he alone had already hacked a monster's head clean off with an ancient elven sword, so there was no way he'd let anyone stain his pride with sloppy excuses. On the other side, Danielle took the whole thing with a grin, like she was being handed praise for her family's achievement. The master went dead serious, demanded every last detail right now, and ordered him to spill it, like that was the law. So Asagi had no choice left. He decided to throw everything he had into it, but he wasn't about to focus on the forest wolf's legs, no matter what. After he finished the whole fight, he somehow crawled to the main gate, right at the finish line, because he had just defeated the monster. But the guildmaster still couldn't shake this nagging feeling. Something just wouldn't let him relax. He pulled out the paper, laid it right in front of him, and double-checked it, because he needed to confirm why he never mentioned the forest wolf's legs in the full scenario. It blindsided him completely. With the master holding his status plate in hand, it lit up and mirrored every secret in the adventurer's logs. The guildmaster didn't just want details. He zeroed in on what it meant and whether the whole thing was planned or just a lucky accident. He tried to pull off that gloomy act again, and when he finally caught sight of he finally realized he had no other move, so he chose to come clean. He admitted he'd snagged this power from a monster, but he shut down the moment the details were mentioned. He'd heard straight from someone that spilling this secret would scream, "Look at me," and he couldn't handle the weight of that kind of spotlight. Right as Asaju couldn't undo his earlier magic, the guilt master zeroed in on what happened. He clocked that the guy's words were dead on, and if he acted on them, it could land way more than just trouble. As the guildmaster swore he could pull off anything beyond his program, he kept himself on standby for the moment someone asked him to build a tool for the family or for the military. This master was nothing like the others, and then, straight up, he told him that becoming an adventurer. From that moment on, he's completely free. He can live however he wants, and nothing can drag him back down. The guild master looked the saggy in the eye and said, "This is just how life works. When trouble hits, everybody has to band together and fix it." That statement hit like a bomb, shocking, and it landed right when the moment finally. His partner slid her hands onto his shoulders, and right then, relief hit him like a wave. The guildmaster fixated on the power that was handed to him, the authority only he could wield. After that half-baked explanation, he finally made up his mind. He decided to give him Silver Green, called like the ultimate authority, a nickname that sounds untouchable. Danielle stared in disbelief. This was seriously amazing. But it was pure humiliation for Asaju to swallow that embarrassment right then and there. The guildmaster immediately reached out to every branch inside the country to make sure they all heard the news. But Asaju had zero interest in any of it, so yeah, on the other hand. Danielle wouldn't let it go. She wanted that nickname too. Even though he didn't look thrilled, that nickname still landed on her like a whisper of light wind. Ever since she was a girl, she threw herself into it with everything she had, and that was only the beginning. The moment they stepped out of the room, the party Silver, Green, and Light Wind took its name for the world to hear. They dug into it, how wild it was that the guild master wasn't like anyone expected, and the way he said it actually made total sense. And they finally understood what it meant to live free. No limits, no rules, just freedom from that point on. While Asaju spiraled deeper into his thoughts, he finally slammed into a solid conclusion. The Neologus smiled, and just like that, tragedy slammed into his life. Once again, the same guild receptionist from his last stop stepped up inside the guild and started talking to him. She clamped onto him again, like she couldn't bear to let go, desperately trying to keep him from slipping away. But instead of brushing it off, she couldn't stop worrying about this guy, because he'd charged off alone to take down a dragon all by himself. The second Asaju proved he walked out of the fight unscathed, her face lit up with pure, unstoppable joy. And once again, he got cornered into laying out the whole story in the simplest words, just to get it over to her. A few people were already huddled at the reception table, waiting for him. Asaju didn't waste a second. Right there in the conversation, he showed up to find the girl from yesterday. She thanked him again, like he'd taken all the trouble she caused and still showed up anyway. He was relieved she stayed safe, and the reason she was alone was simple. She'd been torn away from her party. He told her right then and there to be extra careful from now on, then laid it down. Never let the party drift out of your control. But when that little girl passed by, then Yule called out that he was the one who ditched the party first and went off alone. That same party from earlier was the one diving into the quest in the first place. Slid a message to a Saudi contact, and he thanked him for every bit of help that saved their lives. As usual, he didn't fixate on himself at all, his eyes locked on the tank that got hit dead on. And then someone broke the news to him. Using that money, they could get him the best treatment the whole town had to offer. And now he was laid back on his own bench, finally taking a breather. Saji was hunting for a visitors list so he could go crash a visit, but before he could do that, they jumped on the reward, money right away. All told, they grabbed 140 gold coins plus some silver, and then they had to slash that treasure between both sides. It looked like the party had already finished the job, and now they shoved the pouch into his hands, packed to the brim with coins. The instant Asagi cracked it open, he knew he couldn't swallow what was inside. It hit way harder than you ever expected. Rex had hit his limit with the division and wasn't about to hear a single objection about it. Just as Asagi was about to speak up, he bit back the words and nodded along with the part he was supposed to agree with. With no other option left, he grabbed the bag, and just like that, it was settled. They shared some amazing moments, and now Asagi had more than he could ever have imagined. Friends who would rush in to take care of him the second things went wrong. Asagi decided to rush over to check on the injured tank, then head straight to the armor shop. And since she was his partner, Danielle decided to tag along too. They wasted no time, same day as their plan was locked in, so they marched straight to get that armor. When he showed up, he saw that Danny was totally fine. Even so, his belly still carried scars, burn marks from the dragon's breath he took straight in, face first. Once they finally walked away, they left him with one last wish: quick recovery. After seeing how close that poor human came to dying, Danielle couldn't stop worrying about Asahi from that moment on. Asagi swore to himself that once life slowed down, he'd stop rushing through things and start thinking, watching, and caring every step from then on. And there it was, this flustered, overbrimming leader, packed to the brim with all kinds of wild, overwhelming emotions. She told him, "If you die, I'll be left alone again, no one, nothing, and I won't have a reason to live in this world." She already knew what kind of man Asagi was. He'd throw his own life on the line to save strangers. However, all she wanted was to make him look at his own life first and stop wasting his thoughts on her. Right as she kept talking, her ears flushed crimson and her face followed right behind. And out of nowhere, he swore he'd think things through before acting on his own. Asagi dropped a random comment, and she suddenly looked a little more flushed. She snapped her mask back over her eyes to keep anyone from seeing it. Her ears stuck out bright red, screaming just how badly she was suffering. Asagi and the lady then set off to visit one of the restaurants where he hunted for everyone. They linked up with Rex and his crew. Everyone was already partying like the celebration was in full swing. Now they all huddled around the dining table, trapped in this intense atmosphere that seemed to spin right around them. Right from the party, someone rushed up and demanded Danielle set up an archery teaching class with her. Danielle shot that down right away, insisting tomorrow just wouldn't work. Confusion sparked in her chest. She had a job waiting for tomorrow, but she shut it down fast, snapping the same line again and again. Tomorrow was no good. The adventurer realized it had to be the alcohol. She couldn't control herself. Her face was blazing red. That was so humiliating that she snapped out of the conversation and refused to keep talking. Asagi refused to hold back a single ounce of effort, and she pushed it until embarrassment hit her like a wave. The very next day, still trapped in that hotel, Asagi stood outside, pacing with impatience, waiting for Danielle to finally show up. As he kept calling her nonstop to get her to calm down. On the last day, right when she showed up, he checked again, making sure they were truly going on that date. Still, the plan they had in mind was basically the same. To what they always did, every single time. Everything felt different now. They weren't just moving forward, they were stepping into love, and when he finally said those words, his heart slammed and raced like nothing he'd ever known. The robber kept his eyes locked on him, and his body started betraying him in the most unexpected way. And he couldn't even think straight, stuck in a heavy, gloomy mood. Just then, Danielle shot in from behind Asagi. And then he spun around. He realized she was wearing the cute dress they picked up that day. Asagi was so deep in his nerd bubble that he couldn't even figure out what he was supposed to say. After a few words, they both realized the same terrifying thing. They weren't just excited, they were straight up nervous about this date. Asagi kept fighting to keep his head together because her cuteness hit him harder than anything. He wanted to snap a picture, but he just couldn't document it. But the lady twisted it into this cruel idea that it meant she wasn't pretty. Asagi snapped to attention and blurted, No, what I'm thinking is bad, not good. Believe me, you look amazing." Danielle let out a bright giggle, and the compliment lit her up with pure happiness. And that expression was so adorable that Asad just had to cling to it. She didn't beat around the bush. She yanked the Sagi over so they'd be side by side. Then finally, the two of them kicked off their day, just like always, when they used to meet up and hang out. But today, the sky looked blindingly bright, and the city felt louder, brighter, and more alive than it ever had before. Danielle either put on an act or somehow stared through it all, totally unbothered, like hunger didn't touch her at all. They picked a specific spot and headed there to dig into their food. This was a fancy cafe, and somehow that never mattered to the trouble brewing inside. They both slid into their seats at the table and tore into their feast like it was going to run out. But Asagi couldn't manage a single second of eye contact. He rushed into the ordering area and went for the. He grabbed a sandwich, but his heart was already locked onto the vibe. The whole atmosphere felt like love. As he headed back to his own table, he spotted Rex slumped in the chair, dozing off like he was about to drop into a deep rest. But he jolted awake, still clinging to Saji's words, clear and burning in his head. He was clearly in a good mood, so yeah, that was probably the reason. He told Rex he'd come with Danielle too, and the moment Rex saw his face, it totally looked like he'd already blurted out that the two of them were on a date. For Asagi, it was brutally hard to accept what was happening. His expression said everything, and Rex stepped in to shut down the mockery before it went any further. Rex had to get somewhere fast, so he shot out the door right away. And John finally got it. His real plan was to make sure everyone knew about it. As John pulled away, he marched back to his table and told Danielle everything that happened back then, when Asagi saw him and came charging after him, and she even insisted John would start spreading rumors about them. But the sagging in his face gave him away. He looked miserable asterisk, crushed by all the jokes flying around about him dating a beauty like that. Still, he tried to play it cool and hard, straight up denying it. Out of nowhere, he blurted out, "Let's stay together forever," like it was the most urgent promise in the world. But Daniela shot back right away that their races were completely different, and then she added bluntly that she was an elf. She had a long stretch ahead, and she double-checked if they were really ready for what came next, even knowing this change could shift everything. Assad checked it again, shrugged off any worries, and then, just like that, the moment turned downright romantic. They were moments away from quiche, like it was about to change everything. Right when it got good, the waitress barged in, snatched the moment, and swept away all the excitement. While they were chewing their sandwich, the soggy, he caught sight of the lady's face, and in that moment, he realized that this was the spark that lit up Daniela's whole mood. After lunch, they shot out together, and this time, their fingers were locked as they held hands, under the excuse that they couldn't risk getting split up. Even so, embarrassment still hit him hard. As Danielle could remember, the only time she'd ever held hands was with her father. Worried about that, he suddenly snapped and asked her if her parents even had a grave back in her hometown. Daniela had one built as soon as she left home, but she still hadn't managed to make it back yet. And now Asadi was hunting down a route that could get them there, so they could pay their respects in style. They stormed right back to the paw armor shop again, and the shopkeeper's eyes snapped to him, instantly recognizing who he was. His armor was already primed for battle, and Asagi hauled along the cost, ready to cover it up. The shopkeeper couldn't stop listening to his identity story for days on end. And he stayed stone calm, straight up telling everyone he was here to kill a dragon, and that's when the shopkeeper finally realized what he'd just heard. In the end, he probably leaned on Asagi hard, because everything Asagi said sounded dead-on true. Asagi even boasted with pride that, somehow, he'd managed to sever its head, right while he was barely holding himself together from his wounds. He tore his eyes away from everything else, hunting the armor, and the shopkeeper hustled him straight to where it was kept. And right there, a little puppet was wearing it, looking absolutely adorable. Because there was some business the shopkeeper couldn't ignore. Clarified that once he finished putting everything together, his wife, the neighbor who runs the clock shop next door, totally called it out, saying the whole place looked out of whack, and then she immediately got to work fixing it. This was looking amazing until the shopkeeper wasn't about to nickel and dime anyone for anything extra. It was slipped in without a single ounce of consent. That silver-green nickname of his fit this outfit perfectly, and after the shopkeeper explained the enchantment, he threw in an extra bonus, boosting his agility. Asagi craved to amp up the dress with extra enchantment, even after the fees were already paid. And after that, the shopkeeper nodded and agreed. It was going to take a while before it was ready. Turns out, these guys didn't take a single one-on-one request. Since enchantment magic was the one everyone begged for, they switched to a demand-based system, and that crushed the supply so hard it became brutally rare. When he tried to go cheap with his first costume, it came back to bite him. Asagi was ready to buy it, then he stopped to ask what the total cost would be. Once the enchantments were all counted up, it added up to a shocking 70 gold coins. The shopkeeper flashed a smile and thanked them for coming, and just like that, once the deal was sealed, they made their move while the shopkeeper was fully settled in, dead sure everything was calm. Her outfit still looked absolutely stunning. To prove it to him, she even went the long way around. And just like that, Asadi was completely swept up by how adorable it was again. He scanned the outfits and instantly knew this was straight from the Goblin Boutique. And the shopkeeper couldn't help but want to peek around inside. He downed the liddy on the spot and made it a full round trip in rapid-fire succession. And even though it looked like he was trying to figure out the linen, somehow he wound up at the very bottom of the cloth, and just as he was about to reach up and touch it, Saji hated it, called him an idiot, and snapped at him to step aside. Daniel fed off that jealousy, relishing the way he played the moment like he was the perfect model. While John scrambled to nail down his exact position, the shopkeeper was obsessed with fashion and clothes, and Asagi urged him, "Go check out the Goblin Boutique yourself." But because of that lady, everyone snapped with fear. They fought to steady their breathing, and at last the conversation finally. The door slammed shut, and both of them shot out before it could lock them in. The sky was minutes away from nightfall, and somehow the whole day vanished in a blink, with everyone clueless about what time it truly was. Daniela had him the whole time, showering him with praise, making him feel how time slips by differently when she's around, and those compliments lit up Asadi's face like a firework. With Red, she played it dark with him, then decided, if she was the one starting, she wasn't going to pull her punches. So he leaned in close and brushed his lips against hers. Then he slid over a sweet, cute quiche, and right after that, he kicked off like nothing had just happened, and branding it as a full-blown revenge showdown. Daniela wasn't having any of it, and she was about to strike back. So he sprinted out the moment he made up his mind. Before they could even blink, a whole week was already gone. They were busy living it up on the money he'd earned from slaying the dragon, and yeah, during all that, they kept humiliating each other more than a few times. Asagi wasn't in the mood to spell anything out. From Daniela's face alone, it was crystal clear what they were really up to on that bed. Asaj leaned in and started calling Daniela a stunning, beautiful, adorable lady. He spun her around the whole room, showering her with compliments, praising every inch and calling her pretty perfect at the second her name popped into his head, she was the only thing he could think about. They'd already burned a full week together, and somewhere in all that tension, everything finally eased, right up to the point where they were ready to have their moment. They always stick together, and she keeps showing up in his room like clockwork. And it finally felt like they both truly understood what they were feeling for each other. He knew Daniela had been alone for years, right there, locked in that loneliness, and managed to grasp that feeling, at least a little. Late night he'd chat with random customers, but every conversation stayed shallow, empty, and totally pointless. Back on the job, he had to slap on a grin and play the friendly guy while running the shop. And when he talked with his coworkers, it was nothing but quick hellos, no real conversation at all. Everything snapped into chaos the second she returned and planted her foot right on his stomach. That last week proved it. Life in this world was stunning, and it finally felt like his true story had begun. Asaj dropped onto the bed and shoved the pillow over his face. A jolt of realization hit him the moment the scent of Daniela's hair washed over him. And everywhere he turned, it was like he couldn't escape her. She was woven into everything, perfectly like fate. He shouted her name and fidgeted with the pillow the same way he used to back when she was right there. And somehow she barged into the room like she'd been there all along, snagging him when no one was watching, right in that moment when things did. She looked like she was bursting with happiness. Rage burning in her, she snapped that he had to be out of the room in 5 minutes because they were gearing up for tomorrow's meeting. But the second she turned and walked away, Asagi froze, stunned by the real message behind her words, like she'd just thrown an insult straight at his heart. He took the 5-minute threat like it was a ticking bomb, and he snapped himself back together in a blink, shot his hand down, and timed it perfectly. They kicked off their journey. This was the day they'd finally march into the shop and collect their armor. And when they finally made it there, the shopkeeper snapped into friendly greetings and laid it all out clearly. Check the armor, already ready and waiting. When Asagi eyed the outfit, he couldn't believe it. This was beautiful, and it blew him away. And all that gear lined up perfectly with his title, Silver Green. He rushed straight to the trial room to make his move, and while he was gearing up, Danielle felt something burning in her chest, but at the trial she couldn't find the words to say it, like her emotions were trapped behind her teeth. He yanked on his own clothes, turned around and slammed the proof in again, reconfirming the dress with Daniela. But before she even got the words out, then another woman slipped in from behind and started singing its praises. It felt way better than anything else. She came straight from the cloth shop, and the shopkeeper felt a wave of joy knowing the lady liked it. Because it was his own wife who was doing the work in the dead of night. She was the shopkeeper's wife, the one who'd survived every change and still kept going. And somehow, Asagi ended up loving it way more than he should have. The girl beamed, relieved that Asagi didn't deny it. Even after those forceful changes, Asagi still somehow made it clear the view didn't look so great after all. And then just lock in that compliment he never got. And Daniela slipped him one last look, making it crystal clear she'd fallen for him all over again. He grinned because the outfit fit him perfectly. She couldn't help it when she saw what he was wearing. Her smile snapped right back. And he couldn't stop himself. He wanted to pull her in for another hug, like his whole heart was begging. Remembering that last night, when he finally had the chance to make her undo everything. That sharp, intense stare of his hit the shopkeeper like a bad sign, who could finally see through his act and figure out exactly what he was plotting. Asagi shrugged off his troubles and strolled away with a stunning girl right at his side, trying hard not to get swept up and heading straight into a quest. Asagi swept through the shop and nearly froze. The t-shirt that was sitting there earlier was already gone, sold off at the auction. That beast snatched up over 1,000 gold coins like it was nothing. And that's when Asagi finally understood the value, when the whole dragon fetched 100 gold coins. It was nowhere near enough for the kind of danger it took to go slay a dragon, and it was absolutely not viable. Everything finally clicked into place, and now it was go time to hit the road and leave. But the merchant still bowed and thanked him for the t-shirt demo he pulled the day before, because that showcase shot the shirt's price up by several times. Asagi could only hope the shop would finally keep expanding, right there, in that moment. The caretaker shot him a respectful wave. As he tore down the street, he spotted a bunch of kids reenacting him as the hero, and it hit like pure eye candy, delighting every second. They burst into the market like sparks flying. They stumbled into this surprisingly peaceful vibe, yet the town itself was still buzzing, like everything was alive, even when it looked calm. He couldn't get enough of it, because his gorgeous girlfriend was walking right beside him. Most of the time, Danielle stayed calm and unshakable, but when it mattered, she dropped that act and clung to him with everything she had. And every single time it happened, heads instantly snapped their way. He couldn't help but think it was all ridiculously adorable. Since the piece felt like pure magic, they jumped at the chance to go on a quest. Then, at that exact moment, she was already locked in with a crushing grip on his body. He caught sight of the guild, and the instant they stepped inside, they tracked down the lady receptionist from. Before that, they stood there for the welcome, but their face screamed they were in no way ready to be friendly. That furious glare hit like a punch, and Asagi couldn't even get the sentence out she was about to spit. The receptionist couldn't wait to get to the bottom of what was happening between them, because they were practically glued together. Somehow she could feel it. Their bond was so intense it was basically weighing on them both. Before he could even blink, she grabbed him and yanked him away, dragging him off for a while. But it looked like Daniela refused to let her boyfriend's hand slip into another woman's reach. It felt like a pun-treaty showdown was seconds from exploding. So they finally agreed to lock in at the table, talk it out face to face, no hiding in some closed cabin. An awkward silence slammed down between the two ladies, thick and impossible to ignore. While he was stuck in the middle, wedged on the side he had nothing left to say, and he never, not once in his entire life, imagined he'd ever end up in a moment like this. The receptionist fixed Asagi with a nasty, demeaning glare, and Asagi didn't say a word. All we can say is that he just couldn't. He tried to kick things off with an explanation, but Daniela cut him off mid-sentence and made it clear that there was no need to drag it out at all. Asagi steps right up and shoves a bright quiche into his face, right in front of him. Out of nowhere, it came like a punch, shaking Letty's urge so hard she could barely keep from shattering everything. They didn't slow down for even a second, and it dragged on until the receptionist finally threw up her hands, completely unable to make sense of it. And what the heck was really happening between them? Asaj was blushing hard, and Daniela was too. Their eyes locked together and refused to look away, like getting swept up in a love story that hits you in the chest. Then they snapped around to face the receptionist and tell her they're both in a relationship now, and that's the whole truth, no extra explanation. The receptionist whipped around and stared Asagia down, even though he'd meant to tell her first, so he hurried out an apology, then blurted the truth. His heart already belonged to that lady. And he chose Daniela on the spot, like it was the only option that mattered. The receptionist looked totally drained, and her eyes practically screamed the truth before a single word was said. She finally owned up to it, admitting it was her own mistake for not doing the right thing at the perfect moment because, back in that old town, she couldn't help but find him far more irresistible than any other guy in the running. Danielle admitted she'd had a great time with him, even so. She held her breath, waiting for the perfect moment to finally say it. And Asaji remembered the words she'd said back when they were resting together. She couldn't read her own feelings at all. No matter what happens, she's not going to regret the choice she just made. And just like that, Assad grabbed her again, right after you said those words. Let out a sharp keech, and everything carried on from there. With those words, she'd suddenly become the one who mattered most, and no matter what, he'd never pick anyone over her. Daniela spilled the whole gut-wrenching tale to the receptionist, her parents torn apart in a dragon stampede, her life stranded in loneliness, until the moment this man finally crashed into her world. And it all flipped the moment she finally faced the truth, what she'd buried deep in her heart. Nobody could ever stop him, not even her, and now she was certain she'd never let him slip away again. The receptionist clenched her teeth, swallowed her emotions, and chose to let go. She made it crystal clear that from that moment on, she'd run into zero problems. And her eyes were already brimming like she was about to break down in tears. So she chose to leave. No way she'd let anyone see that ugly side. Asaji felt sick to his stomach when he finally realized he'd been so disrespectful to everyone else's feelings. Without a second to spare, he turned right back around. Just as he was about to head out, the receptionist leaned in and told him, "Don't wear that sad face." And with nothing left to say, they finally shut the whole conversation down. He burst out the door and called his name again, swearing that from that moment on, he'd stay friends with him for the rest of their lives. The receptionist took the offer right in her hands and nodded, agreeing to the talk. When they stepped outside, Daniela gripped John's hand and made it crystal clear that he somehow could hear the thoughts flashing through his own mind in that exact second. She said it again right to his face. She had zero plans to let him go because he was hers in her heart and nowhere else. The way she was pushing it, it screamed control, plain and simple. While Asaji couldn't even figure out why he was so upset, he was stuck in the moment, feeling exactly what the lady inside was doing. It didn't waste a second, it shot straight to the quest board to decide what they'd do for the day. Choosing the right one for their needs was a real struggle for them. They needed the extermination category, and with the grass wolves already wiped out, they were gearing up to take on the kobolds next. Right then, someone shouted his name from right behind him. And when he spun around, he spotted the giant he'd rammed into on his very first day in the city. He was blown away by how this guy crushed a dragon all by himself. But Asaji wouldn't let the compliment land all the way. He grabbed part of the credit for himself and even shared it with the party. Hanzaro couldn't hold back a burst of laughter. Since he was there that day, he rallied the soldiers to go grab the collectibles, making it clear this wasn't just a big help, it was like he took the mission on himself. It was humiliating, then they turned it into a full-blown tease. And the adventurer swore that this whole conversation had been happening at the soldier gates from the very start. And it was the push they needed. Suddenly, more adventurers poured into the city, ready to fight. Hinsaro showed up, cracked his joints, and grabbed a stack of quests for the day, because with that new armor on the boy, there was work to do. The whole thing looked killer on him, perfectly matching his fit, like he could crack that armor's secrets at a glance. It's basically saying the whole thing was made up of a hero who'd already crushed the stampede from a dragon. Anasaji knew it right away. He nodded, then declared it a purchase he could actually stand behind. And the boy pushed him to pick a quest right now, because if he didn't, he'd never make it back before night fell. He made the choice to take the Grass Wolf quest himself, and realizing this party had never once tangled with kobolds before. Their choice barely took a second, and they jumped straight onto the quest. Tore it from the board. He decided to hand it straight to the receptionist so he could get registered. Their spot was staked out just outside the eastern gate, right after the status card got handed over. Now the quest was finally handed to them, and both of them sprinted out through the eastern gate. It was a blazing bright day, just endless plains, no mountains anywhere in sight. As they tore down a winding path deep in the woods, they stumbled into something eerily peaceful, and their detection skill kept humming the whole time. Daniela made it clear, goblins were messing around, right there in plain sight. He couldn't wait to see it. They cut away from the noise and before long, rolled into a rough, rocky stretch. And an entire hour had already burned by like nothing. Turns out this place used to be a mine, back when it was still booming, until it got abandoned ages ago. And now it's turned into a monster's lair. Asagi grabbed a lantern and stormed inside. And this was the perfect moment to put his armor's power to the test. The second he crossed the threshold, he realized this place wasn't just dark, it was hiding something way darker. And he couldn't see a damn thing ahead of him, totally expected, since this place was already abandoned. Danielle pushed him to trigger his presence detection skill and instantly warn her the moment something showed up ahead. And he made it clear, yeah, there were plenty of them, but none were close enough to matter. Asagi somehow lunged forward and clamped his hand onto the lady's arm. He hit that embarrassing moment, then shot a quick apology like he meant it. And it felt like he was a terrified boyfriend, clinging to his cozy girlfriend like his life depended on it. She just told him to keep it in his head while they walked through town. They just pushed ahead and then it hit them hard. How? And it's way harder when they've got no light. Turns out it hits tougher than we ever expected, because by this time, they'd been clawing for an escape for a full hour inside that tunnel, still with no way out. He finally realized these tunnels weren't something he could figure out alone, they were way too complex. Right as Asagi finally reached his destination, a messenger cut him off, he was told by. They were practically breathing down each other's neck, and they had to move, right now, no delays. And then he spotted that light glowing ahead, and it hit him that one of the kobolds was only about 10 meters from them. While creeping behind the corner, they spotted a few of them chowing down on their lunch. They slide into their seats at the dining table, ready to dig in. Right now, they were already way out there, far from where they started. They didn't even need to go looking. One glance from the corner gave it all away. And decided to go all in on speed, sprinting straight toward. He didn't just attack, he pinned them down fast and wouldn't let them breathe long enough to strike back. Asagi leaned in, sure this was the right path as. Since Danielle was in the back, everything was under control, then both of them finally got ready. They didn't hesitate at all, they surged forward right away to make sure they got them. While they were still digging into their food, Asagi bolted forward at insane speed. He shouted the rush under his own name, and it was pure magic in his armor that made him naturally lightning fast. The second the battle kicked off, Asagi was already on the front lines, wrestling one of the monsters head-on, while the lady in the back fires her arrows, keeping the other one busy and safe. Asagi realized Danielle was still blowing everyone away, just like always. And because he was dying to see how that gear was holding up, he realized those block attacks were landing so cleanly they barely scratched him. Then he slid right onto the leg guards. He shot for the monster's balance, then snapped his leg out and kicked it hard. And the fallout hit way harder than he ever thought it would. And now that monster was nothing more than a bloody splash. He couldn't help laughing once he got his hands on that kind of equipment and used it on his own body. And just as Danielle stepped in from behind, she'd already wiped out every single monster. They collided fists with a sharp, satisfying smack. And it looked like they'd finally done it, like their quest had crowned them winners. They had to track down the left hands, no excuses, just get them. By the time they finished the fourth extermination, seeing how they weren't even that tough, Asagi instantly felt like he was battling some massive monster out there. The more he tried to show off, Danielle cut him off fast. She wasn't going to flatter him, not after he'd already battled a dragon. In his head, he couldn't stop thinking about how the night together would go, and he was genuinely into it. Knowing they might have a shot at it, if they didn't get swallowed up and lost in that tunnel. If things went really bad, they'd be stuck camping there for the night, and Asagi had already shown up with the barrier plus enough extra food to last the whole day. This choice was downright grim, so he braced for the worst and figured he'd crash in a tree if things went sideways. For now, they decided to move and get going. Then they kept pushing down the path, using their presence detection to hunt every last monster, and the farther they went, the more monsters burst out. In the end, they grabbed their gear and camped for the night. Then by morning, the sun was going down and leather bags were stuffed full of hands. And now Danielle was running on empty, totally drained. They both hit a wall of resolve and chose to set the barrier. Asagi hauled in a tiny rock table and draped it with a spotless cloth. Food hit the table in the blink of an eye. And now she was finally kicking back, soaking up the moment while she sat by the side of Asagi. Remember that electrifying first time he laid eyes on her. The second her stomach growled, he slid food onto her plate, yet he never thought that one meal would turn into a whole journey, sharing bites while sitting side by side, like they were already a couple. Asahi's dish looked way better than hers, so she snapped it, "Give me a bite," right then and there. Anasaji's grin spread across his face like he'd just won the world. He served her like her adorable boyfriend, all sweet and devoted. And it looked unmistakably like a real romantic connection was brewing. In the end, he handed every last bite to her, and just like that, they were finally done. So Asaji took the night shift without hesitation, then headed back to let herself finally rest. The second she finally caught her breath, he leaned in and gently rubbed her head. A warm, incredible feeling surged through his whole body, like pure joy had taken over every inch. One cold shiver gripped him. He had to guard this peaceful face with his life. Just like everyone guessed, while Danielle caught her breath, a pack of kobolds crept in, then Asaji couldn't resist testing his ice skills. So he went all in on the magic instead of leaning on the barrier, and it worked flawlessly. His magic shot out and froze their legs at a terrifying pace, way faster than it ever had before. And now he could finally test himself, because with that kind of control, those guys didn't have a prayer. 3 of the monsters were completely frozen in place, totally unable to move an inch. Rage flared, and they decided to unleash a full-on scream, thinking they could somehow shake Asaji off and be done with it. Asaji didn't even blink. Then, with one clean strike, he sliced their heads right off. He wiped them out in one brutal sweep. What a miserable, awful mess. They couldn't keep a single scrap of the material in their bodies after the magic he just unleashed. Then he marched back to camp and decided to stick only to their hands as they made their way back. He walked in and saw Danielle was already awake, eyes locked on him, practically demanding to know where he'd gone. And in the meantime, he made it clear he'd handle some of the monsters on his own. Asaji totally ate up the romantic figure like he couldn't get enough. He whipped around to the lady and admitted, straight up, that he was running on fumes. And then, without a second thought, he snapped into action and pushed in hard right away to squeeze upon. He tossed some balloons at her to wipe out his exhaustion, acting like a full-on pervert, and somehow, as he kept playing with her, he started snapping back to his senses. Morning had already crept in, but the place was still drowned in darkness, making the truth impossible to read. They both snapped their plans into motion, grabbed their stuff, and headed back right away. But turning back meant one thing. This expedition suddenly promised to dig even deeper and uncover more from the inside. Danielle kept pointing out the route step by step so they could race back with zero hassle. She swore it wouldn't trigger a collapse because she'd already pinpointed the exact spot and lined it up with the right angle. Danielle couldn't wait to dive inside. She was all in. She tore through the place, soaking up every corner, and it honestly felt like pure joy. 2 hours had already dragged by. Then somehow, a monster burst out of the wall and made them jump out of their skin. But Asaji ripped its head clean off with one brutal strike. Asaj spotted something the moment the ore came crashing down. And after he double-checked with the lady that it was supposed to be abandoned because resources were gone, but he couldn't shake the feeling that wasn't the whole story. So when he brought it up, I was like, yeah, that's exactly it. Was able to get it clear as day that the tunnel sat unusually deep for a mining job, and it took him a while to clock it. Once he finally did, he realized just how massive that depth really was. People might assume it was the creatures that built it, right up to this deadly end. To put it bluntly, this wasn't the work of one lone person. It took more than that. The only thing they added was this: there could be an entire army hiding deep inside the tunnel. And he felt the pull to turn back, because he knew whatever waited inside could be way worse for them. Danielle finally grasped what it would cost, and she nodded, ready to turn back. Remembering these monsters weren't like goblins that reproduce like rabbits. If someone could truly control them with one hand, a massive wager could explode in their favor. Right then, all they could spot were the tracks of one monster, so this place was probably crawling with cobalt. Asaji pieced it all together and finally saw the truth. These monsters weren't just around, they were everywhere, even towering above the ground. Which meant they could be cooking up something big. The only thing that was crystal clear: this city was on the brink of total disaster. Now that it all clicked, he spun around and blurted it out to them. They couldn't turn back, not for the city's sake, not now, so they had to move fast and deal with those monsters. Once it hit him, he knew this was their best shot to stop that stampede before it tore through everything. So they finally understood the real mission of this new adventure. Sure, they'd come here to test new gear, but once that was done, they were charging straight for the cave's darkest depths. Then he sheathed his iron sword and barreled back into the fight with his ice blade. And luckily, both party members matched her moves perfectly, so she didn't have to stress about not having a real weapon. Even now, he was still calling her the wife of his heart, completely wrecked with emotion and overwhelmed to the bone. Up ahead, strange noises were popping off, yet it wasn't that cobalt glow. As they pushed ahead, they stumbled on a pile of mulch, trying to devour as many monsters as he could, and spotting it like a golden opening. Asagi swung his ice sword and chopped the monster's head clean off, and just like that, a brand new quest ignited, this time the real deal. Without a second to waste, the mole slipped into the next world. Asagi didn't know its real name, so he went ahead and started calling it anything that came to his mind. Because they were trying to use it as proof of subjugation, Danielle cut through the confusion, spelled out the real name, and then yanked 3 of the claws for herself. Asagi lunged in, slicing through the clutter to gather every last scrap of evidence. Once he finished it, they didn't stop. They pushed deeper into the tunnel. They kept trudging on for what felt like forever. And after they took down that mole, the trail started zigzagging up and down everywhere, twisting left then right nonstop. They could have wiped out way more monsters, but they just let them keep going, serving. Either tiny mole holes or wriggling mole worms. One of them looked like a truly nasty blood bat, and the other monster was a rock hunter ready to smash through anything, which burst onto the scene, and Asagi ripped through them all without hesitation. They kept mowing them down, calling out the count as they pushed deeper and deeper. Not a single monster even bothered him. And since they were stuck there for a while, Asagi set the barrier tool down so nothing could sneak up on them. Their expedition hinged on this, getting their rest in the right way, so it wouldn't trip them up later, and they could keep moving without any trouble. Asagi was trembling to the bone, just as he finally noticed a weird, awkward presence lurking in the corner, like it didn't belong there. Then he tore across the room to Danielle, like his life depended on it, because it did. To tell her about it. Danielle couldn't help but beam. His sharp intuition and detection skill had nailed it. She flashed him a bright smile and told him with full conviction that this was an insanely great flow of mana. She explained it like this: waterways exist on the surface, and down below, man's paths run too, through underground streams known as dragon veins. Even though they were deep inside a dragon's vein, they still were. Right next to the main one, she was convinced it had to be the distributor. Asagi couldn't stop asking himself, how in the world did this get uncovered in his past life too, and when did it all happen? And you double-checked whether anything was wrong, since they were already deep in it, and Danielle said if they kept lingering there, it'd start messing things up. It felt like recharging for a minute, but there was a different way, one that forced them to breathe in the deposits from the dragon vein. She told him to see it like it was straight from a native. But inside the dragon vein, a powerful good force was already pulsing, so it wasn't set to turn ugly anytime soon. Asagi finally got it, pushed this too far, and medicine flips into poison. They knew they had to stop and rest, because without it they'd be useless, so they decided to hit the bottom and slam the rest of the job before morning. Then it was his turn to take the rest first, right as the watch shifted halfway through the night, and it kept rolling into the next day. They bulldozed their way through monster after monster, driven by pure grit and rage. The farther they pushed inside, the more those monsters piled up right in front of them. Exhaustion hit hard fast. They did it just like they planned, dragged the monsters they'd wiped out to one specific side, then pushed deeper. He felt those doubts tighten in his chest. He just couldn't risk himself, and all they could do was plunge even deeper. Inside, he couldn't hide the secret rush. Every monster he slaughtered made it feel even better as he pushed deeper in. Even though he started it to stop a stampede, once he got going, he went all in and loved every second. As he stood frozen in the corner, he couldn't stop wondering if something was terribly wrong with him. Danielle stepped up to the guy, leaned in close, and listened as he grinned and told her he was actually having fun right then. No matter how messed up their situation was, he was still loving every second. To lay it all out, he told her that the very first day she rested, he stormed out and used his magic to wipe out some monsters, and ever since, that win has had him riding on pure joy. Now he couldn't shake the fear that if he changed, he might turn into a monster with a cruel heart. Up until this very day, he felt absolutely nothing, no spark, no emotion, until I used to tear through those monsters back then, but things had totally shifted. And then he snagged some equipment, which pretty much explains why he was floating with joy after wiping out those monsters. With worry gnawing at him, he kept staring around, like something was about to go terribly wrong. As Danielle stared him down, he couldn't believe his luck. Her cute smile lit up her face, and he was completely delighted. She made it crystal clear, on her eyes, he was a genuinely good, kind soul. This guy was absolutely built for something else, not for the life of an adventurer. And then she leaned in and told him, with a bright grin, that she was loving it too. She told him that every emotion they felt while slaughtering monsters and pushing deeper into the tunnel was bleeding straight into his own bloodlust. There she blurted out again, in a rush of truth, that she really loved him. The instant she wrapped him in a dazzling hug, she straight up made it clear what they were doing wasn't just violence, it was a full-on massacre. They had no choice, this was a must, and they had to do it right then. She told him their mission was clear: protect the city and everyone in it, the people they called home. And if they were genuinely having fun, then that's exactly who real adventurers are. Every adventurer can't wait to find out what's waiting just around the next corner. And Asaju finally understood just how amazing it felt to think it all through, then step back out into the world. She kept squeezing him in a tight hug and told him, straight up, he wasn't a bad person because he was her lover, her everything, and in his mind there was no way this could be evil. They both spilled their hearts to each other again, and this time the feelings hit like a thunderclap. And after everything that went down, Asadi was finally all right. Somehow that relief hit him like a wave, and he pulled back. But the lady wasn't having it. She liked that embrace a little longer than that. But then he ruffled her hair, patting her head as he thanked her for everything she'd done. He threw himself into the fight, convinced every punch was meant to protect someone, and he'd kept that promise all the way up to this moment. But he chose to honor every life he touched. Realizing he couldn't save everyone or protect everything, he still refused to fight because he was a pacifist. From that moment on, he decided to do what was right, no excuses, no backing down. To wipe out those monsters and finally stop the stampede in its tracks. They pushed forward. Most of the time the path felt alive, and now it was getting even more exciting. When the stakes finally turned deadly serious, I had to wipe out an elf, and once that happened, it could turn into a whole lot more serious, real fast. He stared at the weapon like it held his whole future, then made up his mind. He'd go all out from that moment on, no breaks, no looking back. As they pushed deeper and deeper into the cave, the darkness closes in around them. This time he sensed it clearly, and it wasn't coming from the dragon vein at all. Danielle felt it too. Something was out there, moving right toward them. Both of them locked eyes, like the whole world went silent. Then he shoved past the doors and went deeper inside. And right then they kicked off the massacre, swinging their blades and splitting everything that crossed their path. And after what felt like forever, at last, they finally burst into a giant room. He stared up at the spot, and they said it was the ceiling, because the bottom was out of sight. On the other side, an absolute horde of monsters surged forward like they owned the place. And when Asagi stared at those numbers, it finally clicked in his head. Because if they launched this stampede into the city, it would spell serious chaos. He knew this was their one shot, and he was convinced they could unleash the ancient weapon to seal the deal. Just then Danielle suddenly switched gears. She lifted her hand and made her next move. Asagi was totally confused as she stared at that sword, wondering why she just left it there. The woman looked like she was pouring magic straight into her fist. But Asagi said the quantity was absolutely massive. She snapped her spell into place and unleashed a blast buster. A brutal, mind-blowing magic blast tore forward toward the target, ready to annihilate. And there, boom, the monsters all got wiped out with one brutal strike. Asagi just stared, speechless, because he'd never seen anything like it before, and it was Daniela's own spell. She explained that stuffing a whole storm's worth of wind into her hand before she released it made it hard to rein in, but she knew that same release would unleash insane power. A few of the surviving monsters were still waiting on the other side. No second thought, every last one of them barrels forward, launching themselves to wipe them out and knock them down. Just as Asagi and Danielle finished taking them down, a new, terrifying presence crashed over them. And the moment it happened, they both snapped onto guard like a switch flipped. It hit them the exact same way it did the last time they faced that monster wolf. He figured it out. This wasn't some normal beast at all. It had warped into a monster after swallowing up tons of men. And according to his detection, it felt like a hit of cobalt in the air. Something was off, and it wasn't normal. Daniela realized that if this was truly an evolution, then it had to be the Assault Cobalt, an agile monster that zeroed in on the fence like it was its whole mission. And the sheer speed of it charging toward them was unreal. He could feel it coming any second now, right on the edge of the next few seconds. Asagi couldn't stop wondering who of them would be faster right now. He could suddenly sense the way, leading straight to one of the corners. Right at the dome's edge, she clocked the size and the rush of it, and knew that's exactly where it would burst into view. They had zero time to rig a trap or even send the clear signal first. They rocketed a lightning ball into action right away. That's when they finally saw the monster right in front of them, which looked downright terrifying, immensely powerful, and those attacks didn't budge it even an inch. Humans, then the monster roared that they'd landed in his country, and later. He clarified it, this was the Cobalt Nation, and he wasn't just a visitor, he was the king. The scene hit like a brutal cobalt-fueled assault, and it looked like both adventurers had zero chance to strike back or even find an opening to bring it down. Both of them came up and said, "We're adventurers," and admitted they were bracing for a total stampede to burst out of these tunnels. That's why they made the call to get inside, right before disaster could strike. Asadiu couldn't help but mock the assault Cobalt, laughing through every jab, which really didn't like any of this. His rage surged hard over that statement and his proclamation. Rage came crashing down on him, and it hit the second it happened, right then and right now. Smashed in at full speed, charging straight for the attack, and Asagi shot ahead to intercept it first. First, he swung the sword, came charging in at breakneck speed, and after the man. Somehow he nimbly slipped past it at the last second, dodging disaster. Asagi hunted for a split-second opening and planned to strike it from behind. The second he spun around, he lunged in to drag his sword across it. He searched everywhere, only to realize the monster was gone. The kobold assault had switched targets to Danielle because they knew she was nothing but a gentle backline support. The medic lady was doing everything she could to keep him from taking another step, snatching another chance once again. Asaj lunged forward and swung in from behind, right when he was seconds away from delivering it. That monster vanished again right from in front of him, and it moved insanely fast compared to every other monster they'd faced up to this point. That monster was tearing across the ground at breakneck speed, and every time Asadi finally found a chance to land a strike, the monster slipped away like the punch didn't even matter. With one strike, he drove forward from behind, aiming to plunge his sword straight into its heart. The ESL Cobalt mocked him again, and it felt like a punch to the gut. He suddenly surged past the edge of what his old speed could reach. This time it didn't just dodge, it lunged at him from behind, teasing him with a terrifying strike, which Danielle absolutely hated, and she fired her arrow to pin him down, trying to cover him completely. Still, this tiny strike wasn't one he couldn't dodge with a single, smooth move. And that's exactly what he did. Rage flared as he got nailed from both sides. It turned a dead subordinate into a trap, striking Danielle with a sudden, brutal ambush. By now, all three had scattered, and Asaji's pain hit so hard it felt like the world was grinding him into the ground. That Cobalt brute swaggered for all it was worth, bragging that its first strike would hit the guy, then it would come for the lady next. He instantly yanked out his sharp claws and lunged straight at Asagi. Danielle froze in shock, realizing that claw was something they'd never even noticed before. That monster unleashed a brutal, merciless slash that zeroed straight in on Asagi. And this ended up way more intense than it ever looked from the outside. It sliced straight through the rocks like they weren't even there. Somehow, Asagi slipped free, using the wolf's skill to burst out of the danger on his own legs. And right there, both of them understood this wasn't some fake threat. The assault kobold still wasn't finished, and before it could tear into them with another strike, Danielle grabbed Asadi's attention, begging him to lift her up and start dodging all over again. Asagi snapped to the command without hesitation. He unleashed his sharpest dodge, slipping every brutal slash the savage monster threw at him. They realized this dude was smashing multi-dimensional magic all at once. That's the exact same kind of magic the Void Bag was packing. Dimension magic snapped into the scene and twisted time and space out of place. So he could strike them in the blink of an eye, with distance meaning nothing. So basically, he wasn't clawing them just to hurt them. He was using those claws like magic, tearing into space itself and messing everything up. She made it crystal clear, if they'd been in the claws' target zone, they'd be dead already. It was an enormous kind of power, so huge that even understanding it felt impossible. Evolution wasn't just a concept, it hit like it meant everything. Now the monster seethed with rage and zeroed in on them, ready to crush both of them in one brutal strike. It looked like they'd already cooked up a foolproof plan to shut it down. This time, Asaju launches into motion, and with the wolf's legs driving him, he darts in a wild zigzag while carrying the lady at full speed. They had no idea how much it would piss the monster off. Apparently, it was worse than they could have imagined. And every single time, it was unleashing a fresh attack. They were dodging it like it didn't even stand a chance. Even if he could dodge, he couldn't keep slipping out forever at that speed. And Daniela cooked up a plan that could change everything for him. She urged him to keep moving while she reached in and took it out. Asagi kept blazing forward at the exact same breakneck speed as before. By then, he was creeping so close to the monster that it practically begged to get enraged. That assault kobold couldn't keep its cool for even a second, because every time they tried to dodge everything they could, rage just kept boiling over. Those slashes were swinging at nothing, he just moved right through them. It looked like he was savoring every second. In the blink of an eye, an arrow screamed in and drove straight for the monster's heart. Then right from behind that rock, Daniela burst into view. It didn't stop at one hit. Right after that, a swarm of arrows came raining down on him. And somehow that move slammed the monster down for good as it sprawled back. A brutal stench spilled from the assault kobold, and man, those guys looked like they'd already won the fight. Both of them slammed their fists together, celebrating the victory like they just hit the jackpot. They were over the moon that somehow they'd pulled it off. Everything disappeared, and then, out of nowhere, a sudden interruption cut them off in their tracks. He got hit from behind, and in an instant he crumpled to the ground. The instant he spun around and stared back at where it came from. He stared at the monster and realized it still had a pulse left in it. It even tore open space with dimensional magic, then launched a razor-sharp finger-claw slash through reality. Daniela seethed at that pathetic, weird little attack, and then she whipped her arrow loose right away. This time he tilted the monster's head just right and drove it down hard to finish it, no hesitation. But he wouldn't let it move any further. Asagi was groaning through pure agony because this one was brutal. And it was all on him. He let his guard down, and that mistake came back to bite. He couldn't wrap his head around it, how that monster's power could be unleashed with one finger and still smash through that much damage. Daniela dropped him onto the floor and rushed to inspect the wound. The second she made contact with it, the guy burst into a high-pitched scream like it had him wired. While she demanded humility from him, Daniela checked. She confirmed there wasn't any life-threatening organ damage, then promised to start his treatment right away so he could get back on his feet. Daniela kept her emotions in check, telling him he'd pull it off even without a healer. Assad grinned, relieved to realize he wasn't about to die. And somehow their medicines handled the first aid all on their own. Once the last potions were poured and the final bandages wrapped, the treatment was finally done. Asagi crumpled to the floor, wheezing for breath, just barely keeping his life from getting snuffed out by that attack. They decided to hunt down hard proof of the subjugation first before they dared leave. And the second she came back, it was crystal clear. She was a total workaholic, nonstop. Asadi was already caught and dragged into custody. The second she woke him up, he jolted like a shot out of nowhere and burst into motion, making quick, jittery screens of the area around him. And when she came back from tearing that monster apart all by herself, blood smeared across the lady's face. Asagi blurted out an apology for that sudden scream, and then stepped up to the lady and reached for her face too, the chaos hanging over it like a storm. To snap her back to how she looked before, he tried to tell her that even a tiny blood splash didn't suit her face because she always looked drop-dead gorgeous. She tossed it off with a little giggle, like she couldn't let the compliment sink into her heart. And after he's laid out every detail and finally swept the whole mess clean, they chose to crash side by side for a breather, then planned to head back to the city. After taking a long, hard-earned breather, Daniela finally jolted awake, rubbing her eyes the second she opened them. She started keeping an eye on Asagi, convinced he'd already vanished. It was the opposite of what you'd expect. He ended up down at her feet, and even after he got hurt, she still kept fighting right beside him. Everything was finally sorted out, and both of them let out a little chuckle, relieved it didn't keep snowballing into anything worse. Since the damage finally stopped, they took a deep breath and charged straight down the tunnel the monster had burst out of. They were about to leave, so remember that. She'd always dreamed of it, and she'd never once gone deep into the earth before, after all. And they were right there beside the dragon vein too, so she knew she couldn't be missing anything, because something way more thrilling had to be waiting just around the corner. She knew this could be dangerous, but backing off wasn't even on the table. She had to lead, no exploring skipped. As she moved forward, she finally laid eyes on one of the world's most mysterious sights. Right there, crystals glittered in front of them, and they couldn't even wrap their minds around what they were seeing. They were purple as night, and Asagi just grinned at the glow. Then he came to. You need to know this, it's absolutely some kind of magic ore. But she'd never laid eyes on something this massive before. As she stared at it, the truth hit her hard. The colors weren't just pretty, they were dimensional magic, pure and unmistakable. The exact same move the assault cobalt was using. It was showing a color no human had ever seen before. Since it already broke into multi-dimensional territory, nobody should have expected this to be something you'd ever see in the natural world. The crystal's purity was insanely close to the ore it came from, and not a single one of them realized that one try, one touch, could mess with them, jam up their mana circuits, and throw everything off. Danielle had lived forever, yet she'd never laid eyes on a crystal with a dimensional color this deep, so dark it felt unreal, though she'd heard stories about people who once used dimensional crystals to teleport. Asagi drifted in his thoughts about space, and then boom, he remembered a chance to finally break free from there. Daniela couldn't stand it, so she snapped, "Stop talking, no more from you." The way she talked made it crystal clear. If they went for it, they wouldn't just fail, they'd get torn to pieces. And honestly, this place felt insanely satisfying, like no one in their right mind could have pushed this far into a tunnel and still made it. They realized this treasure could hand them an amount so massive it felt unreal. Asadi wasn't the type to obsess over numbers. He was locked onto the bigger picture, not the count. I was praying they both made it out safe and healthy from there. Right as they were about to walk away, they suddenly spotted something they couldn't ignore. A crystal just shot out of nowhere, and for a second everything just stalled, then it vanished and snapped back like its whole existence couldn't decide between this world and the next. The second they burst out of the tunnel, that blinding light slammed into their eyes and made everything sting. They couldn't take it anymore, and they started cursing nonstop. They hadn't seen a single beam of sunlight in 2 whole weeks. They just wanted back to the city fast, so the first thing they did was shove into a bath, because it had been ages since they'd had one. They both snapped to their feet and rushed back right away, even with their heads pounding like crazy. Right when they were on the verge of reaching back, Asagi finally clocked it. This trip was dragging on for almost 3 hours, and back when they left, it took half that time. They were starving on the road, so they pulled up at a food stall and dug in. And after what felt like forever, they finally were. Finally, they sank into a scorching hot bath and let it all melt away, pure joy with barely a sound. Asaj slipped back into his room and sipped his tea, slow and steady like he was regrouping for whatever came next. He never forgot the wealthy man's kindness. He'd let them stay there for what felt like forever. Every time he handed over the money for those 2 weeks, it felt like he was shouldering every last expense all on his own. They dumped him there too, and the poor Letty just stood frozen, utterly stunned. His kindness was so big it barely fit in words, and they felt it in their bones that choosing this was absolutely the right move. Right then, someone slammed on the door. And then there's Daniela, bursting in to lay out exactly when they were. She was seriously heading to the guild, rocking that painfully clumsy outfit like it was daring the world to laugh. Asagi suddenly got it. This wasn't the time to mess around, so he straightened up, acted like the ultimate gentleman, and said they'd do it first thing in the morning. The lady bolted to her own room to finally catch her breath. I'll wish him luck for the next day, right before everything kicks off. Asagi was wrapped in kindness like a warm blanket, but the moment he lay there alone in that bed, a heavy sadness crushed his chest. The second they slipped back into the guild, chaos hit, because that same receptionist from before latched onto him hard, furious that he vanished out of nowhere. The moment she found out they'd both headed to the Tomb of Kobolds, she immediately turned to them, begging for a favor. But they chose to lay every last detail right in front of the guild master. As some major adventurers, they were snapped up right away and given the chance to meet the hilarious, the absolutely tremendous guy. And there he was again, planted behind his desk, doing the same routine like it never changed. Asagi explained that just 2 weeks ago, they slipped into some tunnels to put their brand new equipment through the test. On the way back, they somehow stopped a full-on stampede and saved the city after mowing down tons of cobalt monsters. The guildmaster listened to every word and took in the whole story, end to end. But you could tell he wasn't taking that well at all. No smile, no peace. He snapped at them that both of them should have warned the guild first before rushing in on their own. Then, even with rage boiling inside him, he chose to let it slide. Knowing every move had landed perfectly. He told them next time you're heading out on a mission like this, you report back to me, and warned them that if he didn't get that warning in time, another humiliating name would be waiting for them. The guild master pulled him in and told him to reach out anytime, ask them, lean on them, and stick close to the guild whenever trouble like this hits. Then the master stepped in, talked straight about the reward, and promised him this: every last monster hand would be counted, hauled to the market, and sold to get his money back. But for those rare monster materials he talked about, that he'd set them their very own price. And to make it worse, they were about to get paid for that stampede they dodged after they plunged deep inside the tunnel. And they both grinned, ready to wait for that reward like it was already in their hands. The guildmaster even told them, straight up, that they could grab the monster's material and turn it into gear if they wanted. And because these guys had their sights set on it, the master brought them to a guild blacksmith who worked straight for the guild because he could handle anything that came their way. He even showed off a few examples of the blacksmith's finest work. With a killer set of armor made from red metal, it screamed for attention, bold, flashy, and almost gaudy. The instant he caught sight of that red metal, his mind snapped straight to the dimensional crystal, but decided to swallow it and keep quiet. Everything was finally settled. Then this news hit. The silvergreen and the light wind stopped the stampede cold inside that tunnel. 3 weeks already slammed by. Meanwhile, he dug into his lunch right beside the lady, grinning like it was the best part of his day. He cracked open his status and started reviewing everything. And when he finally checked again, he couldn't believe how much had changed for the better. It was exactly the same with Danielle. She'd hit level 72 and stacked up a bunch more seriously solid skills. Asagi lagged way back, firing shots at 54. And it looked like both of them were about to level up and lock into their new current forms. Ranka kicks off at level 73, and Asagi didn't play around. He decided to grind his butt off until he reached it. Asagi finally unlocked night vision after those brutal, pitch-black nights inside the tunnel. And that skill gave him the power to see in the dark. This was exactly the kind of thing they'd need the moment trouble hit while they were out camping. And it was almost certainly tied to her own one-of-a-kind skill, eye foliage. He remembered the blacksmith was incredibly understanding, like it all made sense from the start, even though at first. He found the guy a little scary, but that didn't stop him. He came right back to pay a visit and introduced himself as the Green Silver. Bennett the blacksmith didn't look pleased at all. He grumbled about making him a suit just because that nickname had stuck. He was already plotting his next move, because if he was about to pitch an idea and he realized the guy had actually come by, then everything changed. Then somehow he managed to get his hands on something rare. Then the curiosity hit hard, and it just had to see what was going on. And he instantly wiped that serious look off his face. Then he dropped to his knees, begging for confirmation, like he couldn't even breathe until someone approved what he was demanding. Danielle knew things were going perfectly because the moment he spotted the assault cobalt parts, he could tell they were top quality. The blacksmith forged a fang-and cloth sword from the right materials, and it came out light, easy to swing, and exactly the kind of weapon you trust in battle. He spent 2 weeks crafting the item, and since she demanded it come out in perfect condition, Asagi handed him 3 copies to make sure he nailed it. Snatching the equipment was what kicked off the whole mess, because without it, this never would have happened. He wanted to steal some good idle time with Danielle too, so he ended up posted at the bar, waiting for him. Turns out hero Yasushi Matsumoto was supposed to hit the city by today, and they weren't about to miss that chance. This felt like Saudi's demand, but she was already bracing to stand right beside him. She just wanted food, and Sagi totally got it, because this guy's a simple read once you've got nothing to worry about. Still, he could almost feel it. This guy was from Japan, like fate had either reincarnated him there or shipped him over. He had to figure out why everyone saw him as a real hero, especially when he faced a dragon stampede head-on and watched it unfold with his own eyes. And then right when that door swung open, every head in that bar snapped toward the door, like they had to see for real if he'd actually showed up. It was the hero, but he didn't even flinch, like he already knew he'd uncover the truth. She figured if she took it too seriously, she'd end up devouring the fish bones next. Asagi begged her not to go through with it, warning that it could spark real trouble. They bickered right there. One didn't want anything to do with that hero, and the other couldn't wait to get a closer look. While the barlane guy burst inside the bar. He swallowed his pride and apologized for barging in. Asagi somehow tore his eyes off the little coral, spun around, and stared at how he really looked. He was a young guy who couldn't wait to rub shoulders with people from the city's guilds. The instant he stepped inside, the aura around him was so massive it felt like the whole world was being swallowed. Everyone's eyes snapped to him, like the whole room just stopped breathing. Danielle's heart skipped the moment she spotted it. Our hero had the exact same in black hair as him. and it looked like Yashishi had just clocked a familiar resemblance and kept his eyes locked to the side, scanning for what was coming. With curiosity sparking, he zeroed in and nailed down the man's identity, the silver green. Asad shot back with a bright, optimistic smile and welcomed him right into the place. That's how the two of them finally crossed paths in the first place. By now, it looked like they were already buddies, laughing and sipping at the bar like they'd known each other forever, while Daniela wasn't with him today, resting back at the hotel. And it looked like they'd already swapped stories of being reborn into this new city, again, and the hero even ended up loving the place because the store was really pouring out some top-shelf alcohol. Back in his high school days, he was heading home when a truck smashed into him, right there, so hard he got sent away. The only thing separating them was this: the past was stitched from two wildly clashing lives. Since he'd already been living like the hero of this story, he kept himself planted right in the middle. With insane stats backing him up and deadly skills in his arsenal, Yashishi had clawed his way into earning the title of hero, which made him nearly unbeatable. Every woman on the streets just couldn't help but be drawn to him. He carried himself like a real man, and that's exactly why the main character, the heart of the story, felt it so hard. Being caught in that spot wasn't happening to him. Even after getting reincarnated into another world, Yashishi still refused to believe a harem could ever be anything but a bad deal. He was always getting into trouble, and the second he tried to fix it, women seemed to multiply around him, like the universe wouldn't let him breathe, even. He found them all gorgeous, like fate was already locking him into their hands and feet. Then he couldn't help but laugh at how this was the kind of thing a cranky old man would think. Both of them snap at each other, grilling every decision they made like, "Are you sure about that?" One was racking up more and more, and it definitely wasn't making him happy. While the others scored one, yet he still wasn't satisfied. The kind of anime the human had felt like he was falling for Yamjur's sisters. Way too much drama just to talk about some girl, so Asagi decided Daniela was all he needed and nothing else. Turns out they clicked instantly and became great friends, yet Asagi still planned to poison his friend's image in front of his wife with a few nasty words. Finally, Asagi felt genuine joy. Someone from his own grounds was there, and he could finally call them a friend. And the wildest part, every joke he threw out actually hit perfectly, and suddenly it felt like the best night they'd ever had, just the two of them. And Asagi stared at it like it was the perfect one. They both chose to crash at the Silver Sky together. Yeah, of course, she loved those moments at the bar too, because it was his first time finally tasting alcohol that good. They were yapping about one thing, somehow getting to the Silver Sky Hotel. Zoom in bingo, the place was packed, and right in the spotlight, a bunch of ladies stood there, waiting on the hero to finally show up. The second he showed up, everything kicked off right away. Those ladies were sizing everyone up, and then Asagi slid into their view. A girl lined in and checked if he wanted to join them too. That was straight up stupid for him to even try to face. Even if he thought they were best buddies with the hero, their bond was still on completely different levels, and now he was done. He wanted to end the night right there and then. They wished Asaja a very good night, and Asaja walked off into the night. He instantly got it. These guys weren't exactly thrilled to have him there, and he could tell the real reason was simple. The hero belonged right in the center. Stealing the spotlight for one brutal reason, his power dwarfed everyone else's, and it made everyone realize who he really was. So for the next couple of mornings, they spent time at the Silver Sky, stuffing themselves at breakfast together. Back at the dining table again, Asagi leaned in and teased the hero for what happened last night. And it totally humiliated him, standing right there while someone said it to his face. Turns out the hero didn't show up for nothing. He went to the tunnel where those guys had disappeared. Because whispers were flying through the capital, and everyone could feel trouble brewing like it was about to explode. And that's why the king pulled him in and ordered him to take a look. The king said it himself. He was an old man with parents like Santa Claus, and yeah, that joke hit the mark. Asagi snapped his gaze to the other side and spotted Danielle staring. Clung right to the other ladies who rolled in with the hero, tagging along like she belonged in the chaos. And she soaked up the good times, thrilled that it had been ages since this girl had got to be around other girls. Right then, he heard her laughing about all the time they spent together. And the way she said it in the beginning kinda left a bad taste. She said everything shifted from that point on. Turns out even with the low term, they kept going for several rounds, and it didn't cause a single problem. Daniela told me this guy had even slipped her some killer techniques she never knew existed back when she was clueless. While the other girls thought it was humiliating that the guy couldn't bring enough power to please that lady. The other girls in the group didn't see the hero the same way at all. And it looked like this hero was winning again, without even lifting a finger. It was straight-up girl talk, and it felt just like the same stuff back in her own world, right on the same day, after she ate breakfast twice. So these guys trekked straight into the tunnel where they'd been living all along. And Asagi said yes, because the pay was exactly right. Right as they were about to step in, the hero cracked out a spark of his light magic and lit the whole place up. And the instant he went and did it, Assad froze, speechless with pure shock, because what he was seeing was unbelievable. He couldn't stop marveling at the hero, and Asagi felt downright stupid about it. And every last drop of his magic went straight into coating the drink. Danielle slipped in from behind and blurted that this guy was more amazing than the hero, so suddenly it totally caught her off guard. At that point, Asagi finally saw the truth. Only his girlfriend stood by him, like the whole world had turned its back. By the end, Danielle couldn't help it. She actually praised the hero. And Asagi finally snapped back to the truth. Yeah, they were genuinely awesome people. Those ladies actually hoisted him up with real strength, then slammed him down hard. And right there, these guys charged deeper into the tunnel, hunting for whatever was waiting in the dark. He replayed the moment he built that opening, the one that shoved them deep inside, and couldn't stop thinking about it. One of the hero's men rushed forward, snapped his magic, and blasted a hole right through the air. It was a dwarf who dropped the whole truth on them. That it was actually the hero, coming in alone, who threw himself into the caves and saved them when the monsters attacked. She could still see it so clearly, right from behind her. This guy was mowing down every monster with those sword-shaped veggies. Even that tiny girl couldn't resist the hero's charm. And he looked like a straight-up predator. They pushed deeper and cleared every monster they ran into. And the more fresh holes they didn't have last time popped up, screaming as the play unraveled. Where these guys blasted the assault cobalt into nothing. As the hero handed it over, he slipped into the deepest depths and pressed for answers, demanding to know what was down there. Asagi totally played it like the arena was a tunnel, like nothing mattered except what was right in front of him. But his curiosity sparked, and he couldn't stop himself from going deeper. After pressing for answers again and again, Asagi finally caved and agreed to show him the way. And right there they made up their minds. Let's plunge deeper and find what's waiting inside. When the hero finally showed up, he stared at it like his eyes couldn't believe what they were seeing. While the other two soaked it up like praise meant, they depersonally invented the whole thing. After arguing it out, they slammed the brakes on the whole plan because it was way too dangerous. Then they locked it away as a secret. He hailed that move as the perfect right call, because if he'd missed it, everything would have spiraled into disaster. Asagi grinned, proud he'd made the right call and spotted the danger from the start. Just look at the hero's eyes. He admitted it wasn't some easy problem she could handle on her own, not when he'd chosen this path. He knew a few people could pull it off, but as court mages, they were trapped inside the castle and never allowed to leave. Asagi caught on, watching the respect this woman commanded, and he realized she must be insanely powerful as a human, which is exactly why she couldn't just leave. Right there they agreed. No waiting, they had to bail immediately, and there was nothing they could do, but the hero promised that with those materials he'd craft an overpowering spell, and then somehow it still led to nothing. So they shut the investigation down for good. These guys weren't reporting a thing. Then they sealed the whole mess behind a steel door. Right out of nowhere, that dwarf from before burst into the frame and seized the moment, bam. In the blink of an eye, she forged an iron door and slammed it shut to lock everything away. Which blew my mind. They rolled back into the city and kicked it with the hero for one more crazy week. And right around the time he was supposed to head back to the capital, he'd already forged those plans, pretty much the same ones. Asagi couldn't stop smiling now that he finally got to meet him, because he never dreamed he'd run into someone from his own nation in another world. He felt that same rush all over again the first. Got stomped on by a burglar. Meeting Danielle completely flipped his whole life upside down. At first, the two of them met fists with a handshake, and right before heading out, and somehow this guy even threw his arms around Asagi, way more surprising than anyone saw coming. A fierce friendship snapped into place between them, forged by pure passion. And just like that, everything finally clicked, so they settled into a life of pure, non-stop happiness. But the second he thought everything was finally settled, Danielle grilled Asagi, demanding to know why he'd come from another world too, because the hero really was from somewhere else. The time finally showed up right when he was on the verge of spilling the biggest secret of his life. And he chose to keep things quiet from that moment on. He leaned in and revealed the crazy truth. He didn't belong here at all. He came from another world. Nobody saw her reaction coming, not even close. As they argued about their next quest, Asaji's eyes widened. He was stunned she didn't react with the exact expression he'd been waiting for. Daniela asked whether that guy was interested in continuing the conversation or dropping more details. And he fired back with pure, raging fury. So he admitted he was still dying to tell it, but it looked like she wasn't into any of it at all. Then he explained that by then, he simply couldn't find the right moment to spill the truth. He rushed in to tell everyone the truth. Back home, magic didn't exist at all because their world was built on pure, unshakable science. Even though she could have found it incredible, she still blurted out the worst possible idea, heading to the next empire, and tried to justify it with a shaky explanation. She told him the truth. Other worlds were real, and what he thought was impossible was right there in front of him. Learning he was from another world didn't change her, because even a raccoon could stand in her way. She was still choosing him, and she'd stay with him forever. This kind of reassurance hit them in a whole new way, and they both lunged in to hug each other tightly. While he pushed to step into a bigger role this time, he even told her the truth. His cuteness was what kept breaking her self-control. Calling him cute in the middle of all that kind of respect, while he was trembling right there, felt unreal. They locked themselves in that hotel all day, plotting like crazy on how they'd make their move the next morning. They marched up to the hotel owner to get everything signed before they could leave, only for him to bristle at the idea. But hey, letting guests go was just part of his job. He even brought them back to the silver sky, just in case they ever returned. As they pulled away, they realized, just like always, he was a genuinely kind guy, the kind who always jumped in to help without even being asked. As always, they swept up every last grocery and food supply, plus all the provisions they'd need for the escape ahead. But before any of that happened, he charged straight into the Western District barracks. The captain lit up the moment he saw him after ages, and then he spilled the entire plan to him from start to finish. Who finally realized they wouldn't be seeing each other again for quite a while. Then he went for a handshake with an invitation in hand, saying he was welcome in the city anytime he wanted. He swore with full conviction that he was a passionate human who'd back them in everything, straight up helping land a hotel and even tracking down the gear. Even though it wasn't a forever goodbye, it still hit like a punch, sad as hell, because that's just how their life moved. Next on their schedule was the Adventurer Guild, and that's where they finally met the guild receptionist for the very first time, who had been sensing this moment was coming for a long time. This time, even the guild master dropped by to see them off before they could leave. The master was right there, watching, while the receptionist put on a calm face and acted like she already knew every detail of Asadi's plan. She was cranking the vibe up, trying to make it sound downright terrifying. But when Asadi laid eyes on the receptionist's face, he realized the sadness still lingered in the air, like it refused to leave. The guild master lined in and demanded where they planned to go next. By then, they still hadn't made the right call, and they kept dodging the whole plan to move into the Southern Empire. The master tried to send word of them to the Guild Empire, but both of them shut it down and refused. Before they left, the guildmaster leaned in and ordered them to be extra careful, because this town was not one to mess around with. It was barely holding on, tough as nails, and all they wanted in the first place was to get out there and reach their destination. They leaned in and swore to the receptionist, "We'll be back one day, for real." The receptionist, that sharp-tongued lady, shooed them out, but the connection was shaky at best. So they shrugged, said walk it off, and pushed through. The receptionist couldn't stand their relationship anymore, and he still held some kind of grudge against both of them for letting her go. Yet Asagi never stopped reaching out, writing letters to that friend every single time. They swore they'd stay friends forever. No matter where they went or how far they stretched apart, he was sure this wasn't a real goodbye. It was just a pause before they met again. After that bright, cheerful talk, they slammed drinks together at the very same restaurant, right on schedule, just like they promised. Right as they were halfway through their drinks, Rex showed up. Pyrrha was right there too, and the two of them decided to party through the whole night. At last, the day slammed into place. Time to say goodbye to the city. Then they leaned in and traded theories about the empire they were marching toward. Daniela swore it owned a massive stretch of land far to the south. Then they finally worked up the courage to tell him the truth, that this city was under the Republic. While Asagi had never even heard of it before. He only knew this: there was a forest up north and mountains down south, and the north held the Grand Sawyer Forest, while the south was ruled by Mount Alisa. Daniela said the lands around that peak were called the Election Mountain Range, running east to west, and serving as the dividing line between two kingdoms. She swore there was only one route between the two countries, the mountain. They were heading for the empire, straight through the city of Alyssa. Asaji's mental map got wiped clean because there was simply too much information for his head to hold. He threw everything he had at it to make sense of the image, but all he got was a blur, with no clear picture to read. The city they were sprinting toward right then was so locked down it was practically classified as a military zone, almost. Where it was its pride, they weren't about to spark any kind of war. Everyone knew they despised war, because 600 years ago, the Empire busted its ass to conquer the world, and it actually pulled it off. With the world way too massive for any single nation to control, the Emperor keeled over from sheer overwork, and the next ruler was terrified of meeting the same fate, so he swore off expansion altogether. Asaji realized this guy was incredible, but Danielle knew it wasn't that simple. There were all kinds of people out there they had to sort through to find the ones who'd back them. Asaji finally let the tension go, because the nation wasn't his problem anymore, not when it was almost time for the sun to sink. They pitched the tent, and Asaji got busy making the usual meal like always. With dinner sizzling and ready, was frantically wiping her body clean inside the tent. Asaji started fantasizing about her in scandalous situations, but that thought got erased later on. And just like that, both of them finished their dinner. And feeling completely stuffed, she stumbled backward and collapsed back into the tent, right on the spot. After they got the message that eating and then lying down would pack on the pounds, it hit them hard. Danielle couldn't shake the worry that her balloons were about to blow up and get way bigger. Lately, that lady had turned way more seductive. They ride through the journey with pure excitement and keep racking up real results every step. The very next day, they were right back on the move, tearing forward like they couldn't wait to see what came next. Asaj couldn't stop replaying the last night in her mind. The girl was having fun with her own balloons, and it left Asaji completely stunned. He was cornered into clarifying it. He meant she'd actually get fat. She wanted out of that situation so badly it hurt. So she pushed him to talk it through right away. No delays, no waiting. Then he grinned and teased her cheeks like a sweet little lady. He took his time to steady her mood back to normal, then he pushed on with it. Even with everything on his plate, this still felt peaceful to him, calm, good, and genuinely nice. And on top of that, those guys got ambushed too, by monsters called grass rabbits. Right after that attack, a stone lizard lunged in and ambushed them with deadly magic. While they were out on that expedition, these guys ran straight into some goblins, and those things even swung weapons carved from stone. They butchered the goblins on the spot, slicing their heads clean off. And just like that, these beginner-level monsters stood no chance against them at all. They dragged themselves through 3 brutal days, and then, finally, the mountain loomed closer with every step. Even the valley had smokestacks clawing into the sky. Danielle pointed out they belonged to the town she'd been talking about, and they were closing in on the city fast enough to reach it the very same day. Right then, the thing he feared most finally came marching closer, because the moment he stepped into a new town, chaos would slam into him. Some wild, impossible trouble always found him first. He scanned his surroundings, told himself to take it easy, then quickly checked the air, like something out there might be waiting for him. Daniel couldn't quite read the man, but Asaji refused to drop his guard for even a second, because trouble could strike from anywhere, and he wasn't about to let his safety slip. And his detection magic screamed that something waited in the back, so he yanked his sword out and whipped around to face the threat head-on. He was a little more worried than he ever let himself be. And this time it wasn't anything, just a wagon rounding the corner, rolling closer and closer. He spotted a flag on the carriage, so that wasn't a monster at all. And now he slaps the label bandits, but Daniela shuts his instinct down at once. And the second she spotted the flight, her eyes lit up because she instantly recognized the coachman, who was the very same shopkeeper who had sold him every last bit of the materials. The shopkeeper slammed the wagon to a halt right near his feet, instantly recognizing that armor of the wind dragon. Then he demanded to know why this guy had swung his sword at him out in the middle of nowhere. They both climbed into the wagon, and after what felt like forever, they finally rode side by side again. He introduced himself as Nick, and lit up with joy when he finally got to meet him after all that time. He was there to haul clothes into the middle city. Because it was a mining town, they demanded mountains of cloth, and he hauled in some sample fabric made from scraps. Asaji tracked down who'd been running the shop while he was gone, and then bam, he realized she was his own wife, who goes by 2 totally different names, depending on what's happening. These dudes plastered a paw shape all over the merch, but it was his next wife who shut that down every single time. Huddled inside, both of them couldn't help but feel that warm, good magic in the air around them. Nick didn't hesitate. He barked at him to stop the carriage right now. Then he snapped his gaze upward, hunting the new monster closing in on them this time. Asagi figured it was totally safe, and he couldn't help but grin. That crystal on his neck gave him the power to defend himself. They stumbled on massive bird monsters, huge and terrifying. Eagles built their nests along the jagged cliff edges. And right the moment Danielle pulled out her arrows and aimed them straight toward them. Asagi jumped in and made her a batch of icy ones to help her out. The moment one of them got wiped out with a single, brutal strike. The other dodged, the one that changes everything. And now everyone's eyes locked onto both of them, like they were racing in to stop their getaway before it took off. Danielle cranked the speed even higher, one pinpoint strike near the monster's heart, and it crumpled like it never stood a chance. When it came crashing down from the sky, it turned into total chaos, so nailing down any real proof looked nearly impossible. Still, no big deal, because the mining town was just around the corner. Danielle tiptoed up to the fallen monster's body, hunting the biggest feather from the eagle, which was its proof of subjugation, and from this one they could barely claim anything, because it was already ruined. They shoved aside everything behind them and charged straight for the city's main gate. And just like that, the soldiers slammed the brakes, stopping them cold for an introduction. Nick stepped up, introduced himself, and laid out the whole reason he was here, to deliver the goods. While the rest chimed in with their titles, adventurers, one after another. The soldier couldn't resist digging into that luggage, itching to see what was inside. And somehow, everything still looked perfectly fine. This guy warmly swept them into the city, urging them to soak up every moment inside. The instant the gate swung open, Asagi couldn't stop staring at it. To pull him back, the lady decided to mess with his butt and get his focus right back on her. Once they finally slipped inside, Nick threw out a split-second plan. He would go his way to finish his job. And then he bolted off, hauling the carriage with him. From that point on, they slipped in like they belonged. No hotel set up, no plan handed to them, so they marched inside to ask what they should eat for the day. The second he stepped into that bar shop, everything changed. He ran into an awkwardly dressed lady, acting all high and mighty like she was guarding the city's morals, totally normal here somehow. The moment he couldn't stop staring at her, and at the way her curves shaped the night. Danielle caught it, then flicked his butt again, like a secret switch to keep him locked in his senses. This guy dropped into his seat and dug in, determined to make every second of lunch count. But the second he walked past that lady, she snapped to a stop and blocked his way. She offered him a drink, but it didn't feel like a simple sip at all, because she was. He made sure this distraction wouldn't come back to haunt him. And on top of that, the thought hit him hard. He knew Danielle wasn't going to take this even a little lightly this time, and it honestly terrified him. Even the immoral couldn't resist sneaking a look. She figured out that every word this guy said was dead on, and when she saw the girl was just doing her job, Danielle spun around. But it was already the perfect green light for the immoral to crawl right in and team up with her boyfriend. Danielle's fierce aura hit like a shockwave, and the boy bolted in pure fear. And right away, he scooted up next to his girlfriend and sat beside her, like he couldn't wait 1 second, snatching whatever he wanted, like the world was handing it to him. Then he leaned in, tried to lift her spirits, and raised his toast to celebrate that beauty in full blast. Danielle's face burned, because that statement blindsided her out of nowhere. Asagi didn't even glance his way. He kept drinking the wine like nothing mattered. Danielle marched up to the bartender to ask about a hotel where the guy could sleep, and the bartender suggested they check in there themselves. Because it was a place where you could crash like a guest and drink like a regular at the same time. For every single day he stayed, it cost him exactly 3 silver. And with that, they finally found the price that felt right. Asagi nodded along as he chewed on a snack, and this time it wasn't a joke. The master tossed them 2 keys and slammed a signing room number right into their hands. Then head to floors 3 and 4. Women's listings start on number 3 and number 4. These guys had already set up their plan at the bait by the western cliff, way better than anything else. After they finally caught their breath, the party members sprang up and decided to hit the road right away. It sounded like a perfect plan, so they agreed to meet again after 10 minutes at the same spot. When they came back, Asagi was striding in with a bag slung right beside him. And he said the street safety was a mess, then shrugged like, "All I wanted was to freeze my bag with my clothes after my trip. while Daniela told him there was an anti-theft magic device in the room built to guard their stuff. Anyone who slipped into the room without a key would trigger it instantly and get trapped inside for good. Sadie hated it. He had to haul that pouch around even though something like that was right there. As they finally reached the best, then it hit him. Daniela had already slipped into the women's bath. He hauled himself inside to shake off every drop of fatigue, then started undressing right there. He cracked the door and found the hot bath roaring with thick steam, and then he couldn't even finish the thought. Be careful, take it slow. He grabbed the towel and scrubbed every inch of his body clean. And then he shoved himself into the scalding hot water, but the steam swallowed everything and he couldn't see a thing. He couldn't stop asking himself if this was the same legendary caves, and even while he tried to rest, his mind wouldn't shut up. He remembered how Daniela could blast the steam away with a flick of her magic. Then out of nowhere, someone answered back, so fast it left Asagi stunned. Once the steam finally thinned, he blinked, and there she was, right next to him, fiddling with the mist like it was hers to command. This spot had two entrances on purpose, so the changing rooms stayed totally separate even as everything shifted. Still, none of it made sense. Whatever was going on, Asadiu couldn't hide his embarrassment. Grinning like a maniac, he knew this would finally feed his twisted fantasy, while both of them sat there, drenched in the bath water. And Asadi decided to go all in and savor every single second. When he looked closer, he realized this thing went way deeper inside, but couldn't spot a single waterfall or anything like one. At first, there was this booming, splashing sound, like the unmistakable roar of a magnificent waterfall somewhere ahead. Then he hit Daniela again, asking straight up if it was there, and she totally played dumb, acting like she had no clue any presence was even in the room. While she twisted her hair around her fingers, he studied her face like it was a locked secret. Something was definitely being hidden. He decided to keep his mouth shut, no matter what she revealed. And honestly, she didn't have much of a choice. She shut the thought down and clung to the fact that everything felt brighter after seeing the spring. She wasn't scared of anything, and just as she kept walking, hot springs burst into view out of nowhere. Terrified, she flailed and tumbled in after it like a tiny pebble dropping into a deep, deadly hole. Giggling like crazy in his chest, he clamped his laugh shut, because if it slipped out, that night's luck would have vanished. The lady from the bar showed up too at the bait, and wait for it, it was FFFF. Tracking down the two before the day slips away. Even though the water was brutally hot, Asadi was soaking in it, and somehow it still felt freezing, icing up his lower body. On top of everything, Daniela couldn't shake the feeling that his presence was doing nothing to comfort her at all. Then the lady revealed the truth. This bait wasn't just any customer. She was tied to their bar and she worked there. That bar was so huge it could have bought the spring, and that meant it was way more valuable than Asagi ever imagined. That immoral woman kept egging Asagi on, showing off every move she knew and daring him to keep up. Asagi's cheeks burned red, and she pretended she didn't want to see her at all. From behind it, Danielle was oozing a brutal, murderous killing aura that felt downright menacing, like a warning the air itself couldn't ignore. Look right there in the middle of the bath. She shot up to her feet, furious that that woman had the nerve to touch her boyfriend. When one of the top adventurers unleashed it, it hit her like a tidal wave, way more than she could possibly handle. Even though she was desperately trying to clear up where she stood, Daniela wanted nothing to do with any of it. She had no choice but to walk away. The lady snapped out an apology, then cleared everything up. Asagi promised her she'd never pull something like that again, then soothed her further by reminding her it was literally her job to handle it. But Daniela couldn't stand the fact that that woman was flirting with her boyfriend right in front of her. He blamed himself for the mess, realizing it was his own lack of backbone that caused it, and then he finally snapped out of it and cooled down. Everything finally started clicking into place, and it felt like the best part was about to hit. But that bar lady was so deep in the moment that it was impossible to ignore. And just like that, after the joy hit, she wrapped him in a warm, bright hug. She popped her balloons right in Asagi's face, and you could feel the guy who just lost everything get completely crushed. Next time around, Asagi snapped his eyes open. He couldn't make sense of what was going on because he was stuck in his own room. He realized he'd blacked out right after that lady pulled him in for a hug. His head was pounding like crazy, like he'd slammed into something and the impact wouldn't let up. Because he couldn't get any rest, he laced up and hit the road for a walk, and then stumbled on the master right where it mattered. The key was the one that showed him the way in, opening the main door and his own room so he could finally use it. He also warned that it wouldn't work on anyone else, so trying it would be totally pointless. He stepped outside and fired up the flame on one of the fire chems. And he sat there, looming above everyone. He looked around and realized the city was packed with towering buildings. That's why planning mattered more than ever. Out of nowhere, someone rushed in from behind and jolted the Saji out of his thoughts. And right there stood the one lone adventurer, gripping a mining tool in his hand. Sadhi was clocked as human the moment he stepped in, because back in his first town, he'd already been one of those early, small-time thug fry. This guy got tossed straight into the mines, and he couldn't stand it. He was trapped in pure hell, all because of him. Rage burned in his veins as he lunged to take the life of Asaji. And he tried to smash him with that tool, even as he tore forward at full speed. He fought to stay out of it, then dodged every single swing the thug threw. Since fighting in the dead of night sounded like a nightmare, he made up his mind and slipped away into the dark. He decided right then to march up to the guard station and spill everything, thinking about making it rest, and darted back into the hotel one more time. The instant he cracked it open, the place was empty. No one was there at all, which meant the master had already been arrested. He realized the woman from before was still up, and the way was luring her in the most dangerously seductive way imaginable. He shot straight to the guard station in the city, because those sleeves were hot on his heels. She pointed it out and told him, after the third right, it's just down the street, you'll spot it. Asadi stormed out to warn the guard. Thugs were still lurking, and they were coming for him. He knew there was no escape. He'd have to fight them first, no walking away. And right on the spot, he instantly conjured up an ice sword, which left those guys totally stunned. But now they locked in together and moved like one unit to take him down. While he fought tooth and nail against one, he spotted an opening and crashed into it from the side. Right there, the same lady with the huge balloons showed up, and with one brutal hit, shoved that human aside. With Asadi barely escaping that close call, the strongest one bristled at the interruption and went for her again, swinging his weapon straight back at her. Asadi snapped into action and drove straight into the forest wolf's legs right away. And he jumped into the chaos, blocking the attack to save her. And with one brutal swing, he sliced it clean off, while the lady let out a deep, shaky breath of relief. Everyone else was stunned and straight up furious at the sheer power he was packing. And without even giving it a second thought, Asagi shoved the hotel lady aside, so she wouldn't get nailed for it. Once the gate locked, Asagi grinned, knowing that if anyone tried to shove in, the anti-theft magic would scorch them right back out. Rage was boiling in him, and those guys were the only target. Because they dragged an outsider into the fight with him, then the numbers crushed him. So if you truly couldn't do a damn thing, because Asadi was absolutely fuming. He unleashed his brutal kick the second it mattered. He slammed it down onto their legs, and with that, he sliced through everything in one clean strike. One of the men collapsed to the ground, clutching his legs as he sobbed in pure misery, while the others rushed in to strike first. And he met the exact same fate, hit the ground and screamed like it hurt. The third one was so skinny, it looked like he might blow away in the wind. Realizing he couldn't change a thing, he turned his back and walked away. But Asagi flat-out refused to let anything like that happen. Then he finally handed out the pain he deserved for interfering, right after dragging an outsider into the bath. With the last target finally gone, Asagi spun around and locked eyes on him. And just like that, the moment he noticed, it had already bolted and vanished. On the other side, that human was digging deep, scrambling up the stairs with everything he had. Reaching the peak, he gripped his sword tight and refused to let go. It pointed the blame at him, and that's exactly what he was doing. Silently, Saji slipped in from behind, cut him off, and made it impossible to ignore his own mistake, telling him it was him who tried to hurt Danielle in the first place. That thought wouldn't let him quit for a single second. So Asadi snapped his leg out and kicked the weapon right out of the near-thought's reach. Then he snatched him out of the air at the very end, as they shoved him up higher, leaving him nothing but a few floors between himself and disaster. He was trying to teach him a lesson. Everything would have turned out fine if he hadn't thrown a wrench in it and run off to the mines, even while Asagi kept begging for forgiveness for whatever he'd done. He clung to it with everything he had, no way he was letting go. So he grabbed him and hurled him off the floor right away. While the man shrieked in pure terror of dying, he was falling right then. Asagi snapped into action mid-moment, and killing him wasn't even on his radar. So he launched forward and sprinted past him, legs pumping like a fighter going for the win. Before that thing could even hit the ground, He booted it up hard into the air, and he built a cushion of something, anything, to stop it from becoming fatal. It didn't kill him, but it still smashed his body and left him with brutal injuries, which would force him to bleed out time before he could finally recover. Then the three thugs were yanked together, tied up tight, and dumped right in the middle. Asagi soaked up the hazy early morning, where the sky was light blue and the dark was just barely creeping in. Lolling on the corner, he waited, eyes locked on the road, for the guards to finally show up. Asagi grabbed the attention of whoever was passing and spilled the full, no-holds-barred truth of what really happened. One of the soldiers came crashing in. He double-checked whether the guy was really hurt and made sure he was okay. The guard lined in, craving every last detail. He decided to match his pace and head to the station side by side. And right then, the same lady with those huge balloons burst into the scene, and they introduced her as Lisa. Asagi told them the lady was still at the very same hotel he was staying in right then. And now, even Lisa was sprinting toward the station too. Asagi begged everyone to handle her with care and go easy on her. While the guard demanded he bring the companion with him, the companion was stuck back at the hotel, alone. At the station, no, wait, it's just getting started as the moment cuts off mid-sentence. The captain strode forward, pointed at him, and demanded, "What's your name?" Who was an adventurer the moment the realized this guy had been attacked, and he couldn't stop smiling at how fast they stepped in. She spilled the whole story, how they'd been adventurers in that town and stirred up trouble, and then he told the guard, "Send us to the mines." Turns out the captain's two guards weren't just random teammates, they were cousins too, so was the perfect opening to kick off the conversation with the relatives. And Asagi shot a huge thank you to his cousin for bailing him out of almost every problem. That relative plan actually paid off. Now the captain stared at him like he was his own brother. Then he finally cut the ropes and set him free. Then he demanded answers for what he was really planning to do with the sleeves he'd caught, because the guard kept pressing him, asking if he was going to push for a bigger sentence or he could order them executed on the spot, because once he took over, his authority completely overruled the SLEP bureau under the law. The captain looked ready to swing the noose the second Asagi nodded, and the way he said it snapped Asagi back to his cousin, who demanded the same thing after capturing them. Asagi was about to fire back, but right then Augard barreled in and cut him off to talk about the companion's arrival. Then Danielle showed up, eyes full of worry, desperately checking her boyfriend, making sure he was okay. Asagi kept insisting nothing had happened, but the lady stared at him like she was way more worried than he was letting on. And he couldn't stop smiling because everything was finally okay. She spiraled into a full-blown panic the moment she realized those thugs had taken him. Even knowing how strong he was, love wouldn't let her breathe easy. She still feared for him. Right there, they locked eyes and shared a heart-stopping romantic moment that felt like the whole world vanished. They were inches away from kissing when the captain suddenly coughed, like a warning bell, reminding them that they weren't even in their hotel anymore. They were right there at the station. It was like neither of them could breathe without the other. Then he pressed him again, demanding what brutal punishment he planned to unleash on the slaves. With those words, Asad shot back with a bright, hopeful answer. She even called the capital's sleeve rulers a bunch of scum, and unlike the guards, Asagi let her step in and steer the decision he was about to make. But the lady shoved it all onto his shoulders and told him to make the call. After wrestling with his thoughts for ages, he finally clicked, kept going, and he told the captain he wanted the sleeves sentence stretched out, because he refused to give up hope that anyone could turn over a new leaf if they were still alive. That was a seriously bold move, straight up dropped jaws with every word. And the captain finally clocked it. This guy was genuinely kind, and he was certain even the sleeves would see right through the act. The moment he stepped out of the station, he spotted Lisa slipped out of a different door too. And there she was again, clinging to him like she owned the moment. Because when those thugs struck, all she could think about was that guy, clingy, shaken, and keeping him close, while Asagi fought to break free and get away. She couldn't help wondering, was this guy really in love with her? Danielle popped in from behind again, wrecked the moment, and demanded to know what Asagi was really up to. Asagi trembled with pure terror, while Danielle stayed eerily silent, and kept rambling on about what he'd really done. He got stuck between Danielle and Lisa, and before long, boom, the captain showed up and hauled him out of trouble. Then he stormed back to the master and shoved the keys into his hand. Even though it was only a one-day stay, this thing absolutely blew me away. Before they even left, he ended up getting way too familiar with Lisa, because right at the doorway he stopped to double-check, Was he really thinking about what she'd said right before they walked out? Lisa didn't just invite Asagi along, she dragged them into the town for a full-on day of fun. She swings hard to both sides, right when you think it's over, making it terrifyingly clear just how intimidating she really is. And they were set on pushing right through the gate so they could keep their journey going. Nick spotted them right in the middle of the street, and he couldn't stop smiling, grateful these guys had stepped up and dealt with those slaves again. Asagi insisted he took them down in self-defense, but it was the same old story all over again. Because these guys were already packing up and leaving town, the merchant seized the moment and begged Asagi to blast the word everywhere about his killer outfit and armor. Soldiers finally pointed them to the last gate, the only way out. And Asagi remembered, when they stepped inside, it wasn't some small room, it was a massive one. That whole scheme was the captain's flex. He wanted everyone to see just how insanely strong he was. He managed to pull up his drink face from memory, like it was burned into his brain.